Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals Tournament. We are the ANZ region, and I am Kit Fox, but I am not alone. I'm joined by a lovely co-caster, Profound Rice. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited to be here. We have not really casted together Marvel Rivals before, and so I'm super excited to get into this and bring our A game.
It's been a while, hasn't it? It's been a few years, but now here we are riding shotgun alongside each other again, and there's no better time to do it here. We're right just before Christmas here. We have got some of the best teams in the ANZ community that are coming on and putting on display for everybody at home to feast their eyes upon on this lazy Sunday here. It's going to be one hell of a day here of competition. We have got Marvel Rivals from start to finish here. It's going to be a long day, but hey, sit back, crack a cold one, and just have a good, relaxing time because we have got teams playing for a pretty decent prize pool here for a one-day tournament. $750 for the first place prize and 6 Sony Inzone headsets. Second place prize, as you can see on screen there, $250 and I believe some mice as well, which isn't too bad. And third place, 6 Inzone mouse pads. But that's not all right. So the top 3 teams will be getting 6 passes, so that's 1 per player, to TGX for the entire weekend. And all players that place in the top 8 will receive 1,000 Marvel Rival units, courtesy of NetEase.
Yeah, big thanks to, of course, Sony for providing majority of the headsets, of course, the mouse, the mice pads, and TGX, big thanks to them for the weekend passes. We have quite a big community coming together to bring out this tournament. We've brought in so many different amazing people, of course, but of course, this is the Sony Inzone tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the Sony lads have really stepped up to the plate here. Big shout out to them for putting on this competition. I do believe that we have a little bit of a pre-game interview here before we get things started. Usually this is reserved for after game or for breaks or stuff like that, but no, we are going to be diving right in momentarily. But I'm excited to see this, Rice, because like you said, it's been a while since you and I have shared the desk together. It's been a while since, we've been on the Rivals, but the meta it's in a very unique place at the moment. I mean, Triple Strategist is just dominating everything, especially with the arrival of a lot of our favorite X-Men like Gambit, like Rogue, things like that. So I think that we might even be foreshadowing what might be happening here in the MCU. That's not confirmed here, so don't start picking that apart. That's just a pure opinion piece, but I think that because we're getting a lot of the X-Men coming into the game, I think that might just be a little bit of foreshadowing, perhaps.
Have you seen the new trailer for I saw it at the theaters the other day and I was like, oh my goodness.
I'm hanging
I don't want to spoil it in case you guys haven't seen the trailer for Doomsday, so I'm not going to mention anything about it.
It's there.
It exists. Yep.
And then you have to sift through all the AI versions first to
Oh,
try and
is
find
there?
it. There are so many AI versions of Doomsday trailers, but no, there is a legit one. Go check it out. I'm sure a lot of people watching this stream are Marvel fans through and through, so they may have already seen it, but if you haven't, there's a little early Christmas present for you.
No, I got to see it in the theater and I didn't know that it was out, so I was completely and utterly surprised by it, and I was like, no way. So really exciting things. But as you mentioned the interview earlier, I mean, we're hopefully going to have a pre-game interview, and I'm excited to hear what kind of banter they may be giving each other before the game starts.
Me too, actually. Look, I love a bit of friendly banter and friendly trash talk before the game starts. I think it just adds that little bit of extra element to the game, that little bit of spice, It's like a bowl of ramen, The plain bowl is nice, but you add a little bit of kick into it and it's just so much better. And that's what, why I love esports in general, not just Marvel Rivals esports, but I think this game has the potential for a lot of that sort of stuff. It has a lot of potential for interesting plays. You've got characters like Jeff, which can suck people up and spit them off the thing. And every time you are on the receiving end of that, you just go, seriously. Angela is another great addition to the game as well, with that diving charge, can really grab somebody and launch them off the edge too. So it's not just about, your aim and finding the frags in this game. It is about how well you play those heroes and how annoying you can be on them too.
Like get into the enemy team's head and everything like that. Sometimes esports is like a mental game. If you can get into their heads and make them double question everything, then it'd be really good.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we do have the interview up and ready to go. So let's have a look and see. We have got a couple players here. Hey, very good, warm welcomes to you, gentlemen. Looks like we got FMCL and who have we got there?
Shaitan.
Shaitan. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You know what? Let's start. You got any questions for our interviewees this morning?
Well, FMCL and Shaitan, we've heard of course, FMCL quite a little bit from the MRI and MRC and everything. But Shaitan, you're a little bit of a new face here. How do you feel versing someone like FMCL who has gone and played on the big stage?
Oh, I'm not nervous at all. I mean, we're here to have fun. We know where we're at. We've taken a bit of a break, coming back after 6 weeks, haven't turned on the computer. But yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. And we've actually played against FMCL before in MRC, but that was a while ago.
And how did that actually unfold? Did you get the wind up, or was it another story?
Oh, it was real close. I think the match lasted about 5 minutes, and you know, we almost capped the point.
So we're hoping for improvements today, but FMCL over here, the more seasoned players of the players amongst us, how are your feelings coming into this tournament? Are you sort of backing yourselves to take out that first place prize?
Yeah, I'm pretty much just here to win. That's about it. You know,
I mean,
first place is mine, I guess.
I respect that. Like, short, sharp, sweet. I mean, I'm all for that. Now, Rice, you may have seen FMCL. What role can we expect to see him on?
Every role.
Every role.
But mostly, of course, the role that stands out to me the most that FMCL has played, of course, is that melee DPS. So if that comes out, do you think it's going to be coming out today? What kind of role are you going to be playing today?
Whatever I feel like during the game. Maybe I'll go whatever Bubblecut tells me, you know. He's the team ace, the team captain. Shout out, wait, no, Zach's captain, but Bubblecut is like the secret captain. Shout out Bubblecut.
Is he the IGL, you would say?
Yeah, 100%.
Shot caller. I like that. Now, I'm expecting to see a lot of Daredevil today. How do you back yourself on Matt Murdoch?
I haven't played the hero that much, really, but I could probably still, like, kill everyone in the lobby on repeat.
You know what? I love this. I love this. Like, I have no idea, but I'm backing myself. I think I'm good enough to win. You know what? I respect that, and I think esports needs a lot more of that. You know, we need a lot more of that confidence here. You know, what about you, Shaitan? What position would you be happy with, as for your team, of course, at the end of the day? Are you chasing that win? Do you honestly think that you are the big chance, or would you be happy with a podium?
Oh, I'd be happy with anything. I mean, it's a really great opportunity, and it's really good to get into the local scene, which we haven't had for a while. So that'd be really fun. It'd be great to win, but you know, just the opportunity to get some local games going. It's good.
Yeah, awesome. You know, I think that Grassroots is some of the best esports that you will find. And big ups to NetEase and Sony for putting on this competition, where we really get to showcase some of ANZ's best, all the way from the bottom right up to the top. You know, we get the full ladder here in this tournament. So you're going to be in with a treat, everybody out there watching at home. But FMCL, Shaitan, thank you so much for your time before the game starts. We'll let you go back, lock in, and talk turkey with your team. Best of luck to you both in today's tournament.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys. Well, Rice, I don't know about you, but I'm so excited. I really cannot wait to get this on the road. I mean, look, this meta is a very unique meta that we see. So I'm expecting to see big things. You expect a lot of your strategists to do DPS as well in this meta. So that's what I'm hoping for. You know, we spoke about it off air. Gambit in the right hands with that anti-heal is extremely, extremely strong. Also has the AoE heal as well, should you decide to use it. But I really like, you know, your Cloak and Dagger's always been strong. You know, just the amount of sheer throughput that you can get on those heals. I love a good Loki as well in the right hands too. That heal timed, even though it's got a very long cooldown, can really turn the tide of fights, especially on maps where you have to push the cart, for example, and a lot of those choke points. So I don't know. That's what I'm hoping for. What about you?
Well, I kind of want to echo what Shaitan has also been saying. I think it's great having these sort of grassroots tournaments come through. In ANZ, it's quite a small region, and we all know each other. And at the end of the day, we're all here to improve, but also have fun, because it is a game that we all love dearly, and we're all here to get better, but also prove ourselves too. Because that is FMCL's current position, of course. He's here to prove that he is one of the best in the region, that his team, of course, is also one of the best in the region. But we have so many many other players in this tournament that have so much experience, and I'm excited to see how they have been performing in this off-season meta.
I believe there's something like 32 teams at the moment, so that's going to be huge. The format until the later stages is going to be best of one, so there's not a lot of wiggle room for teams to sort of prove. Oh, sorry, it's double elimination.
Yes.
Just the one double elimination, so they've got 2 chances, but they really need to make sure that they lock in. There is still not a lot of wiggle room. It's not like a huge tournament where you get 3, 4, 5 chances. No, it's not going to be like that. You need to lock in. It is a one-day tournament. And, FMCL, you can already see that in his mindset. He is zoned in. He is ready to go. So, look, I'm expecting to see, I'm expecting the unexpected, I should say. This is a grassroots tournament, so we might not see some of the pinnacle, peak style of gameplay. We might see something slightly off meta, which is, for me, one of the most exciting parts about this. The game, I believe, is starting to be cooked up as we speak, so don't go too far. We'll have the game on your screen momentarily. But I'm hoping to see, if I was a guessing man, if I was to make predictions, I would say that there are a lot of players out there that play this game that have the mindset of FMCL. They know that they have woken up on this Sunday. They know that they've got a Marvel Rivals tournament, and they've just put everything else aside for the day, right? There's no room for anything else. It is 8-9 hours of just in the zone. But we do have our pick bands for our first game, and we'll bring that up on screen very, very shortly. And I'm excited for this because we have got those 3 bands per side, as well as those 2, what are we calling them? Saves?
Saves, protects,
Protects.
locks. It changes every now and then. So the current, the system that we are using for the pick and ban, the hero select, of course, is going to be the MRC. So these bans are going to be across the entire lobby, not just the enemy team. So we won't be seeing any Spider-Man or any Gambit.
That's huge. I mean, we sung the praises of our favorite X-Men a lot, and there was a lot of hype about getting him into the game. I remember seeing a lot of the polls from NetEase saying, who would you like to see in the game next? And it was always Gambit, like always Remy LeBeau. But we're not going to be seeing in this game, so we may have to wait a little bit as our 2 teams, the Bubble Guppies and Disconnected Esports, looks like they're going to be taking away the Psylocke as well, which we know is very, very strong, especially with Dance of the Butterfly.
Yeah, Psylocke, it looks like Bubble Guppies is targeting a lot of the
dive.
The duelists and the dive, as you were mentioning. Disconnected Esports is, Gambit is, of course, a strategist, but yeah, excited to see what they go next here. Do they also want to do a duelist, or do they want to start looking at the Vanguards?
Yeah, look, the Vanguard pool is the smallest of all the pools. I think it might be very close with strategists, but there's a lot of talk about getting more Vanguards into the game. And it looks like it will be a Daredevil taken off. Now, we know how strong Daredevil is, especially in this meta, because of that triple strategist. He can really get right on the backline and up into the faces of those squishy backline healers. So that is going to be a big ban, and already we're seeing this meta just sort of be carved up a little bit, Rice.
Looks like Disconnected Esports did miss one of their protects, but maybe that's a strategy that they are going for. And the final ban coming out from Disconnected Esports to ban out the entire lobby is going to be Hela.
Okay, so Iron Man going to be the protect for Bubble Guppies as well. Now, an Iron Man in the right hands is very, very strong, but he is sort of like a hanging pinata. Very, very easy to take down, very easy to I guess, annoy. And considering that Bubble Guppies protected him and Disconnected Esports banned out the Hela, that just opens things up a little bit for Tony Stark up there in the air.
It definitely does. Final ban coming up from Bubble Guppies is going to be Blade. So Bubble Guppies here targeting all, as we mentioned, like the dive duelists, while Disconnected Esports, most of the bans were duelists, but depends if you consider Gambit also kind of like a pseudo duelist. Let's be real.
He can be whatever you want him to be in the right hands. Like we mentioned his kit. He's got the heals. He's got the hearts deck. He's got the damage with the spades deck, and the anti-heal is a big thing in any game that you play. The right use of anti-heal can really turn the tide, especially if you're a tank and you cop that, you have no choice but to get out of there or you're going to die. And that is always the best option. So we do have the game just moments away, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us. Hope you're having half as much fun as we have. But here we go. Game number 1 here of the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals Tournament here for the ANZ region. It's the Bubble Guppies on blue versus Disconnected Esports over on red. As this game's straight underway, we can see Captain America on the line, on the front line rather, and look at the positioning already being taken here. They still don't know where he is. Meanwhile, Disconnected opting for the high ground, and here comes the thing. It's not quite clobbering time yet, but Human Torch, the first one, taken out of the skies, and Bubble Guppies, they're reeling. They are 2 down.
Yeah, Shaita here on the Phoenix, able to get those massive shots onto the Human Torch in the air and able to keep the Disconnected Esports in the positive, in the advantage here in this fight. Not quite able to get the point just yet, but they are moments away from getting it. Here's a quick replay as we get and capture the point.
We can see the portal actually being utilized straight away. That's not an uncommon strategy at all. We can see a bit of damage coming out here from Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman. We do have a Wolverine, though, the Tank Shredder, and you can see him just carving up this front line like it's teppanyaki dining. We can see him building up to 100 energy. Here comes the thing. Knocks a couple players into the air, but a good recovery here from Bubble Guppies after Disconnected Esports have seized control of the point nice and early, and now we're going to get it flipped. Bubble Guppies with a full squad. They're on the board.
Yeah, they are. Disconnected Esports were able to get 25%, which is a little bit. It gets them on the board, of course. But Bubble Guppy, now that they're on the point, they do have a couple of ultimates to their name too. So this is where the real fights begin. Of course, the invisible boundary on both teams are available. So it's really about who can use these at the right time to give the team the advantage. But Zycrick also does have that CYA available, the amplifier available to keep the team alive and do lots of damage. It is being used right now.
I love the Sia, I love the BRB, I love Rocket Raccoon in general. You know, he's just got the whole kit and caboodle. He's got the revives, the armor packs, the overtime healing as well. And we can see the Bubble Guppies, they spend a lot there, but they still hold firm. They use the Agamotto. They did use that Sia, as you mentioned. They still have Clobber in time and the invisibility barrier available. Meanwhile, on the other side of Disconnected, they've got 2 ults in the bank as well, so expect to see that soon. But still, Bubble Guppies firmly in control. Wolverine actually catches out the Hulk, who's behind the Groot wall as well, but he gets frozen. Nice work there from Luna Snow. Thing goes down, and Disconnected take the slight upper hand. Ult charge coming up online for Captain America. Expect to see the Freedom Charge initiated. Here it is. Phoenix going in with her ult as well. Doesn't actually pick anybody up, but Wolverine from Bubble Guppies on this back line, just keeping everybody alive. Invisibility barrier now has gone down. Phoenix taking a lot of damage there from Captain America. Does finally get the kill, so well done. And what's FNCL doing? He's got the help of his teammates on that point. That Groot wall coming out, that's the healing wall. Nice charge there from Wolverine, catching Hulk again, but he doesn't manage to follow it up with the damage, and that's really where you need to take down Wolverine, where he's sort of in between hunts and he's sort of in between jumps and he doesn't have that regenerative factor. But the Bubble Guppies are firmly in control at this point. We now see Penny Parker down with those nano spiders on the point as well. So that web zone is extremely important for Penny players. If you know, you know. Eye of Agamotto, the portal coming out now onto the point here allows Disconnected to get back onto this. We've got almost overtime here. Now we hear the Eye coming out and 3 players just catch that one with their teeth. So nicely done there from the Bubble Guppies. And they are going to push back Disconnected. You can see it. They lose 5 members. They flip the point back in their favor. We're going to be no overtime needed. First round going over to the Team Blue. Well done, Bubble Guppies.
First round, Celestial Hand goes the way of Bubble Guppies, and now we are heading towards Celestial Vote. Now, we saw some quite amazing things coming out from both of these 2 teams, but as you mentioned, Bubble Guppies felt like they were completely in control of the entire game. But Disconnected Esports, they do have had some things in there. They were able to get the point, able to get 40% on the board. So I'm excited to see what they bring out in this next game. We do have Zen Starry 80% of ult charge, and Potato and 95%. So we're probably going to be seeing Last Stand coming out in this first fight. And with that 2 ult advantage, Disconnected Esports definitely have to work together to try and get control of the point and get that early percentage. Otherwise, they may be on the back foot for the first part of this round.
So this is why Grassroots is a little bit different to the Pinnacle, I will say, is because we spoke a lot about the current meta, and if you were watch games on Twitch and stuff like that, you would see triple strategists being used a lot, but that's not the case here. We're going for a decent split, so it's a 2-2-2 for both of these teams, but although, as I say, they disconnected, are going for the three duelist strategy. So that Wolverine, I think, is looking to be their trump card. They're looking to try and carve up the front line and see if anything can come of that. But Bubble Guppies had a little bit of a shaky start to the first round. They did lose 2 members and the point, but it didn't really bother them. From there on out, the game was all theirs. You can see Wolverine here on this point has got 100 regenerative energy ready to go. And the first frag of the game going over to the Bubble Guppies. They take down 1, they take down 2. Poor Star-Lord gets sent back to the bench, as does the Invisible Woman. And I tell you what, the Bubble Guppies looking very, very strong here on round number 2.
Yeah, they only needed to use one of the Ultimate's final stand to be able to get that capture. They still have to actually make that 3, maybe even 4 if Venom can get their Ultimate pretty quickly for this next fight. Disconnected Esports are getting their Ultimates as well, but it's going to be a bit of a slow build up as Zikrik has now taken out that Wolverine that you've mentioned multiple times. Disconnected Esports have been trying to use this Wolverine to try and keep the team alive and in contention, but Zensari with this ultimate going in right to the front is able to get right in touch with the spawn.
I mean, this hurts just looking at it. I mean, you've got a feel for Disconnected Esports here. You've got Spider Mines as soon as you come out of the spawn. Thanks to Bubble Guppies, you've got Star-Lord floating around as well. We did see Disconnected thinking about a fastball special just before. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. And that will be a Hulk down for the side of Bubble Guppy. So slight advantage here to Disconnected Esports, although they do lose 1 member in the process. It is only Star-Lord, and I would say Hulk is a little bit more important than Star-Lord when it comes to defending a point here. But have a look at Wolverine on the side of Bubble Guppies. Now we can see Star-Lord just initiating that auto-aim, but the invisibility barrier just cuts that off. Now it's only at about 50% effective. We can see the Hulk supercharge coming through now as well, although that is going to be a kill for the side of Bubble Guppies. And Disconnected Esports, the poor lads haven't even touched the point here on this second round. Now Wolverine comes in for an ult of his own, and now look at him go, just carving up that front line. Penny taking a lot of damage. It was Hulk taking a bit of damage, but finally gets taken down. Nicely done there by Bubble Guppies to neutralize that threat. Now we got the invisibility barrier up on the side of Bubble Guppies too, but we are going to see a Star-Lord ult coming through here, hoping for something here. It's the last roll of the dice for Disconnected Esports. This point is ticking up very, very swiftly in favor of Bubble Guppies. They need to touch the point, and they are on it. We are going to have some overtime here. Punisher's got the ult up as well. That is a huge amount of damage about to be thrown the way of the Bubble Guppies, but their heals are so strong. I believe we've got a Lunar Snow ult coming through now as well. That's for Disconnected Esports. That'll keep everybody alive. They just need to find the damage. There is no, in fact, defensive ults available for the side of Bubble Guppies. Venom ult is available, but it's not going to be a huge damaging one. That Lunar Snow ult is so strong. The fate of both worlds. You can see them just colliding here onto this point. We've got an Angela now in play here. Disconnected Esports trying to throw everything that they have at the Bubble Guppies. Bubble Guppies are losing members, but it's sort of a seesaw style of gameplay here. The overtime is still ticking down. Venom just lurking around this point. These high mobility heroes coming in. The portal now onto the point as well, Rice.
Portal is here, so overtime is still ticking. FMCO, they're able to get 1, able to get 2, able to get 3. Overtime, though, is so close to going the way of Bubble Guppies. And with that, Bubble Guppies take the victory.
Nicely done. Well, I mean, that was huge. They really started to wake up a little bit there, did Disconnected Esports, towards the end of that game. But unfortunately for them, it was just a little bit too little too late, and the Bubble Guppies started out a little bit shakily, it must be said. They lost that first initial engage on the first point, but after that, the game was basically, they had it by the horns. I mean, they were driving that game, and you have to, tip your hat to Disconnected a little bit. They tried to switch things up. They brought out the Punisher, and they did actually manage to get the ultimate off, but you have to give credit where it's due. The Bubble Guppies, they were able to utilize their defensive ults when they needed to. Great use of portals from both of the teams as well, which I really like. So I liked what we saw from both of those guys, but well done. Bubble Guppies going through in still the upper bracket at this stage, because once we get to about halfway through, we'll have a little bit more of how little bit more of an understanding of how everybody is going to be sitting, and we'll have that on screen shortly. But I do believe we are cooking up some replays here for that game, and there were some pretty big plays in there. No replays, sorry. I'll correct myself. But we did see some huge plays there. Like we said, Punisher ult, Wolverine ults, good eyes of Agamotto from the Doctor Strangers as well. Seeing the Hulk come out was interesting as well, trying to get onto that back line, but he was taken down with relative ease from both of the teams, I would say.
Yeah, I think that both the teams were able to fight quite well together, as you were mentioning, and a lot of it did come down to the timings with the strategist ultimates. You mentioned this is a 3-strategist meta, but both of these two teams are opting to do 2 strategists, and really once you were able to figure out when those strategist ultimates were and able to then dive onto the strats in the back and able to take them out, it was a bit more difficult for the teams, or able to, as well with the Wolverine, able to kidnap the front lines, the vanguards. Once you kidnap them and take them down, then you've lost a lot of those health bars. That was really well played by Bubble Guppies, but of course we are not saying goodbye to Disconnected Esports just yet. We do have the double elimination bracket, as you were mentioning, so they are down in the lower bracket.
So it's not over for anybody just yet. That's round 1 done and dusted. Round 2 coming your way shortly. And that was only game number 1. And what I like about Rivals is the games are really quick. You know, they're short, sharp, they're sweet, and they are action-packed. It is all in your face at the one time. There's very minimal downtime for these games. It's always go, go, go. It's going to get very hot in this studio very, very quickly, I would say. But look, we don't really know what teams are coming up next just yet because, like we said, it's still early days. And once we get down towards, the nitty-gritty towards the end of the day here, that's when I think we'll see a little bit more refined style of play. You know, maybe we will see the metas changed up a little bit. But I just want to pick your brain about those picks and bans that we saw. Were you expecting to see what we did see?
Honestly, no, I didn't expect to see the quite a lot of those jewelers being banned out. We saw Spider-Man being the first one banned, and I'm wondering because I mentioned earlier that everyone in OC sort of knows each other. It's always the question of whether or not these are meta bans or if these are targeting bans, or if it's another route altogether because we are using the MRC ban system, whether or not they're just banning heroes that their team doesn't play, that they think that the other team can play. Because when you ban a hero, you are banning it for your team as well. So you might not want to ban the meta picks. You might actually want to ban ones that you're not confident in playing or you haven't, scrimmed and practiced with.
For me, that would be Ultron. I hate dealing with a really good Ultron. I mean, passive heals and an incredibly high damage left click is insane. I think a good Ultron is sort of my, I guess, Achilles heel, and I'm sure other players have that as well. But the interesting one to me was they saved the Iron Man, didn't pick him, and then disconnected banned out the Hela.
Yeah.
We will not attempt to break that one down because honestly, we don't know why. But we did see Punisher come out, so Disconnected Esports definitely had that one in their arsenal, and they were more comfortable on that sort of hit scan. Unfortunately, didn't really pay off for them this time, but like you said, they've still got that life support. They've still got that, what's the thing they throw in the pool? The life ring. And they'll be able to keep afloat for just a little bit longer. But game number 2, not too far away, Rice.
Yeah, not too far away indeed. But you mentioned the Hela ban. That did surprise me a little bit. But it was great to see the Phoenix come out to deal with the Human Torch, which the Human Torch, they decided to go with the Human Torch instead of the Iron Man. And I can see why. Iron Man is not the strongest flying duelist at the moment. I think Human Torch is a little bit stronger at the moment. And so I can see why they would go with that. So things are a little bit strange down under right now with these bans. But this is, of course, the earlier parts of this tournament. A lot of these teams have played together in MRC, played against each other in MRC, maybe even on the same team occasionally too. The teams have been mixed up quite a lot. In that game, we got to see, Zen Starry, Duet, and FMCL, and, Zycrick and Bubble. All of these really well-known names that have been playing in MRI and MRC and get quite far in the tournaments. But these teams have, of course, been playing against the other teams that are still in this tournament too, in the lower parts of MRC, because there we all get to mix and match and meet each other and have fun.
That's it. I mean, that's sort of a double-edged sword, you know. Like, it's great to mix and match and play with all these different players, and sort of have a slightly different team each week. When it comes to Marvel, the MRC. But the other side of that is you sort of learn how those players play, and when you come up against them, you sort of know their weaknesses. You sort of know what to target. You would know what bands to hit. You would know what to say for your team. You would know when to pop your ults. But like you were saying before, Human Torch, I would agree with you, a lot stronger than Iron Man, a bit more AoE as well. You've got Maximum Pulse, which is a huge ultimate, but Human Torch, he can lay down those AoE fields and do a lot of damage without the ultimate. Iron Man, you need a little bit more of I don't want to disparage any Human Torch players out there, but Iron Man takes a little bit more skill. I'd say he's a lot harder to land those shots at range and be effective, especially on a map like that where you don't really have the verticality to abuse. You're not on something like a Midtown where you've got unlimited sky access, for example. You do have that roof. And I think someone like the Human Torch, a lot of choke points, especially when you have Supernova up, can do a lot of damage, but credit to the Phoenix for taking them out. Credit to the Wolverines for just opening up that front line and exposing the back line. I mean, well done to the Bubble Guppies. I'm expecting to see big things from them coming into the further rounds. As we have a look at this, FMCL not doing a bad job at all. 28 kills on the top of the board. Meanwhile, Disconnected, you look at those numbers and, only one player in the double digits. Sorry, that's for the death. So no players in the double digits for the for the kills. I mean, it's just a skill diff there when you look at the scoreboard.
Yeah, the team of Bubble Guppies, we can see Potato as well, who is a very high elo player and has played in a few of these tournaments as well. But every other member of Bubble Guppies has played in Marvel Rivals Ignite, and I'm pretty sure quite a few of them, if not majority of them, have also been gone overseas as well to compete. Disconnected Esports is a team, though, that has performed quite well in MRC previously, but they haven't quite gotten to the MRI leagues just yet. So we can see that difference in experience, but as we saw in the first round, Disconnected Esports were able to get that 40%. They were able to win a couple of those fights. Yeah. And as Shaitan was mentioning in our interview, he's here to get some practice in, to take advantage of these grassroots tournaments. And from what we could see, Disconnected Esports did their best doing that.
They did, and when you do get the chance to go international, it is like a gold mine, right? Like the amount of experience that you can chisel out of an experience like that and that you bring back home and then implement here is what we just saw on screen. Bubble Guppies, like you said, I know I've seen Potato before. I've actually had the pleasure of casting him in one of the very early tournaments of Marvel Rivals. So good to see that these players are still sticking with it, and they are honing their craft. They're sharpening their swords and they're making sure that they are ready to go for tournaments like this. It doesn't matter how big or small it is. It doesn't matter if it's ANZ grassroots. It doesn't matter if it's international, invitational tournaments. These guys are ready, and I think we might see a little bit more of Bubble Guppies in the top 16 a little bit later on today if they continue to play the way that they did. But yes, Disconnected Esports, it's a learning experience. That's what it is. From our greatest, I'm not saying that was a failure, but from our greatest failures come from, the biggest opportunity to grow, I think. So expect big things from the Disconnected Esports lads as well. But Bubble Guppies looking sharp to start things off here in the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals tournament. And you know what? I'm loving this already. Even though the games are very fast, I can't wait to see what the rest of the day holds.
Yeah, I can't wait to see, of course, who walks away with those Sony Inzone headsets, and of course the mice and the mouse pads. Sony's headsets are actually quite fantastic. We're using some Sony
We've got them
headsets
here.
right now.
Yeah.
And they're fantastic to use and fantastic to hear your voice as well. So I'm excited to see who gets to walk away with them. Maybe they'll come back in the next tournament performing even better with the mice and the headsets,
Maybe the premium prize would be a signature on the headsets from us that we give to the players.
Yes,
that'd be cool.
They'd love that, right? They'd love our signatures.
Oh, shit, totally. Yeah, they know who we are. Like, absolutely.
Exactly.
No, it'll be great to see. Game number 2 not too far away, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go too far while we're just going to keep on talking here. You know what I love about this setup here today, Rice, is this little couple.
Yeah, you can spin it, but
You
can
can
you
spin
see
it.
it
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
camera? Oh,
You
you
can.
You
Yeah,
can.
nice. I believe it's actually a Bluetooth speaker as well. It's got a little plug at the back here. Yeah, we can see that. So I don't know where we got that from, but I want one.
Yes.
And next time I'm going to write that in my contract, I think.
Yeah, you need to get one.
Yeah,
I like that
absolutely.
idea. I like that idea.
Absolutely. So we don't know where we're going to for game number 2 just yet. We will very, very shortly. So again, thank you so much for sticking with us. But like we said, this game it's basically a lucky dip. I mean, this tournament rather, because it is a grassroots tournament. It is, like you mentioned, we are playing for some headsets. There is a cash prize as well.
Yes,
I
of
believe just under $1,000 for the first place prize. Also, second place prize, getting cash as well. But I like the bonuses that are sort of being sprinkled throughout here as well. You know, you've got those rivals credits, courtesy of NetEase and TGX coming to the party as well for chucking out some weekend passes.
Are you going to TGX?
I am going to TGX.
Yep.
I cannot wait. Are you going to TGX?
I am planning to. I keep forgetting to apply as a creator, but I'm assuming I'm still going. I don't know. I plan to go to TGX. I'm just gonna make sure I got my tickets.
It's convention number 1 for the year, isn't
I should
it?
have been. I should have been playing. I
should
should
have
have been in
been.
there so I can win the TGX passes.
Oh, that's right. Next time.
Yeah.
You know what? We'll hit up FMCL and
Yeah,
we'll say,
yeah.
hey, let's
let me
get Rice
put me in
in.
my team. You can put me in the team.
Sub Rice in.
You
That's
reckon
right.
you'd be down for a peak plat player?
Sure, why not? I mean, like, you probably... I don't want to disparage anybody, but you're probably ranked higher than some of the players in this tournament, you know, because this is open to everybody.
Yeah, it's an open tournament.
It's not an invitational tournament. It's literally open to everybody. So look, you very well could be. You might get those TGX passes. You might get the $750 first place prize.
You never know.
Who knows, right? It's not about the individual player. It's about the team cohesion at the end of the day, and that's about any team sport really. Everybody has their individual roles, but it's like building a sandwich, right? There's layers to it, you know, and you have to put those layers in correct order. It's the same when it comes to alts. I used to be a chef. That's why I like to talk about food a lot.
I mean, that's totally fair. My name is literally Profound Rice, so, you know, food often comes up in conversations, so totally understand. But no, I totally agree, you know, when you're playing in these tournaments, I mentioned earlier that sometimes you just want to get into the heads of the opponents, you know, play something annoying, get into their minds and everything. But these are also just currently best of ones for the first half of the tournament. So you can get into the opponent's head, but it's not like a best of 5 or a best of 7. Being in a best of 7 and you've just like get into the opponent's head again and again and again and again. That is when the real esports, not esports drama, but like the excitement really comes into
The mental chess, right?
Yes.
Like, I love that. You know, you can see that when you watch other various titles. You can see the mind game start right from the get-go. And it happens here in the pick ban phase. Again, we don't want to talk too much about the pick bans from that previous game because they were a little bit sort of all over the place. You know, one team even missing one of their protects there.
That was a strategy to get into their heads.
Yeah,
Remember?
that's right.
Yep.
That's right.
The mental chess game.
We called it right there. You saw it. It happened.
I have no idea. We can't really mind read, unfortunately. And even if we could, we're not in the same room as them. So it makes things even harder again.
We are not mind readers, but I do love that. I love seeing players in front of me. And I love seeing their reactions to things. You know, even online tournaments when you have the cams ready to go for the players, and you can see like they'll be on the receiving end of a kill, and you just look at their face like, how did that happen, sort of thing. That's me most times because I think I'm better than everybody else, you know, when I play.
Exactly. You are.
Well, that's right. Like, I'm not bad. It's my team, right?
Exactly.
Like, totally. It's never my fault.
Exactly.
Never the player's fault. But we do have an interview, I believe, coming up very, very shortly off the back end of that game. It might be FMCL again.
Maybe.
Who knows? I dare say we'd be going over to Bubble Guppies because they were the victors. But again, that's all up in the air. And once we know, you will know. Same with the next game. I mean, once that comes up, you'll definitely know about it.
Maybe you'll know it before us because
Maybe.
you might see the screen and we're yapping to each other and then we don't get to see the screen. So maybe you guys get to even know what the game is next before us.
Yeah, maybe. All right, we've got our interview up and ready to go. It looks like we've got Froster. Frost, how you going, my man? Congratulations. Well done. How you feeling today?
I'm good, thanks. I did not even realize that this was about to happen.
You know what, man? Neither did we. So, look, we're just going to dive right into this. How are you feeling after the first round?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I hit like a pretty nice rock. I killed 6 people.
Yes.
Into this game, I think we might have some issues because JV and like a lot of the players on the team are pretty highly ranked and are known for being like pretty decent at the game. So this could be a bit of a struggle.
What team are you versing next? We haven't gotten told yet. So do you know who you're versing next?
Uh, I'm not even sure if like it's like official yet, but I assume that it's going to be Jong. I don't know them by name,
Okay.
but it's going to be Testosterone,
Yep.
and they have like JV, APWL, Peter the Panther, people like those, and all of them are like ex-one above all or current one above all players.
How about your team? What is your team's experience so far in previous tournaments, as well as in rank and everything? How would you position yourself as your team?
Well, I think most of us are either from. Well, two of us are played in AL. Three of us. Everyone here has played on like some MRC or MRI team that's made top 8 at least. I'd say that we're experienced enough, but definitely far from being exceptionally good. Also, like, I've just come back from like a 16-week break, so I'm kind of washed, so it could be kind of rough.
Hey, look, it do be like that sometimes. It's that time of the year, you know. It's we'll just say it's Christmas time and that you're doing the family thing. But you know what? Like that's completely okay. I know that a lot of players may be in the same boat. But it's like riding a bike. You know, that experience doesn't fully leave you. It just takes a little bit of time to sort of just train yourself back up again. And you know, if you think that your players are, you know, or you're playing against one above alls or things like that, and you say you're experienced enough. Realistically, where do you think your team would? Where do you expect your team to place towards the end of this tournament?
Honestly, I think top 2 is very much in the realm of possibility.
Okay.
I think top 1 is for certain it's going to Chopper Mag. Like 2-time land goes, there's no chance.
Wait, Chopper Mag. Are they named Chopper Mag in this tournament? Or is it
think
FMCL's
they are.
team? FMCL.
It probably
Bubble...
it's definitely FMCL's team.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So
Yeah.
the
Bubble
Guppies.
Guppies
So
maybe.
the one that, the
Yeah.
Bubble
Bubble
Guppies.
Guppies,
Yeah.
yeah.
We just watched them. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know why they get to like even play in these lower brackets. They should like only play in like the last bracket. I think that's fair.
Maybe they're washed like you. Maybe they need the training.
No, I know for a certain they are far from washed. But yeah, I think like we should be okay to get maybe top 3. But top 2 is like it's possible, but I wouldn't ride on it. I wouldn't bet on it.
All right, well, we'll expect to see you in the top 3. Meanwhile, we're joined by another player in this tournament. It's Testosterone. How are you feeling after round number 1, my friend?
I'm feeling good, yeah. I mean, the team's playing really well. I think we've done really well together. Got a hard game coming up against us, so we're preparing for it, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Now, I asked the same question to Frost. Now, where do you realistically expect your team to place in this tournament? Are we talking at least top 16? Go on.
Definitely not first, that's for sure. I don't know. I think the first team is going to go to Chopper Mag. They have a really good team. Obviously, a bunch of pro lane players, as Frost said.
Yep.
I think we're going to aim for second. I think second's our goal. And then if we meet them in the finals, you know, we've got some secret plays to make. Maybe we'll whip it out on them and see what happens.
Well, Daxter Wolf here, Frost was just saying that they also expecting to get second place. So you guys, I believe, are versing right now. So would you say that this is like the second, third place game then to determine second?
Yeah, I'd say these 2 teams are probably one of the top 2 teams. It's going to be a pretty tight game. I don't know what other teams there, like Blibby Blobbers, which is like sort of the VR roster.
Yep.
And Chopper Mag are also fighting for that top 4 spot. But I'd say this is probably going to be one of the games to watch.
So we're getting a little bit of a teaser for the later stages in the day here. It's coming up on stream right now. Well, we'll let you guys go. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to join us. Now it's time to lock in. And who knows, maybe we're going to be seeing this could be the third place game that we're seeing right here. This could be the prelude for the third place game right here. So they did say that they reckon that, you know, respect to Chopper Mag or the Bubble Guppies in this tournament. Both of these teams reckon that they are the best. But it looks like these guys basically rate themselves to take the second place. But obviously, there can only be one second place.
Yes.
There can only be one third place. And will it be Team A or Team B? Who knows? We'll have to find out.
Well, they also mentioned how many other highly ranked teams are that are out there, and recognizing all of these names, like really anyone can take second place or even first place. Like, as you mentioned, it's the holiday season. Yes, Bubble Guppies or Chopper Mag, they look quite strong already from that first game we just watched. But it is a holiday season, and some people, it's off season as well. There hasn't been an MRI or MRC for a little bit. MRC is now starting again, of course. So they may not have had much practice.
Tonight, I believe.
Yeah, so starting tonight. So this is just more like a warm-up for them for MRC. So maybe they're not coming in completely warmed up, so anyone has a chance for getting first place to get that $750 and those headsets.
I mean, I respect that some teams will be playing this tournament as a warm-up for the MRC tonight. So that's like 12 hours of rivals. Like that's a long day. It doesn't matter what your game is, what your sport is. It doesn't matter what your job is. 12 hours is a long stint, right?
Yeah.
Like that might be give or take 1 or 2 hours, but still TLDR, long day of rivals.
On top of that, you mentioned it's 12 hours, but don't forget, yes, this tournament kind of started sort of early for us gamers, right? Midday. So I'm wondering as well, how many of these gamers also woke up maybe like 10 minutes before the first game? So maybe they're also just still warming up in terms of waking up, like physically as well. So
Like I had to get up before lunch on a Sunday. Like, what's going on here?
I know, right?
Right? Like I'm usually an afternoon. I'm not that bad, but like I know a lot of people are like, they wake up in the PM, go to sleep in the AM sort of thing.
I used to.
I used to as well.
I'm getting old.
Yeah, same.
I'm getting old.
I need my 8 hours now, and I know a lot of people out there do. But some of these gamers, they can be quite young. A lot of them are university or high school age as well, which means bedtime is a long forgotten memory for them until it comes back around eventually.
Yep.
And then, the back gets sore, etc. We do have game number 2 coming up very, very shortly. We just got the whispers there. Pick bands are moments away for round number 2 of this tournament. Again, we want to give a big, big shout out, Rice, to our friend Sony, Inzone, for putting this on, for putting up some of the prizes. Like you mentioned, it is the off-season technically, and there are not many tournaments that go on in the off-season, so it's always good to have a little something just to wet the whistle a little bit before the real, the bigger dances started. We mentioned that the MRC going to be starting up again tonight, I believe, and that's at the conclusion of this.
Yep.
It's not going to be on our stream, sadly, but it will be, obviously, on the game, so go and watch it. If you haven't watched a tournament like that before, I highly recommend you go and check it out because it can be very interesting, especially the latter stages as well. Just do yourself a favor, get around this, and of course, shout out to the developers NetEase as well. I'm really impressed with how they've come to the party on every single tournament that goes on, not only for themselves, but throughout the communities, various communities around the globe as well. They are always happy to support it. They are always happy to throw in some prizes. They are always happy to, get involved in some way, which, we've been doing this a long time, and there are a lot of developers out there that just sort of want to, sit away from that sort of stuff, but not NetEase. So thank you so much.
Yeah, they were able to provide us the 1,000 credits for the old top 8 teams, but we're in. We're in now.
It's going to be Central Park as well, which I enjoy this map. It will be Convergence. First ban going over to the... I can't even say that team name. Daxa Wolf? Daxa Wolf.
I think it might be cut off slightly. I think it's usually Wolves, but Daxu, we can just call them Daxu. That's totally fine.
All right, call them Daxu. Testosterone, they're just waiting for their first ban now. Hella, not really a surprise there. We see, we know how strong Hella is, especially if your team has a really cracked aimer. Being able to just thread those needles quite literally really does chunk down even your Vanguard players. Now, similar ban to what we saw in the previous game. This time, Testosterone are going to be banning out the Psylocke, so 2 similar bans to what we saw for the Bubble Guppies game.
I mentioned earlier about how these teams know each other and
Yeah.
they know each other intimately. So Frost was mentioning the name JV or John Vec multiple times. So that first Hella ban
Targeted.
is definitely targeting John Vec. And so that is a very important ban. Interestingly, they've now also banned the Loki coming through. I'm not sure if this is also targeting perhaps one of the strategists of testosterone. I'm not surprised either. Loki is such a strong pick in the hands of these high-ranking, formidable, experienced players.
Especially, right on top of the cart as well. When there's centimeters to go before the capture point, a Loki on there with the healing zone really can turn the tide. Now, we will see a Mantis ban and a Gambit save. So we will be seeing a lot of people's favorite X-Man being played this game. Now, that is a save for both teams. It's not necessarily a guaranteed for Testosterone. It basically just means that it can't be banned out. And it doesn't mean it must be picked. It just means, he's safe. He's secure. Angela going to be the next save for Daxawolf. One ban remaining here. Just looking at this, trying to pick this one apart, I can't really tell where these next two bans would go. Maybe, like you said, there'll be more targeted bans because they're certainly not meta bans.
Yeah, the Angela one is quite interesting. We got to see quite a bit of Angela in MRI in the previous one at the LAN, and it was fun to see. Fun to see in the hands of all these high-level players, and I'm excited to see who will be playing it on Daxu. The ban coming out, though, from Testosterone, I'm sure is going to be really exciting. It actually is a Wolverine. And that is probably to help protect their front line, the Vanguards, of course. We will be likely seeing a Groot, and Wolverine versus Groot is always a fun matchup. But so we won't be seeing that, of course, with Wolverine banned. And Phoenix also now being banned too. That is two extremely strong hit scan duelists that have been banned out.
I really like Phoenix, relatively new to the game. The ult is so strong. The ability that she gets flight as well. I mean, she kind of has the whole kit. Apart from, I guess, a guaranteed sort of stun. You hit your opponent 3 times for that extra explosion damage as well. You catch a strategist or a squishy duelist with that, and it's basically half of their health. So again, you can get that boosted from various sources. You can get an Ultron boost, you can get a Gambit boost. Anything that sort of increases the damage is really going to make your Phoenix super effective. But unfortunately, it's not going to be the case here as we get this show on the road. It is round number 2 here of the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals Tournament. We are the ANZ region. My name is Kit Fox, joined by Profound Rice. It is going to be Testosterone versus the Daxawolves. Daxawolves on attack. Magneto leading the charge.
Yeah, Magneto, one of the strongest Vanguards currently in this meta. Both teams are running, of course, the Magneto. We also see the Doctor Strange coming up from Daxter already, so not sure if they're going to be using that for a portal later on, but for now, no portal being used. Of course, both teams have that Gambit, such a strong strategist at the moment with all the damage that they can deal as a strategist. But so far, we have Testosterone holding the defensive line, able to get a couple picks here and there. So Daxawolf not quite able to make any moves just yet. They're just feeling each other out and getting some ultimate charge to each other's, percentage build up at the moment. You might have a Gambit ultimate coming up first, potentially from both teams.
I mean, that doesn't really surprise me. Not in the slightest. Oh, Meteor M very close as well. And we do have a Bucky ult not far off as well. Like you mentioned, both teams just sort of building up that ult charge. Star-Lord from downrange just peppering away, building up towards that ultimate. We do have our first ult very close. There it is. It is going to be Bucky online for Daxawolf. Not used just as yet. We can see a Gambit ult now coming on through the Rage and Cage and Royal Flush. And we can see him just diving on through this front line and straight into the back. And that is the power of Gambit. But how low? Oh my goodness, huge play there from Bucky. Massively done.
Massively done and not even needing... Oh, no, they did use the ultimate there. Yeah, that was Kraken Impact, of course. Being able to utilize both Kraken Impact and, of course, Gambit Ultimate as well. Don't forget the Gambit Ultimate does give you a little bit of ult charge as well. So now everybody on Testosterone has that ultimate available, except for, of course, Bucky and Gambit. Well, Daxawolf, they are going to be starting off with that Gambit Ultimate going in quite fast and furious, but so is Smiley now out with the invisible boundary. John Beck also answers here with that legendary ultimate as well to try and get some picks, but not able to find anyone just yet, as now Daxawolf is turning the tables. 3 picks taken out. Testosterone is falling apart, and Daxawolves are able to start capping this point.
Yeah, that Meteor M was an unfortunate whiff there. There was just a lot of damage being thrown Magneto's way, even through the absorption from the ultimate. So that just goes to show you how well the Daxawolves played that one out. And we do see the portal coming in through back here onto the point, so they will not be down and out yet. Here come Testosterone. They jump through Doctor Strange's portal and see what can they find. We've got Emma Frost here onto this point as well. We can see the barrier coming out, but this point still not capped. It is going the way of Daxawolf as Testosterone lose 1, 2, 3 members on the point. They've only got Emma Frost, Captain America, as well as Star-Lord left. This one is looking like Daxawolf. Yes, it will be 3 quick kills on the side of the attackers, and Daxawolf will move this cart. Well, they will start to get this cart rolling towards Dracula's castle.
Dracula's castle is such a... This section of the map, of course, is a little bit... It's not the hardest part, it's the last third. Trying to get up that hill with, of course, Ratatoska. But Ratatoska is now moving through this second phase, and this is where, you know, Testosterone want to try and get onto the point and try and stop it from moving. They do have a couple of ultimates to their name. It's going to be Gambit and Bucky once again. Maybe they're going to try and do the same strategy that worked really well for them on defense previously, and I think that might be what's happening.
We just see a Gambit ult now coming through here, and all of these ults being thrown out onto this point. This card has gained valuable meterage here, but this time it doesn't look like Bucky has much success with the Kraken impact. Neither Bucky's, in fact. Every single player has thrown the ults here onto the cart. I'm pretty sure I see a kitchen sink in there as well. We do see the Daxawolf guys just pushing back Testosterone yet again. The heals are so strong from Daxawolf, and they take down 5 members of Testosterone, and Ratatoska just strolling through the courtyard here.
I love Ratatoska. I don't know, it's one of my favorite parts of this map. Like, yes, Dracula's castle is really cool. You walk in there and everything looks glorious and grand, but Ratatoska, look at that tail. It's so fluffy. But this next fight is going to be starting very soon. We have Testosterone available, 3 ults available for themselves, or Daxu don't really have much. So this is where Testosterone wants to try and fight back. With 2 minutes on the clock, they may be able to do things. Meteor is out, it goes in, lands on no one, but in the meantime, Evil has taken out the Invisible Woman.
Yeah, not bad at all here. Daxawolf, though, they answer back. 2 players down for them now. This is where Testosterone have probably had the most success so far in this game. Off the back of this short spawn here, they catch Daxawolf at the top of this hill. Very close to being capped here, I must say. But Testosterone have now got Ratatoska backpedaling here, even so slightly. And they continue to apply the pressure here. They are pushing Daxawolf around this corner. Gambit now comes out with the old Bucky, in fact, has got the Gambit ult on top of him. So that's a lot of damage you can see now coming through. I love the slight levitation this ult gives you as well. Just a little bit more time in the air. Invisible barrier now coming out. We can see the Kraken impact coming through. Didn't pick anybody up. In fact, it will be Testosterone Star-Lord picking up the kill. Great invisible barrier, but Meteor M completely absorbed here. But 2 quick kills here for Daxawolf. Just turn the tide a little bit. They've got the Star-Lord ult. And again, that's what we're talking about. It's that sandwich rice, just the layering of the ults coming through here from Daxawolf and Testosterone. They don't have an answer for it. We are into stage number 3. It's now indoors. Things could be shaken up a little bit.
Yeah, indoors, Daxawolf being able to use every single one of the ultimates to their advantage to be able to get that over the point, get that over the checkpoint. As Testosterone, they weren't able to use the John Vex legendary ultimate just yet. Well, they also do have 2 other ultimates available for this next fight. Mentioned earlier, Daxu have literally nothing right now. So they do want to try and get as much movement as possible in these next 2 minutes that they have on the clock. As out comes the Galactic Legend, John Beck going in. John Beck absolutely strong on the Jewelers, going for 1, but not able to get it yet. There it is. Korra has fallen. That's 1 strategist from Daxu taken out. And now Testosterone have control of the mission vehicle.
Yeah, nicely done there by John Beck. It was off the back of that 1 ult, and that's all they needed. Just push Daxawolf back a little bit. 3 ults still available on the side of Testosterone. You have the Meteor M, you have the Kraken Impact, you also have the Venom ult, but here come Daxawolf putting valuable meters onto Ratatoska here as we get towards the base of the stairs. 1 kill going to their way as well. They're going to lose 1 of their members. That's the, I believe, Magneto being taken down as well, although we do have the Cajun Royal Flush coming out here from Testosterone. As soon as it was built up, it goes straight on to Peter the Panther. We can see him just waiting to use this Kraken Impact of his own on the back line. Just Daxawolf's Gambit just throwing cards like they're going out of fashion. You can see just how much distance he has to create here to avoid this damage coming out from Testosterone. And now the Kraken Impact comes out, gets one, but a quick answer back there from the Daxawolf. We do see a 1-for-1 trade here, and Testosterone applying the brakes momentarily here to Ratatoska as Daxawolf try and find something. They search, but that's a great hook there coming out, and the poor Groot is now back in the Testosterone base. We can see Daxawolf now throwing out their own Star-Lord ult. The aimbot is in, and it is tearing up Testosterone. They've only got 2 players left, the Groot and the Invisible Woman, but we say goodbye to Sue Storm, we say goodbye to Groot, and now that's valuable time that Daxawolf have here to push the cart in. Testosterone, I don't think they can get back here. The last dash coming out, just not quick enough. Unfortunately, Daredevil couldn't get there. That is not a bad push, but you have to give it to Testosterone. They did apply the brakes there quite a few times to Daxawolves.
18 seconds on the clock for Daxawolf's attack. That is not too bad of a time bank. Like, they have time. It's not the most, but the fact that they have a little bit of time to be able to get up that hill, get up that the pathway to the throne and make it to the end, that could be what separates them from taking this win or having it be a loss. Now it's Testosterone time to start attacking. They may be switching things up a little bit. Daxter's not quite sure which Vanguard they want to go for. Do they want to bring out the Magneto? I mean, they've got the Magneto, sorry. Do they want to bring out a Venom to complement it? Oh, I saw Captain America hover there as well. Daxter here on defense. Do have a little bit more. I have to decide earlier, sorry, but Testosterone have a bit more time to choose what they want to play.
They do, and it looks like Daxawolf are going to be going with Magneto Groot on their front line, which isn't too bad, but it's a similar sort of story over towards Testosterone. They have decided to settle on that exact same front line, so Magneto Groot. They've also got Star-Lord, Bucky, and Sue Storm and Gambit. So 2-2-2, not a bad split there from Testosterone. Daxawolf, very similar composition as well. Emma Frost, though, coming out.
I do like the Groot on this map. You know, you see all those choke points. You see all those little alleyways, the doorways. You can see, of course, already Daxawolf's Beast Node has put that Groot world there. I feel like whenever I see Beast Node's name, I do associate a Groot with them as well. And same with Frost with the Magneto. So I'm excited to see, of course, the Vanguard lineup from Daxu to see if they're able to keep this defensive hold coming through. But Testosterone, there are so many big names on that, especially John Beck, Peter DePanther, strong duelists. So far, Daxawolf are able to be quite aggressive and hold the fort down quite strongly.
Yeah, unfortunately there, Testosterone's Magneto getting caught out. Now switching over to Emma Frost, hoping to have a little bit more of an impact. Meanwhile, Daxawolf have got Emma Frost of their own. Look how strong the Groot wall is here, just towards this bridge, which, you know, is destroyable, but it will be a delaying frag there from Daxawolf, taking down not one but 2 members of Testosterone, and now you can see just the pressure being applied here. You don't need to team wipe, you just need to get 1 or 2, and then they get pushed back all the way back into their spawn. You can just see what a bad position the Invisible Woman was in there for the side of Testosterone, and now those staggering kills is what really makes this game different, because you stagger your opponent, it's basically a team wipe. You know, you're only as fast as your slowest member in a game like this. So well done to Daxawolf. They buy a bit of time. Testosterone, they've only got just under 3 minutes to really make something of this, but we do see the ults now coming up. Gambit wasting absolutely no time, applying, well, I thought he was going to apply some anti-heal, didn't actually decide to do it there, went for the normal AoE heal, but here come the Testosterone lads. Look at that, quick portal. 5 kills, but it has to be a portal coming through. Yes, it will come out, but it is still, what, 5 seconds away for the whole team to come through. Here we go. What have they got left in the tank? Daxawolf last roll of the dice here. They portal through back in here onto the point. Testosterone, they were probably expecting that. They are not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. Invisible boundary goes down, and the Daxawolves are losing members left, right, and center here. They've lost 2. We do have the Eye of Agamotto up, but that's taken down before it can be used. Daxawolf just bleeding out their members here. Testosterone are looking good. Bucky hunting down Invisible Woman here. She has a lot of sustain, and it looks like it will be a kill. No, she manages to slink away there. He has no idea where she's gone.
Daxawolf here starting off that defending half, the first point of defending with the triple Vanguard composition, able to hold the fort down only with a double strategist to keep the team alive, but able to do that quite aggressively in the neutral. But once those ultimates came online, Testosterone were able to just get in there, deal so much damage, go for these strategists in the backline, and once those heals are gone, Daxawolf's 3 Vanguard frontline will just absolutely collapse. But here we go, Testosterone is still pushing, Smiley able to take down Winter, going in for more, and ultimates galore for Testosterone. Not using any just yet, as OP does, of course, choke and slam, get more, 2 more members of Daxawolf. Frost also fall, and with that, the defenders are just collapsing. 3.5 minutes on the clock with Testosterone.
Yeah, not a bad push there at all. They're actually making a bit of a better effort of this second stage than Daxawolf did. It is a long run back from the spawn here for Daxawolf, and I don't think they will have enough members to stop this cart going in. Will they? No, there's a group wall there. They're trying. They do not. Do they get that? Yes, they did get it. So well done there to Testosterone, which means the gates are going to be open for the castle. 2 quick frags coming out there for them. Daxawolf just looking like a different team here in this second half. It's all Testosterone so far, but the group wall's just cutting off the healing support here for Daxawolf, and that will leave their front line completely exposed. So, you know what? Hats off to the Testosterone group there, just knowing exactly what needed to be done. But have a look at the ammo belt here for Team Blue. Testosterone have got 5 ults coming into this next push. And the Gambit ult not far off as well. Meanwhile, Daxawolf, you're looking a bit lean there. They've only got 2 ults of their own. But here we go.
Well, Daxawolf are here on the defense. And as you mentioned, they have a little less ultimates, but they've now built it up to 5 as well. Floop is a little bit far away, but they're going to pop the button. Here comes Q. Everyone going in hard. John Vector with a Galactic Legend going in, trying to get as much damage. That is 1. Winter has fallen. No Star-Lord ultimate for Daxu. And going in for another core. Gambit foes, Floop foes as well. The members of Daxu are falling one by one as Testosterone are walking closer and closer towards the throne of Dracula.
I mean, Galactic Legend plus Rage and Royal Flush is filthy to be on the receiving end of, and that's exactly what happened there. So Daxawolf, even though they did have those ults up, it didn't really do much for them, because have a look at the ground coverage here from Testosterone. They are all back into the spawn. They are on fire here. There's a last-ditch roll of the dice here for Daxawolf. They've got no ults to play with. We do see the group ult coming through, catching a few members of Daxawolf, and now given chase here is Star-Lord, trying to find not one, but 2 members as they go around the corner. But Daxawolf, they roll out of their spawn. Then they come head first into Testosterone, and it's going to be a frag. Yes, it will be. And just have a look at how well Testosterone pushed Daxawolves off the cart there. You know, they didn't have to get the kills, they just had to keep them away, and that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, Daxawolf still running that triple Vanguard to try and keep the health bars on the point, but it still wasn't enough. But we are in overtime. It's not over yet. The fact that Daxawolf was able to get that 18 seconds, I mentioned earlier, this could be the make or break for them. They were able to finish it. Yes, not with much time, but that Testosterone, they managed to get it over in 3 minutes spare. So they may have quick maths, 4-ish minutes, maybe just under 4 minutes for this next half. Let's look at some replays here now.
I mean, this was incredible. I mean, we saw the Cajun Royal Flush just so strong. Look at that Kraken impact. I mean, catches everybody on the side of Daxawolves. Meanwhile, it was just, you know, this second phase here was what really stood out for me, especially for the Testosterone guys. You know, on defense, it didn't look great, but then they turned it around onto attack, and it just looked so good. Their attack on that phase was huge. The group walls to cut off the only 2 entrances into that point were massive. You know, you had your supports cut off. There's no way to come back from that, and Daxawolf, they just didn't have an answer to those group walls.
Well, 3.5 minutes. My maths is a little bit off, but
not bad.
It's not bad. It was close.
It's ballpark.
3.5 minutes for Testosterone for their attacking phase, but we will be starting with Daxu first, up with that 1 minute. They basically have to get onto the point as quickly as they can, and looking at their lineup, they're just going for the 2-2-2, of course, and they're going to have to go fast. Let's see how Testosterone holds up this defense.
Yeah, Testosterone, they looked much better on attack, it was said before, but now they've got to really hunker down and try and keep the Daxawolves out. Ult charge is being built up from both of these teams at the moment. Expect to see the trigger pulled once we get a couple 100% up on the board. Kraken impact halfway for both of these two guys, both of these 2 teams rather, as well. Meanwhile, Star-Lord and Gambit just sitting up there, holding hands up on the back line, just throwing out what they can, building up said ult charge. Galactic Legend still more than halfway off. That will be the first frag going over to Daxu on defense. So, sorry, on attack rather. And now let's see if they've got anything else left in the tank here for Testosterone. Well, it's not looking good here. Daxu, they've only got a few seconds. They might actually catch this here. I mean, Testosterone, they've got a portal effort, but they're being kept out.
Portal comes through, they're able to body block them, and they're able to get that Ratatoska down, but once again, it is still overtime. Ultimates have been charged up now, but that portal has been vitally used. Testosterone aren't able to use that portal anymore for these next upcoming fights. Daxawolf, knowing this, are going to try and get as much movement as possible. They do have, of course, maybe 6 ultimates coming up for this next fight. Frost being at 80%, very close, but Testosterone only have 4 maybe for themselves, and out comes the invisible boundary from Fluent, able to hold up the team, keep the team alive, make that 4 ultimates. Everyone pressing Q as Testosterone are also doing the same.
I mean, the boosted Kraken Impact did absolutely nothing there. That's how many ults were thrown down. It didn't even tickle the opposition. But Testosterone, they're being taken down. It is a long, long run back here. This is a lot of ground being covered here from Daxawolf. Yes, they only had, what, 40 seconds to try and cap that point or something like that to start with. And now look how far they've got. They are huffing and puffing and about to blow down Dracula's door here in this second stage. There's only a sliver of overtime left as well. 2 ults now come up. Emma Frost ult is up as well. Gambit's flush is up too. This is huge. Galactic Legend though from Testosterone trying to save the day. 1, 2, 3 frags. This is exactly what the doctor ordered, and Testosterone, they managed to push Daxawolf off. But I tell you what, Rice, I am very, very impressed with how Daxawolf handled that with such a small time bank.
No, I completely agree. They were able to cap that at the beginning, with 18 seconds, able to bring that up, of course, but that to the minimum. Well, Testosterone, that did give them a bit more time.
1 minute minimum.
3.5. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Thank you. But Daxu knew that. They knew they went overtime. They knew that Testosterone had built up all their ultimates as well, but they had that slight advantage because they had won that fight. They knew they had a couple more ultimates. So in that previous fight before the final, they did use nearly everything. So that final fight, they only had those 2 left, but Testosterone had 4 ultimates. And they were like, quick, we just got to get as far as we can. If we win this final fight, that's good for us, but we've made quite good distance. And you can see this fight here from Testosterone, able to use so many of their ultimates for this fight. But now Daxter will as well able to, this is like first round.
I mean, I mean, what we know about Testosterone is that they are attackers. Judging by what we've seen so far, for an attacking team, that was a very, very decent effort at defense, but I'll tell you what, Daxawolf's very, very happy with themselves. Do not discount Testosterone, not only because of the fact that they're an attacking team, but because of the fact that they have got a sheer time bank advantage here. It is a lot of time. They can afford to slip up once or twice. It's not going to be like Daxawolf, who if they lose one team fight, it's basically GG. Testosterone have probably got 3 or so, being generous, 4 team fights in them. This will be interesting to see how Daxawolf answer this back. The Adam Warlock is a very interesting choice.
Yeah, I think Testosterone may just be like, okay, we'll just build up all 6 ultimates and then just go hard. But they've got to be careful, of course, because if they have 6 ultimates, there's very likely a chance that Daxawolf also has 6 ultimates. So they want to play this by maybe baiting out the ultimates, or not entirely sure exactly what they want to do, but that's what I would do as a plat player.
As a plat player?
Yeah.
Plat Insights?
Yeah.
Here on stream? It's fine. Hey, look, I haven't done ranked this season yet, so you're probably higher than I am, but we will see Testosterone try to mount some kind of offensive here. We talk about the ult charge being built up, and it's going the way of Daxu at the moment. Yeah, I'm looking at that invisible boundary. It's only moments away here. Kraken Impact is about 40% off for the side of Testosterone, which is big when combined with the Royal Flush. There it is, speaking of the Royal Flush. Gambit throwing that in straight away. Invisible barrier for Daxawolf. And there's not really much that's come of this. There's a lot of support and sustain coming out here, just keeping everybody alive. Groot is extremely low, but again, the heals are good. First frag is going to go over to Testosterone, and Daxawolf just reeling from that. They're using a very early portal here to allow Doctor Strange to come back here onto this point, so that is a massive roll of the dice here for Daxawolf, because probably the longest cooldown in the game, that ability. And Testosterone, though, they are making it work. Even though they lose one member, they clap it back, and it's sort of like a seesaw-style trade-off here. Kraken Impact in the close-range quarters. Picks up 1 kill, is available to go again. Galactic Legend now coming through and answer back from Daxawolf. They managed to pick up a player from Testosterone, and now will they be able to get it? It looks like It doesn't look like it so far, but have a look at the kill feed. It's just lighting up at the Adam Warlock ult, brings everybody back online. We go around again, Rice.
Yeah, it was still going. We've used the portal, we've used the Adam Warlock ultimate. Daxter Wolves are still here and fighting, and they've actually forced Testosterone off the point. They were able to get one tick though, so the next fight could go the other way, go towards Testosterone, but still with 1.5 minutes left, Daxter Wolves have managed to reduce 2 whole minutes from Testosterone's clock. But ultimate-wise, things are going to go crazy as out comes Gambit going in. Flowant answers with an invisible boundary to keep the team alive. And is this going to be enough though, as all the damage is coming through? Nobody has fallen from either teams, but soon Peter the Panther is getting extremely low, but John Beck able to claim the life of Beast Node does mean that it's now a 5v6, and losing one of those Vanguards, losing one of those health bars is extremely important for Testosterone, as now they are heading towards 2 ticks.
Yeah, but 2 ticks is not going to be enough. They need 3 and then some. Nice choke slam there coming out from Emma Frost, catching Adam Warlock, but he does have Cocoon up and available. And, well, just waiting to stagger out Gambit there. Well done to Testosterone. They managed to take the point, and now we'll start pushing Ratatoska towards Dracula's castle as well.
30 seconds left. Now, these 2 teams, we do know that Daxter Wolf, they do have their ultimates building up. They only need to win basically 1 fight in the overtime, and they're so close to getting this overtime situation. Well, on the other hand, it's going to be quite hard here for the team of Smiley and everyone to get further forward, but ultimates are starting to pop off. We have Daxter Wolves popping off, of course, with the Gambit ultimate. It's going to be answered though with the invisible boundary. Smiley able to keep the team alive, but Peter the Panther going in hard, be able to get lots of damage, but out comes the revive from Fluke to try and keep bringing back Winter successfully. Frost about to fall down, but Beast Node also gets revived as well. Teams are going back and forth as Daxter Wolves are still holding down the defensive here in overtime.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time remaining here, but Testosterone, they are looking good. Emma Frost ult comes out, and that is a big zoning coming out. 2 quick ones coming out from Daxter Wolf. Testosterone, oh, the wheels are just falling off the wagon here at the moment. It's looking like Daxter Wolf. Yes, we can see 3 kills, make it a 4th. That is a team wipe for Daxter Wolf. I don't think they've got enough to get the Doctor Strange portal out. They do not, and it will be Daxter Wolf. Oh my word.
What a game.
Woo! What a game. Round 4 complete. And I believe the meterage will get them across the line, even though it says 4-4. Do not be deceived. 4-5. Well done, Daxter Wolf. They hold Testosterone at bay. But I'll tell you what, Rice, that game was chock-a-block full of excitement.
It really was. That 18 seconds, them able to get to the end, Daxter Wolf were able to use that time. That 18 seconds could have been that difference, because you saw how close they were. You saw how close Testosterone were to getting to that second checkpoint. You know, when they hit that overtime, they had a few meters left still. And that 18 seconds was that difference between them getting closer to the checkpoint, to the winning line.
Yep, even though 3 minutes in the bank, it was not enough for Testosterone. So Daxter Wolf doing a lot with a little, managing to get themselves the big, juicy dub at the end of this game. Having a look at some of the play here, like the Rage and Royal Flush on those DPS characters. I mean, it turns an already dangerous ultimate into something you don't even want to dream about. I mean, we saw huge Kraken impacts. We saw huge Galactic Legends. We saw, you know, I believe we even saw a boosted Meteor M there at one point. You know, everything just came out of the bag for Daxter Wolf when they needed to. And this is probably the best, I know I've only seen 2 of them, but this is my favorite replay package of the day so far.
You know, absolutely amazing work from Daxter Wolves and Testosterone. I was on the edge of my seat. These 2 teams in the pre-interview were saying how, like, this is going to be a really close game. This is going to be a banger game. This could potentially be the game for 3rd place. And I actually kind of agree with them.
I mean, if that's what we've got to look forward to later on during the day, I can't wait. And we're only at the starting point here. If you think of it like a running track, we're just coming around the first bend. You know, we've still got the entire way to go here, ladies and gentlemen. But I tell you what, Daxter Wolf, well done. They played so well. Testosterone, you know what? I tend to agree, you know, after the interview that we had. You know, it's hard to say if you agree with the players or not, but absolutely, 100%. They are top 3 teams, both of them. And, you know, I'd like to see how they go against the number 1 seed. You know, there was a lot of respect for that number 1 seed.
There was so much respect for what some people call chopper mag, but in this tournament is of course bubble guppies.
Yeah.
Bubble guppies. Now, you mentioned this could be the top 3 teams, so I'm excited to see what happens in that lower bracket finals. If these 2 teams end up there, we've got so many other teams to see first, and we've only seen 4 teams so far. But these 2 teams, as you mentioned, could make it to the top 3, and they might have a rematch in that lower bracket later on in the lower bracket finals.
I just got shivers down my spine there. I can't wait to see that. Like, honestly, when we see, this is a grassroots tournament, to see play like that, out of this world. To know that we're probably going to be getting more of that exact later on is just juicy. I can't wait. I cannot wait. But well done to the Daxawolf. You know, we spoke a bit about how Testosterone was an attacking team, but with even 3.5 minutes, they were just unable to get across the line. Again, Daxawolf just proving themselves better in that situation. Again, it could be coming down to things like, you know, the map that we play on.
Yeah,
you know, that was a
exactly.
convergence map. You know, we could be playing a domination map where things would be slightly different. You know, I've seen where teams can, well, they can, and they're sort of forced sometimes to change their lineup depending on what the map is, you know. But a lot of these players, which I've noticed about them, there is no such thing as a one trick, right? Like, I've noticed that a lot of players have a very, very deep champion pool, which means that they are able to play basically whatever the situation requires. Yes, you know, when you recruit for a team, you say, you know, we're looking for a vanguard, or, you know, we're looking for a strategist, but everybody's sort of a flex, you know, when the situation calls for it, which is what I love about Marvel Rivals, you know. And I have to thank Daxawolf and Testosterone for treating us and the viewers to that game. Let's have a look at the results here.
Well, of course, Daxawolf does come out with a winner, but I mean, this game was insanely close. I mean, even looking at the kill stats, Testosterone looked like they did sort of better. I'm not sure about the 30 deaths that's Smiley. I'm pretty sure that may have been potentially a mistake. I don't think Smiley died 30 times, but still, looking at the kills, Testosterone do have that slight advantage numbers.
They do, but the number that matters, right, is the one at the top there. The 0-1, Daxawolf, again, they just made something out of nothing, which is huge. And that's what you need to do in a game like this. When you're behind on convergence, you need to stick yourself to that cart. They did it. You know, it was tough there for a while. Testosterone really put up a fight. They were throwing haymakers, but, you know, well done to Daxawolf. They come across the line with the win. At the end of of round number 2, it says map 1, but we are still only in the best of 1 stage. Now, Rice, I do believe we have an interview ready to bring up on screen now. So let's have a look at who we will be speaking to. Oh, there we go. We got the players. Oh, Donald.
How we going?
Good to see you. Good to see you. And we also got third.
I'm pretty excited if this is the teams that we'll be watching next. We've got Blibby Blobbers and Fury Global. Love the name. Okay, first question, Donald. First question, where did this name come from?
Well, let's just say Lick's a bit of a blob, and he signed us up. So, simple as that.
Well, the previous interview we just had, these 2 teams were claiming that they were going to become second place. How do you guys feel you guys are going to be placed? We'll start with Donald. Do you think you guys are going to be claiming first, second, third? How confident are you in this Sony Inzone tournament?
I mean, anybody saying anything other than first is just like, you've already lost, no? So, look, we're obviously going first. Do I really mind where we go? Not really, but I've joined like a pre-existing team, so I'm a bit out of the loop with these guys. But we'll do what we can, and going for first.
I mean, respect the winner's mindset. Like, if you're not going for first, what are you going for? So, you know, exactly. I agree with that. So, you know what? Best of luck, Donald. But let's have a look at your opposing interviewee. I was going to say captain, but I'm not sure about that. But interviewee, TF Neb, how are you feeling for representing Fury Global here in this round?
Yeah, you know, it's good. It's good going against Don and the team over there. They're all good players. You know, they're all highly respectable, great players in Oshi. So, you know, it's just going in, try to win, do our best. That's just how it's going to go. But yeah,
I think you're a pretty respectable player as well, Neb. Don't forget to hype yourself up as well. Yes, Don is a very respected player, but I think you're very well respected as well. So, are you also confident in getting first place?
You know, we're going to try for it. But at the end of the day, it's like, there's some great teams. Where we come, same as Donald said, do we mind? No. We'll just go in there, try our best. We're not going to give up easily, so.
As this game's evolved, Donald, this isn't the first time I've interviewed you. Are you still playing Magneto, or have you swapped off a little bit?
Look, I like to pride myself on the fact I can play everything, but the stats on my main account look like a bit of a one trick. Yeah,
Hey,
that's for sure.
nothing wrong with that. We were saying there is no such thing as a one trick in this game. You know, you need to be able to play everything. Mate, we've seen you do it, and hopefully you can do it again. But you know what? Winner's mindset, going for first. Do you honestly think that you can take off Chopper Mag?
Look, I think those guys are carried hard by Bobo and Salvation, so like they've got nothing. You know, and Skittles isn't there either, so yeah, look, like they're the weakest they've ever looked right now. Like no flame to Potato or Bubble or Zark. They're all like awesome as well, but yeah, you know they're not the six they've trained with. So yeah, I feel like if you're gonna beat them, now's the time.
Fair enough. Fair enough. They're exposed a little bit, Rice. Any final questions before we head into the next game?
Yeah, I was going to ask Fury as well. Neb, how do you guys feel? I mean, everybody has been saying, you know, Chopper Mag or Bubble Guppies is the team to look for, but who do you actually think is the team that you think will be versing in that upper bracket finals?
I mean, I reckon, I know they don't have the players there. They're getting in Potato. He usually plays on NA, not really plays on Oceania, so it might be different on a good ping for him, but you know, I reckon they'll get in there. I think Donald might get through if they come through. They got passion. It's just who's got the most passion is going to get through these days. But it's good. All there. Off-season tournament. Going to be fun. Happy to get into the games.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, best of luck to you both. Hopefully we'll see more of you throughout the day. Unfortunately, one of you will be going down to the lower bracket, but hey, it's not all down and out. Again, hopefully we will see some of OCE's best, including you guys, up in that final series. So we'll let you go. Lock in. Good luck. I love the interviews that we do pre-game here. They're actually so much fun.
I have a confession. There was one question I really wanted to ask. It was like, are you guys viewing this as a warm-up for MRC? But I thought for the record, I shouldn't be asking
No.
Because if they say yes, then it'd be like, ooh.
No. They are playing to win. At least that's what Donald
yes,
said.
They are. It's not a warm-up for them. They are here to win, which is always good to hear.
Eyes on the prize, which is what we love to see. And you know what? Like, we've been able to like sort of get into the heads of a few players now. And they're all sort of different. You know, like there were two teams that were super respectful of each other, and you know what? We said, you know what, we're 2-3, we're 2-3. Then we get to Donald, and he's like, well, if you're not gunning for the top, what are you even here for? Which is, you know, sort of just humbles you a little bit, makes you sort of rethink why you're here. The lads from Fury Global as well. Now, they've been around for a very, very long time in the OCE esports scene across a variety of titles. They have just got a wealth of experience. It doesn't matter what game they play, they're going to be bringing that experience to it. So I think this is going to be one cracker of a game here, you know. Was it Fury Global up against, what was it, Blibby Bloppers or something like that?
Yeah.
I love the funny names that they come out with, because then that makes us think of what team is it actually, you know. As Donald said before, you know, it's not Chopper Mag, it's Bubble Guppies. Tongue twisters all day here today. But they're looking not like the team that everybody knows and loves. They're looking a little bit shaky, which, you know, is what tournaments like this bring.
Off-season tournaments,
that's it. So I can't wait to see where we go from here. We've got game number 3 coming up, Rise. What would you like to see in terms of, I guess, maps?
I was going to answer that a different way. I was excited to see Donald Don on the Magneto again. You mentioned the Magneto previously. Is he a one-trick? No. But sometimes Twitch chat likes pretending that certain these highly skilled, experienced players are one-tricks. But I can assure you they are definitely not. But how strong is the Magneto in the hands of Donald? That is what I want to see. Is he rusty? You know, it's off-season.
Yeah.
But I'm so excited.
But, I mean, Magneto is meta at the moment.
Yes.
And Donald has been playing Magneto basically since the start of this game. I mean, it's like a wine, right? It only gets better with age and with time. And I think if Donald were to grace us with his Magneto, I think that it would be something that, you know, you'd get the notebook out for. You would start taking down what to do, when to use certain ults.
My favorite moments with the Meteor is like when they land amid like an airborne hero. That is like, oh my goodness, how on earth did you land that? That is absolute like goals. Or when they get like a triple KO.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him snipe in the air. So like, when it comes to Magnetos in this region, I don't want to gas him up too much, but Donald's probably the best I've seen. You know, some players from Chopper Mag might have something else to say about that, but you know what? We settle it on the scoreboard here. We settle it in the server. And if we get to that a bit later on during the day, hey, I'm happy to, whichever way it goes, I'm happy because I know that we're in for a treat. I know that we are in for a masterclass, and I know that a lot of players and, you know, fledgling professionals out there that might be watching will definitely be able to learn a lot from the latter stages of this tournament.
Yep.
So even though we're approaching the halfway point, we've still got a fair way to go. But then once we sort of, you know, wring the towel out and we're sort of left with, you know, the remnants of the winners, that's when I think we're really going to turn this tournament up a notch. Even though we have been so incredibly blessed, Rice, to have the games with the teams that we've had on stream so far. You know, we've caught them in the early stages of the tournament. Round number 1, we had the, I don't want to say undisputed favourites, but, you know, the respected favourites, I would say.
Yep.
Respected favourites of the Bubble Guppies. They basically romper-stomped through their game. We didn't expect much less. And then game number 2, we saw potentially, you know, the second and third place teams who rate
According to them.
themselves there, going towards, you know, locking horns as well. And it's only round 2. So, like, these are not throwaway games that we're seeing on stream here. These are not, filler. These are delivering.
Yeah, for sure. And we've been talking about Donald and his Magneto because he's a bit of a showy Magneto when he plays. You can see his Magneto, but Neb is still such an anchor for whatever team he plays on as well, able to hit the correct shots and able to take down the key members of the enemy. So I'm excited to see how Neb performs as well in this game. I don't, from the top of my memory, I can't think of any like standout heroes. Like he's not as one might call one trick as one might call Donald. So I think Neb has a bit more variety to his play style. But whatever he does play in touches, I think is still really good to watch.
I mean, we don't really know where this game is going to go. The Glibby Globbers or Fury Global. You know, I mean, both teams got a pretty solid lineup from what I've been gathering.
Yep.
Donald did say he was new to the team, though, which sort of concerns me a little bit. You know, when you think about a successful team, you think about a team that is able to perform individually but also as a unit. That may be missing with the Glibby Globbers, whatever they're going to be called.
I'm trying to keep a straight face every time. Sorry.
I know,
You
right?
Continue.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the one thing that concerns me. If I had to pick something out, I would be worried about that. Meanwhile, I got no problems with that on Fury Global. Like I know the organization itself prides itself as, I believe you were part of Fury Global as a content creator. I know the organization prides itself on its cohesion. I know that it's a team that it doesn't matter what game you're playing, you're a family, and I don't see any reason for Marvel Rivals to be any different for them.
Just to clarify, I was for a year and a half, so I have no biases now as you know, a caster. No biases, of course. But no, Fury, as you were mentioning, is such a strong esports org, and they have the network and the support to back up their players and everything. As you mentioned, Donald is playing for a new team. I'm trying to remember if there was one Vanguard that I don't think we got to see in MRI recently, and I'm trying to remember if it was Donald that we unfortunately didn't get to see him play much, or if it was a different one. My memory's not the best. This is why I like having notes, but I don't have my notes on me. You can see I'm empty-handed. So going off my memory, I'm trying to remember Donald, how he performed in MRI, because obviously Duep was the Magneto of the season, the previous season, being able to perform quite well as Magneto and Emma Frost, and actually others as well, alongside Zen Starry, where we got to see some Angelas and some Groot. When I think Zen, I think Groot as well, back from the early days. So we got to see a lot of Vanguard variety from them. But Donald, I'm excited to see what he brings out this season, because I feel like it's been a little while.
Yeah, I think it has. It's been you know, it's been a distance between serenades here. I mean, we're in for a treat regardless, which is what is exciting me the most. And it looks like we will be going over to Central Park for this one, as the pick bands come through very, very shortly.
Oh, this team. I'm cheating. I'm looking at the monitor over there to see who's playing on the team. And Blibby Blob, look, both of these teams, oh my goodness, this is going to be a stacked game. We're in for a treat.
I know, I can't wait. I cannot wait. So, what is it? Is it Blibby Blobbers?
Blibby Blob.
Blibby Blob.
It's cut off the blobbers part, so Blibby Blob.
Versus Fury Global. I mean, that just sort of, that's a tough name, isn't it? Fury Global. Bring it on. Bring it on. Central Park. I like this map. You know, we just saw it. Again, Ratatoska towards Dracula's Castle, huge. But Gambit being banned out is also equally as huge because we saw how strong Gambit was. We saw how powerful that ult was and how quickly it gets built up as well. So we're not going to be having him gracing us in this game. That might just open things up a little bit more. Meanwhile, Blibby Blobbers, they're going to ban out Daredevil and they're going to save Angela.
This Angela Protect. I told you I was having a look at the player names. I know exactly why Blibby Blobbers has saved this Angela. Tinny Valkyrie, we got to see Tinny be the first player in MRI OCE to bring out the Angela, and I think it's sort of like a Tinny special at this point. So Blibby Blobbers, knowing that maybe they're going to be could have been looking to ban out the Angela, have protected it to make sure that they can secure themselves this Angela pick. Now Fury have now banned out the Hela. No surprises there either because Weevo is very well known for being a massive Hela hit scan.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 for 3 Hela bans in the 3 games that we've had so far today. So people know how dangerous that this character can be. So we haven't had no Hela, but we have seen your other hit scans. You know, we've seen your Punishers, your other snipers, things like that. So it's not all bad news, but for the first time, we will see Psylocke actually go through, which is huge because she's been banned out in the 2 games that we've had as well. Is that an Ultron save?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
Yeah, the Ultron save is pretty exciting as well.
No!
But Magneto ban?
No!
Oh, that's big! That is actually huge. I do love, of course, Daxu being able to protect that Psylocke. You mentioned Psylocke has been banned pretty often in the last few games, but Daxu on that Psylocke is going to be super exciting to watch. But Donald is going to be forced on to the Emma Frost. Generally, if, you know, Magneto is banned, most Vanguards who focus on Magneto also focus on the Emma Frost, you know, sort of similar shield hero. So likely to see the Emma Frost coming out. The final ban from Blibby
Blobbers
is going to be drumroll. You know, Blibby Blobbers is kind of like a drumroll.
I know, right? We need a... I mean, that's a tongue twister. We could turn that into a tongue twister. Loki. Interesting.
Okay, I like it. I'm a little bit surprised as well because I thought some members of Blibby Blob, I thought Lick was a big fan of playing Loki, but of course, if you want to prevent the enemy team from playing Loki, that makes complete sense to me. Absolute complete sense.
I mean, there's a lot of other strategists you could pick in place of Loki as well. So it's not the end of the world. So it's the end of my world seeing Fury Global ban out Magneto, that's for sure.
100%. But I honestly respect that ban. You know, sometimes you got to do the respectful ban. We saw the Hela as a respectful ban. We saw the Magneto as a respectful ban. Honestly, I kind of think the Gambit might be a respectful ban as well. Considering, yes, he's very meta at the moment, but these 2 teams obviously verse each other quite a lot in the competitive queue. So they may have known that one of these strategists on Blibby Blobbers has been absolutely grinding Gambit and wants to make sure that we don't see it in this game.
Yeah. I mean, look, fair enough. And we've seen how strong, when he does fall through the pick ban phase, we've seen how strong Gambit is. You know, that last game was a testament to that. Yep. You know, the ult builds up so fast. You put it on your DPS like your Bucky, like your Star-Lord, like anybody who has their own ults up as well. And it just turns an already lethal ult into... You know, it'll hunt you in the afterlife. You know, you're still taking shots when you respawn sort of thing. That's how strong it is. But game about to get underway very, very shortly here. Blibby Blobbers, who have said, word of their mouth, going straight through for the win. It looks like we're well underway here as we bring this game up onto stream. And 1 ult already brought up. No, 2 ults already on the table. We can see 1 being used. In fact, the invisibility barrier for the side of Fury Global, who are attacking first, and it looks like they're pushing out the Blibby Blobbers away from the point. No, Blibby Blobbers are on defense, and it will be Fury who's attacking.
Yeah, Fury were trying to get that first tick. They were able to get that first tick, and they do have still more ultimates to their name. A key one, of course, is going to be the, there we go, Fate of Both Worlds being used to keep themselves alive against Dax's Dance of the Butterflies. But now out comes Lick's Invisible Boundary to keep the team alive for them. And Fury Global have no strategist ultimate here to answer that, so Blibby Blobbers are back in control. And they also have 4 ultimates to their name. They're able to get Neb as well, forcing Global to try and, Fury to try and regroup.
I mean, Fate of Both Worlds is such a strong ultimate as well. And now we can see Groot using his ult just to catch 2 members of Fury Global who thought they were being a bit sneaky and slick there behind the corner, but they will not hide from Blibby Blobbers, who are still just locking down this point with, well, with determination, I will say. They've got 3 ults available to use. They do have Luna, they do have Phoenix, they do have Doctor Strange's Eye of Agamotto as well. Fury Global, though, they've got 3 ults of their own, and a couple 2 other ults, rather, not that far off.
Yeah, not that far off indeed. With, you know, so many ultimates to their name, Fury could potentially try and go in for the attack here. Nev going in for the strategy of the top lane, not able to take them out as they were able to keep themselves alive. But with this Feast of the Abyss available, I'm curious to see where he will be wanting to dive next. So many ultimates available. It's going to be actually the Psionic Seduction first, followed by the Inzone Inferno. Many actually more, as Citrus is trying to keep both the team alive with that Fate of Both Worlds. But the attackers, the defenders, they've only lost 1 IX9 Billa now foes 2. The attackers are still being forced back. Blibby Blobbers holding on strong.
They do have 2 strategist ults ready to use. They're rather strong as well, you know, their own Fate of Both Worlds. They've also got that invisibility barrier. Meanwhile, still 2 ults on the side of Blibby Blobbers, so they're not overcommitting their ults here. They're not overcommitting too many resources into these defenses. They're more than happy to do it with 1 or 2 ults and then hang on to the rest for the next pool, because we've seen it time and time again. We know just how strong the right ult at the right time can be. Now, this is where Luna Snow pushes in here onto the point. Might have been a little bit too early. We'll have to wait and see. Eye of Agamotto, though, coming through here from the side of Blibby Blobbers. And Fury Global, that has just struck fear into their hearts. They're shaking in their booties. They've got down the invisibility boundary as well. Here comes Punisher, ripping on through. It's a lot of damage. 2 members from Blibby Blobbers are being taken down. We do have 2 ults now coming into play. We do see the Inferno. We saw the Dance of the Butterflies coming through as well. But Punisher, solid hit scan. We do actually see Fury Global. Yes, it's going to be in overtime. There is 1 member of Blibby Blobbers on the point, but it's too little, too late. And the portal was being thought about there from Lig. Unfortunately, Doctor Strange going to have to swap off. Back to support. Sue Storm comes out.
Fascinating fights coming out through there. We got to see, you know, Punisher Sliver being able to do so much damage onto Blibby Blobbers, and Blibby Blobbers wasn't able to answer that without any of the strategist ultimates available. But Daxu also using the being able to flank against some members of Fury Global to try and bring themselves back into the fight, but unable to find the important picks. Now we have Angela out, Tinny Valkyrie on that Angela going in for some picks, but this is where things get exciting. Who is he going to target? A bit of a dive Vanguard, but Blibby Blobbers with Daxu on the silo, they could maybe work together in tangent.
Yeah, they could. 50% of the way to the ult as well here for Angela. We can see this Phoenix causing a few problems here for the Blibby Blobbers, just sitting on the back line here, just throwing out shots, exploding those sparks, and there's a lot of chip damage coming their way now. And we can see Psylocke here just being a sneaky around the side. And a hush just falls across the map a little bit while these 2 teams just eyeball each other up. 1 at the bottom of the hill, 1 at the top of the hill. 2 ults available for both of these teams. 2 very strong ones as well. Fate of Both Worlds as well as the Phoenix ult. Speaking of the Fate, there it is. Luna Snow into the action. Fury Global now trying to make something happen, and that will keep everybody alive. Although we do see 1 player go down courtesy of the Blibby Blobbers Phoenix ult. And now the kill feed just lights up blue, which means Fury Global, with less than 60 seconds remaining on the clock, will be forced back into their spawn. And then maybe got 1 last roll of the dice here. Maybe 2 if they do it quick.
Yeah, that pick onto the Invisible Woman who has that ultimate, has that invisible boundary up, was absolutely vital from Blibby Blobbers. But they still have 4 ultimates to their name. Global Fury, sorry, has only 3 potentially. Sliver should be able to get that Punisher ultimate up very shortly. And so it's going to be a 3v4 ultimate economic situation. And, well, Tinny going in first with the Heaven Falls is big, but Tinny actually gets taken out immediately by Sliver, who has popped that Judgment. But Daxu now gets bills, is going back and forth with, of course, the invisible boundary up to keep both teams alive. This is where fights go hard, as with only 10 seconds left, Fury have to do something shortly.
The Dance of the Butterflies coming out, but Psylocke is very low, does get taken down. It's a 1-for-1 trade here. Angela comes, no, that's actually going to be Phoenix coming out, throwing down the ult. Both players just throwing each other onto the cart, themselves rather, onto the cart here, but it's looking like Blibby Blobbers are holding firm for now. Fury Global just can't seem to get valuable meterage, although that is a pick from downtown for Fury Global. So that is one player off the board here. No ults available for anybody. It's just going to come down to old-fashioned skill. We will have the Venom ult momentarily. There it is, right on cue. Comes in, actually catches 3 members of the Blibby Blobbers, and here come Fury Global. That is exactly what the Doctor ordered. Now Blibby Blobbers just have to sit there and take their punishment as they roll back and sit and set up for this final point here. Fury Global, they're doing it tough, but they're doing it.
That was an absolute vital auto coming out from Nev there on the Venom. I'm not sure if they were able to get all 3 members that quickly without that ultimate. So able to get that on and using immediately and able to capture, it disrupts 3 members of Blibby Blobbers, was able to get them over that line. But Blibby Blobbers, they are still in it, of course, with 1 minute left on the clock. They are up, Fury are up to the most difficult part of this map.
Yeah. I mean, uphill through a choke point, but once you're through, you're basically home, depending on how well you stagger your kills. But now we can see just damage being thrown out here from both of these teams. Lunar Snow ult comes out, so Fate of Both Worlds keeping everybody alive on the side of Fury Global, but Blibby Blobbers will not be discounted. Oh no, in fact, it was the Blibby Blobbers ult pushing Fury Global back. There is the same ult available on the side of Fury, should they decide to use it. Now we can see damage cow being thrown out here onto the back line. We do have the invisible barrier being just held onto here from the side of Blibby Blobbers, because we do see Emma Frost now throwing out her ult, trying to suck a few players in. Does catch a few members in the corner there, so that's big damage coming through, but also cut off from heals. Psylocke gets a frag, nicely done, and Blibby Blobbers with the slight advantage here, although answered back. It's now 5 on 5.
Well, Lip was trying to use the invisible boundary at that time, but Nev, you're able to take them out and stop that from coming out. Massive, amazing pick from Fury, but now it's going to be traded out by Weirvo and Dazzle Butterfly from Daxu. Not able to find anyone, though, as Billa is going in onto Donald. Weirvo takes down Billa. It's a trade back and forth between these 2 teams. But remember, the spawn is right there for Blibby Blobbers. They're able to get back closer and faster. Can Fury bring out that portal that Billa is looking and thinking about? Able to respawn now. They have to bring that portal out right this second. They are still contesting. The overtime is still available right now, as Billa is going to bring that portal up very shortly. I'm holding my breath here. Nev has now bring out the invisible boundary to keep the team alive, and the fight continues on.
We are into overtime, but the portal comes in, and Fury Global, they have to deal with it because Blibby Blobbers have got members on the point. And there is another Lunar Snow ult. Fate of Both Worlds keeping everybody sustained here for Blibby Blobbers, but they're getting forced off the point here because of this Venom, although he gets caught and frozen, still manages to get away somehow. Fury Global now with their own Lunar Snow ult. Here comes Ratatoska. 1 player remaining on the side of Blibby Blobbers. He's on the cart. They need to run back because Emma Frost is zoning them out. Nicely done here, Fury Global. Doctor Strange on the point is not going to be enough. Dance of the Butterflies now coming through here from Blibby Blobbers. They're throwing everything in. They managed to pick up 2 with that, and did they hold that cart?
They didn't get it over.
Oh my
They held
goodness.
it.
Millimeters remaining. Well done there. Blibby Blobbers, you have to tip your hat to that. That was one hell of a hold.
Yeah, amazing, amazing defense coming out from Blibby Blobbers. But really, a lot of that was just the spawn timer. That portal coming out from the Doctor Strange and Fury was really vital. And it helped them get a few more meters, but it wasn't enough for them to get over the end. Ultimates was absolutely an ultimate soup, really, the entire fight, the entire game. But amazing, amazing ultimate coming out from the Punisher. That final judgment able to do so much work to be able to capture them that first checkpoint.
I mean, so much damage comes out of a Punisher ult if it's left unchecked. And, you know, Phoenix ult, I think could do a little bit more personally, but, you know, at the rate it builds up, you know, like, it's that's the trade-off, right? Like, it's not a hugely damaging ult, but it does get rid of shields, it does get rid of sustain, it does get rid of things like that. So it is important in that regard, especially if you're going up against somebody like an Emma Frost or a Doctor Strange, basically nullifying that sort of, that utility off the table. Now, Blibby Blobbers, off the back of a great defense, it's now their turn to see just how far that... And remember, a full cap here will get them the win.
Yeah, we did see Donald start on defense with the group, which makes sense because on this map we mentioned previously, it has a lot of choke points. The group ult is so important. But here now on attack, we're finally seeing the Angela coming out from the gate. We saw a little bit of Angela in the previous half, of course, but Angela and Emma Frost, I'm excited to see how these 2 Vanguards push forward and see if they can disrupt Fury, who is going to be running the Venom and Emma Frost combo.
Notice how we did see both teams switch off the Angela as soon as we went into the third phase of that point as well. So it was only on the stage of this map where you've got that verticality, where you've got that open sky where Angela was really effective. After that, it was the Venoms, it was the Emma Frost, it was the Doctor Stranges, back to what we know and love. But a nice early frag here coming out from the Blibby Blobbers. I believe that's Psylocke picking up the first one, and Fury Global just have the brakes applied a little bit, but they will not be down and out or discounted just yet. They're still sitting up the back here. I don't know what's going on. They're sort of in two minds if they want to go onto the point or just sit back and wait for their remaining member, but you know, that indecision is what cost them there in the end. We do see a portal now coming out here onto the point here, but both of them, all the members aren't dead. I don't know what that's for. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there from Fury Global because Blibby Blobbers were gifted that point.
Essentially were, and losing their two strategists just before they were able to get that portal out in time was, I think, the deciding factor, like the final nail in the coffin for getting that point. Because without their strategists, yes, they were able to bring back their Vanguard with that portal, but they weren't able to enter without any strategy, without any heals, without any sustain. But now we're here entering the second phase of this map, this long pathway, and we are still seeing, of course, the Angela with the high ground, as you mentioned before. Fury not wanting to match the Angela just yet, but here are some fights starting off with the Dance of the Butterfly.
Yeah, it's a big damaging ult, that one. It does actually pick up a frag, so one player down. I think that's Punisher off the table now, but answered back very, very quickly here by Fury Global, getting the Emma Frost down. Fate of both worlds from the side of Fury Global. Invisibility barrier in retaliation from Blibby Blobbers. So one strategist using an ult on either side there. Angela at close range deals a lot of damage. Now she decides to take to the skies, going for the kidnap. Doesn't actually pick anybody up, but does get the kill, and that's all we really care about. There's one player remaining from Fury Global. It is a long run back from spawn here to this second stage, and Blibby Blobbers, they may be able to push this one the whole way across the line, because remember, we spoke about that portal that wasn't as effective on that first point. It is a huge, huge cooldown. Fury Global, they've got to do it the old-fashioned way, and they have got to run there.
They may be able to contest in time, but of course they want to try and get in on the point. But oh, Tinny's already used their Heaven's Retributions. They won't be able to walk out quite easily. They finally are able to walk out, but Donald is meeting them with the Psionic Seduction. But Daxu takes one, actually make that two. That Executioner ultimate has been eliminated, and so has that Feast of the Abyss. Two ultimates being popped and not able to contribute anything to this fight as Daxu brings out the Dance of the Butterflies, and Rubo, without any ultimate, takes down two.
And that is a comfortable second point there for Blibby Blobbers. Now, Fury Global, they need to run back here and not get staggered out here. You can see Venom taking a lot of damage. Needs to be very, very careful, down to about 30% HP. Does have some heals coming through now, but that could have been disastrous there. Blibby Blobbers, though, they're happy with themselves here as they push through into Dracula's castle. But like you mentioned time and time again, Rice, it is the hardest point of the map. Coming up these stairs through that narrow choke point with an ever-changing environment as well, it causes you head games. That's all I'm saying. Now, Blibby Blobbers, as they push around that corner onto the home stretch, you can see Fury Global just manipulating the battlefield to basically the way they want it to be here. This Emma Frost shield now comes out onto this point as Fury Global just get themselves dirty here. They're all up in the face of the opposition. Oh, Angela actually manages to get one, but unfortunately doesn't get the environmental kill. Does go down. It is going to be a 1-for-1 trade. 5-on-5 situation now. And this is do or die time here for Blibby Blobbers. Remember, they just need to cap a point here. You can see Bucky with the Kraken impact from behind onto the cart. Tried to take down the Phoenix in mid-flight, but is unable to do so. Nice Psionic burst there coming out there from Invisible Woman, pushing a player off the edge, and I think Blibby Blobbers may just have to, no, Fury Global, I was going to say, may just have to reset here, but they really don't have the time because here comes Ratatoska right at the base of this cap point. There's not much time left remaining. Fate of Both Worlds comes out from Blibby Blobbers. This is what they needed to get the card across the line. What a Fury Global got left in the tank. They try the Punisher ult. Doesn't come up trumps. They've only got one more roll of the dice left. It's not going to be enough. It's Snake Eyes, and the Blibby Blobbers are going to take the game 3-2. They go the whole distance. What a game.
They go the whole distance and with a little bit of time left as well. Blibby Blobbers performed absolutely amazingly in this game. And you mentioned, Donald was mentioning at the beginning how, it was a new team. He was joining what some may know as Vulcan Red previously from MRI, who did come second, only to chop a mag in that MRI stage 2. So fantastic high-level team of Blibby Blobbers. The second place team with Donald now as a the 6th edition. And Fury Global, though, they performed still quite well in MRI. But in this game, it was Blibby Blobbers' game.
Well done, Blibby Blobbers. You can see just some of the plays that came out here. Coming up those stairs, the environmental hazard on either side is always very, very good to look at. We saw the Invisible Woman push someone off with the Psionic Burst as well, which is, you know, always great to see. And the Angela Kidnaps were there as well, but it was all the Blibby Blobbers, and unfortunately for their opponent, they will be going down into the lower bracket. So Fury Global, massive name. Don't discount them just yet. I expect we'll see more of them, but things are starting to shape up here in this tournament, Rice. We're starting to get a bit of a sense of who is going to be progressing through to the top 16 bracket, because, you know, that's where things start to get very, very serious.
I wanna throw a question out to you.
Sure.
Do you think it's time yet to maybe, of the teams we've seen, the 6 teams we've seen, maybe put predictions on first, second, third?
I mean, from the teams we've seen?
Yes, from the teams we've seen. On the ones
wow. I mean, I want to say the team formerly known as Chopper Mag, the Bubble Guppies. I want to say them, but I think their opponent didn't allow them to spread their wings so much. That was a much closer game here, but you know what? What was the team that Darker Wolf?
Daxawolf.
Daxawolf. I really like Daxawolf. Now, I think that I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in the grand final, because just of the way that they played, they made a little out of nothing. They made something out of nothing. They had a little and then they made a lot, right? They had minimal time in the time bank. They were behind for most of the game on frags, but still, they were able to zone their opponent. They realized it wasn't totally about getting the kills. They realized it was just creating space, gathering ground, and claiming that territory for yourself. So I think Daxawolf have done things a little bit more different. I'm going to say Daxawolf is my first finalist to start things off, and then it'll either be a toss-up between the Blibby Blobbers that we just saw or the Bubble Guppies.
Yeah. No, I don't like completely disagree. I think you've got some very strong points. Daxawolf were able to come back, and I think that mentality is very important in tournaments like these. So from these games, as you mentioned, we know Chopper Mag on paper is pretty good, but they are missing some very vital, vital.
They're not Chopper Mag.
It's not Chopper Mag. This is Bubble Guppies. So I actually think this team of Blibby Blobbers may actually be able to take down them. This might be the moment for the team previously known as Vulcan Red, with the addition of Donald, to get revenge from MRI Stage 2. So I'm excited to see if that ever happens, whether in the upper bracket or lower bracket. Hopefully we get to see them verse each other. Otherwise, I am so excited to see Dr. Wolves again. I'm so excited to see Neb's team again, you know, Fury once more. They performed really well. There were some really high, like, amazing players and amazing experience in Fury, and I don't think we've seen the last of them yet.
I mean, have a look at these kills here from Wuvo on the Phoenix, just lighting him up. I mean, we saw how well he was able to thread the needle with the hit scan. You know, the ult was built up every minute or so. It seemed like you blink and then all of a sudden Wuvo has another ult. That's how fast he got them up. You know, Donald on the front line was a stone sentinel, supported by everybody on the back line. You know, everyone did phenomenal on the side of Blibby Blobbers. But Fury Global, they can hold their heads high as well. You know, that was a close game, a very, very close game. And Fury Global were just mere meters away from getting the full cap, and then we would have gone into overtime. You know, we would still be casting that game.
Could have seen a Daxu Wolves comeback.
Yeah, we may have. I mean, you know what? And that's why I love this at the moment. So we have had 3 rounds of Marvel Rivals here in the Sony Inzone tournament, ladies and gentlemen. So that means we're going to take a short break. It's only going to be a 5 minutes, so don't go too far away. We'll be back momentarily as we head to the break here in our studio here in Melbourne. I'm Kit Fox, joined by Profound Rice. We'll see you soon. Push, push, push. Push, push. Ladies and gentlemen, to the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals Tournament. My name is Kit Fox. I'm joined once again by Profound Rice. And Rice, we've been treated, we must say, to some amazing Marvel Rivals. Yes, this is a grassroots tournament, but my word, we have just been, I feel so special to have the games we've had.
But it's not done, we haven't seen the best yet, honestly.
No.
These next few games are going to get so crazy because I believe we're in the semifinals upper bracket.
Not yet?
I think so.
Oh, what, now?
I think so.
Really? Wow, okay, let's bring it on. I think we've got some interviews as well with some big names. I believe we're joined by Potato as well as Daxu. Here we go. Potato.
I had to move over.
Oh yeah, had to fit that mug in, mate. How are you feeling? After these first 3 rounds, I mean, Potato, you are obviously a well-known name in the Marvel Rival scene here in ANZ. Yeah, mate, you are. It's a deserved glaze, my friend. How are you feeling after round 3?
I'm feeling great. My team is moving different. I was getting mag rocked 3 times in a row by Beast Node, but it was great, and I'm ready to go into this next round and dominate. That's how it's gonna be.
Hell yeah. Rice?
Well, Daxu, on Blibby Blobbers, you guys performed really well in that previous game. I absolutely love seeing a Psylocke. It's like one of my favorites. You're one of my favorite Psylocks to watch. Just the amount of experience that you have. So I'm excited to see what you bring out in this next game against Bubble Guppies. Now, you two teams know each other intimately. If we use, the previous names of maybe Chopper Mag, though Potato, you didn't quite play on Chopper Mag. You do have 3 members. And Vulcan Red, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, shoot.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
double questioning myself. So how do you feel about this matchup? How do you feel about versing this team that you guys know intimately over the last year?
I mean, I love it. They're like the best team to verse. They're the best in the region, but they've got some changes. I don't think they're going to be like as good as they normally are, but we're going to give it our best. Potato's still a GOAT, but we're going to give it our all.
I mean, see, that's what we talked about, the respect here for a lot of these players. They know each other, they've played with each other, for and against. You know what, this is going to be, first off, Rice, this is going to suck for us as casters. We've got Blibby Blobbers versus Bubble Guppies, right? We're going to stumble over that a few times, but Tato, we've interviewed a few players today, and they've said, we've asked them where they think they're going to rank, right, at the end of the day. Where do you think your team is going to rank?
Well, obviously, I think we're gonna win.
Obviously,
right? Like in any competition, I always come in to win. I think realistically, I have some of the best players in the region on my team. But yeah, like once again, like you said, I also think that players like Daxu, players like a bunch of players from Vulcan Red could be debatable to be the best players in the region. So it's not like insta win. It's not like anything like that. Yeah, obviously, I think I'm gonna win.
Is this the 1-2 matchup we're seeing here? You reckon?
Yeah, probably. We might have to give him one for generosity. We have to do some charity work. Hey, it is what it is. But yeah, I know Dax is probably a better hit scan player than me, so he's gonna give me some trouble. But at the end of the day, I think we're gonna win.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect. Yeah, no, I was. How do you feel this matchup's gonna go, Dax? This is a best of 3. It's our first best of 3 of the day. So, how do you think it's gonna go?
I think this will be the closest game of all of it. I think this matchup today, like this game right here, is like the closest one of them all.
Ooh, I'm gonna follow up on that one, Daxu. Presumably you're assuming you're gonna win this match, but then the other team will be falling down to the lower bracket. Who do you think will be joining you if you make it to the grand finals?
I think it's gonna be a rematch. I think it's just gonna be this again. I have no doubt on that.
Wow. I mean, judging by what we've seen today, we've been fortunate enough to have both of your teams on stream. And I think, I'd go as far as to second that, judging by what we've seen today. So, you know what, lads? Well, unless you've got anything else, Rice, I think we'll let the lads go and...
I just want to see the gameplay.
Yeah, bring it on.
I love chatting to you guys, but the action is going to be so spicy today.
Yeah, I can't wait. And you know what? We're going to have some ANZ Marvel Rivals royalty in the server. It's only fitting we let them go prepare. So thank you again, gentlemen. We wish you the best of luck. And hopefully we'll see you again in the grand final.
Thank you.
Cheers. So there we have it, Rice. 2 of the arguably, if not the best teams in this tournament at the moment. We're going to be having a best of 3, which changes things up a little bit. There is a little bit of wiggle room in terms of what can be tried, compositions and things like that. But again, not so much, because if there's one place you do not want to find yourself, it's down in that lower bracket. So I can't wait to see it. What map are you expecting to see come out here? We've had Central Park a couple times now. Maybe some domination? Who knows?
Yeah, I personally like starting off best of 3s with a domination. Something sort of even-ish. It's not like a attacker-defender type situation and, wanting to ban and pick, the ones that will help you on the attack or defender side. So I think domination is a very nice way to start, a nice way to get into your enemies' heads.
You know what? I think so too. We haven't seen a Racco. Like to see some of that too. So, look, we could really go either way. We can speculate as much as we want. We get paid for opinions, as I like to say up here on the desk. But at the end of the day, we call it how we see it. We still don't know what map it's going to be, but it is a best of 3, so we will be seeing a couple. Probably some Clintar in there as well. I'm really liking some of the newer maps that have come into the game and the rotation too. We are using, I believe, the MRC official competitive map pool rotation at the moment. So, if you want to go check that one out, those are the map pools that we're using,
Yeah.
or you can just check out the rules of the tournament.
It's not because it's a warm-up for the MRC later.
Not
tonight.
at all.
No, we just wanted
No.
to be official, of course, and use the MRC ones. But it does mean that they do get a little bit of a warm-up on these, of course, maps that they will be playing. Presumably later tonight. I'm so excited for MRC tonight, but I'm so excited for this game as well. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be. It's just reminding me of MRI and everything, and being able to see these two teams clash. But as they mentioned, Chopper Mag has changed 3 members. Well, Volcano, they've changed one to my memory. I think it's just Donald, but Donald is such a strong player in and of themselves. People respect Donald's Magneto, and I'm sure the other heroes he picks too.
Yeah, I mean, respect his Emma Frost. We saw his Emma Frost was pretty dang good as well. I mean, it was no Magneto, but we talk about it because we've seen it. We know what it can do. We know the comparisons. The Emma Frost is good. The Magneto is great.
I think also Magneto is a bit more flashy. Emma Frost, we don't get to see those flashy. Like the Psionic Seduction is a little bit like of a slow burner ultimate.
A good choke slam though is always good to see.
Oh no, that
too.
is always fun.
But let's have a look at the bracket and how the how the cards lie here, as Gambit would say, after our first initial rounds. Now, this is the upper bracket that we're seeing here. And that would be Bubble Guppies versus Bubble Guppies and Heka. Don't know what that is. But we're having Bubble... Oh, my goodness. The Blibby Blubbers versus the Bubble Guppies here in this upper bracket. I believe semi-final.
Fun.
So we will actually be having the best of 3. Nice Sony Inzone mouse there, which is one of the mice that the players will be taking home. I think it was for 2nd or 3rd place.
I'm trying to calculate. If this is the upper bracket here, that means that these 2 teams are guaranteed top 3, right?
Well, I'm not actually 100% sure on that. We'd have to look at the full bracket.
I would have to see the full bracket, but I'm pretty sure the loser would then drop down.
It seems early though. It seems early. Like time-wise, it seems early. Like anyway, you know what? Again, we get paid for opinions. Facts out the door here. But it's fine because we will know after this game where a little bit more about the upper and lower brackets because we are into, like we said, the best of 3s. Things do change quite a bit here. But things that don't change, these pick bands.
Yep, Gambit first off. But Daredevil's a little bit different.
We've seen that a few times today, though. We've seen the Daredevil ban at least twice, probably 3 times. If not, this will be the 3rd time. I mean, Daredevil, even though he's a blind lawyer, sees a lot, does a lot of damage, and knows where the opponents are and who to strike.
Especially an Invisible Woman. That could be why that ban's coming through. They want to make sure that the Invisible Woman stays alive in this potentially triple strategist meta, though we haven't really been seeing much of triple strategist.
No.
We do see the Magneto Protect for Bubble Guppies. Not too surprising there, being able to play Duet, maybe be interested in that Magneto, but of course so is Donald.
Definitely. I mean, I like the Phoenix ban because we saw Phoenix in the previous game. I believe Wuvo was playing that, and there was a lot of carnage that came out from the Phoenix. I'm disappointed that we haven't actually seen Daredevil so far today. I'd like to see a little bit of Blade as well, some of that melee sort of heavy style, nitty-gritty Marvel rivals. But we are going to be going to Hell's Haven. We are starting on Domination. We asked for it and we received, which is fantastic here. So as we head to our favorite Hydra base, it looks like we will see the Invisible Woman picked in for the Bubble Guppies.
Oh, that is a missed ban, by the way. That isn't a mistake. Bubble Guppies did, in fact, choose not to ban. I'm not sure if this is on purpose or not. Remember, when they ban someone, it bans for themselves as well as the enemy team. So there could be a legitimate strategy. It could just also be nerves. Not entirely sure until we actually speak to them, of course. But yeah, the Invisible Woman Protect, I do like that. But the Rocket ban is quite interesting.
I like the Rocket ban. Rocket's strong. He's very, very strong. I mean, the BRB beacon, Sia builds up in a blink of an eye as well. What interests me the most about what I'm seeing on screen here is the Mr. Fantastic save here from the Blibby Blobbers. What's going on there? Because I know that with Reed, it's sort of like, is he the duelist? Is he the vanguard? Like, he can play multiple roles. Pun intended, he's quite flexible. So, honestly, you could fill any sort of shoes with that character.
You know who else is quite flexible? FMCL. Sometimes
Yes.
you'll see him on, the triple strategist lineup. He'll play strategist, maybe Jeff. And sometimes he'll play duelist, and when he likes playing duelist, he likes playing melee duelists. And he also is not too bad at doing Vanguard as well. He is so flexible of a player. And yeah, maybe that is why they wanted to protect him. The other key point I also want to point out is that Hela ban. That I think is also targeting Weaver once more, trying to get rid of both the Phoenix and the Hela. Weaver, I'm very curious to see what he'll play next.
I mean, how deep is the champion pool? That's really the question that needs to be asked here. So, who is Wuvo on there? Who do you see?
Bucky, bringing out the Bucky.
Yep.
Daxter bringing out the Punisher. Not too surprised about those two picks. A lot of damage coming through. Potato, I'm pretty...
I'm excited for
certain
this.
about... pretty confident about Potato's Bucky as well. But really, it comes down, of course, to the actual fights, which was starting to start off this first initial fight. Ooh.
Well, Groot actually gets hooked up there by Bucky onto the high ground, but the support is good. We do see a Loki. Now, on a map like this, where the fights are in a rather enclosed spaces by comparison compared to some of the other points on this map, the healing rune is very, very strong, very, very powerful, and you can see just how strong it is. I mean, Blibby Blobbers completely team-wiped the Bubble Guppies, which is interesting, considering a lot of teams think that the Bubble Guppies might be the best team in this competition at the moment, but Blibby Blobbers made them, no disrespect, but they kind of were made to look like bots there. They got taken out in very, very quick succession, and now the Blibby Blobbers can just sit back, relax, and control as much of this ground as they want.
Yeah, definitely can. Looking at the ultimates as well, Zekric does have that invisible boundary available. I'm wondering if they're going to pop it straight away to try and keep them in control of this point. Potato as well also does have that Kraken impact. In goes down Weevil, looking for more, but Citrus is finally answering with her own invisible boundary, and so it's going to be quite difficult now for Potato to try and capitalize on this, but it's still going again and again after capitalizing on a clone. Now FMCL here is going bouncing Brainiac, on the point, not able to find anyone as Lick is able to push them away.
It's the goofiest looking ult in the game, isn't it? The Brainiac bounce. As we can see now, the Psionic Seduction coming out here from the side of the Blibby Blobbers. 4 members on the side of Bubble Guppies. 4 members on the side of Bubble Guppies have got their ultimate ready to go and available. We have got 2 of them being utilized now. We still have the Meteor M as well as the Punisher ult. Speaking of Meteor M, there it is. What's he going to do? Throw it down and catches one of the members of Blibby Blobbers. That's Emma Frost, who thought she was safe there, but was just protruding around the corner a little bit. Now, with 1 player down, Blibby Blobbers don't really have much of a choice here but to basically go back and regroup here. Look at the heals that are coming through. Good frag there, yes. Good frag coming out there from the Blibby Blobbers lads in retaliation. 2 quick ones. Bubble Guppies are reeling here. Blibby Blobbers, they have to make a move.
We do have Blibby Blobbers finally being able to start capturing that point, 25% and counting, but with that, they do also have 2 ultimates to their name. Bubble Guppies are trying to get their ultimates up as well. They will have the invisible boundary. Both teams will have the invisible boundary. So really, it's about making sure you use it at the right time, or even taking out the invisible woman before they're able to use the boundary. Yeah,
we know what a strong ultimate it is. Doesn't sound like much on paper, but if you're outside of it, you can't see into it. And here comes the Punisher ult now coming through, the Loki healing room, but that's a lot of damage now coming through here. But we do have the invisible barrier and those healing runes just keeping everybody alive on the side of the Blibby Blobbers. They only lose 1 member, which is pretty good news considering 2 ults are invested there. Bubble Guppies now, they do have a slight advantage. Kraken impact online for, well, Potato, but he's unable to use it because he gets taken down with the Punisher shotgun. And here come the Bubble Guppies. They're just creating distance here between Blibby Blobbers and the point, pushing them back into their spawn.
They are being pushed back into the spawn, but ultimate-wise, they will be coming back running with 5 ultimates on the board. They're going to be able to come in with, of course, that final stand and the Kraken impact, 2 strong duelist ultimates, and Blibby Blobbers, they only have a 1 strategist ultimate to answer it. Out comes first Sonic Seduction going in with that impact as well to combo together. Out comes Lick with the invisible boundary trying to keep the team alive, but it's too little too late. FMCL goes in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members. of Blibby Blobbers are down.
Wow. I mean, it cost a lot, but against a team like Blibby Blobbers, you kind of need that. They lose all 6 members, but they do have still got 2 ults if they decide to come back. Well, they will decide to come back here into this point. They have to. They have no other choice because Meteor M, as well as the Groot ult, so both of the Vanguards are available. We're going to see a cheeky portal coming out here now as well. They realize that there's not enough time left to have 2 more rolls of the dice. This is their last chance. What have they got? They get displaced immediately. The portal spotted coming through. Nice work from the Psionic Burst there from the Invisible Woman. Invisible Barrier now comes out, keeping everybody alive. Have a look. They cannot see inside the barrier here. Can the Blibby Blobbers, but on the inside, Bubble Guppies are all sitting at 100 HP. And that is going to be 3, 4, 5, a full team wipe for the Bubble Guppies and Blibby Blobbers. They had their vision cut off from them there. They couldn't see inside the barrier, but on the inside, I'll tell you what, the Bubble Guppies, they were sitting back with their feet up, full health, holding left click. Big plays.
Absolute big plays coming up from the Bubble Guppies. And able to take the victory. Blibby Blobbers tried their best with that portal, but it was just not quite enough. And now, going into this next fight, I always love looking at the ultimates because Bubble Guppies does have that slight advantage. Yes, Donald has the Meteor, but that's the only one above 50%. Everyone else is actually at 50%, but everyone else is sitting in like 20, 30, 40%. Bubble Guppies, they have 3 ultimates above 80.
Yeah, we saw a distinct lack of Meteor M's in that first game. I think we only saw one, which was from downtown. It was a good one, but we could have seen a bit more. But now let's see what Blibby Blobbers have left in the tank. Remember, if they lose this, they will lose this first game in the best of 3. Bubble Guppies, the respected favourites here in this game, are the first round up here because we are on our favourite Hydra base. As look at the positioning here from FMCL here on this Wolverine, looking to catch them unawares. Will he be able to? No, the kidnap is not good enough, and he just gives his position away here. A little bit of a slight misplay there. Does have 3 ults, though, on the side of Bubble Guppies. Meanwhile, still only that one up. The Meteor M needs to wait and utilize that. 4 ults now on the bank. We see the Groot ult now coming through, and the walls just cutting everybody off from each other, and the Blibby Blobbers on the receiving end of that. They lose 2 members, 3 members, and I'll tell you what, Potato just going again and again and again with this Kraken impact. This is going to be a Bubble Guppies point ticking up in their favor. Blibby Blobbers need an answer.
And they do have 5 ultimates to answer with. The Bubble Guppies did use 3 in that fight, so they now have only 3 left for this next fight. 3 versus 5. Could go the way of Blibby Blobbers, but only if they use their ultimates wisely. And of course, we mentioned the Meteor, and he's been holding on for a little while. Probably didn't want to use it when there was only 1 ultimate to their ultimate bank. But out comes this Punisher fight ultimate from Weebo to trying to get as much damage as possible, and it is successful. 1, 2, 3 have fallen. Duep about to fall as well with only 1 HP to their name. And now, Blobby.
I knew it would happen.
It was me, and you was going to be me. Blibby Blobbers has finally claimed the point.
Oh, well done there. So they get it ticking up in their favor, and they didn't use a whole lot there. They only used 2 of their ults. Now they've got 4 remaining. Meanwhile, Bubble Guppies, they've only got the Loki ult, and they're still pretty far away from all the other ults. That Kraken impact still a little bit of a way off. They will have it, well, to contest this point eventually, but by then it may be too little too late. But the Blibby Blobbers, if they can keep them at bay and have their way, I believe that's a Storm ult now coming through as well. They're unexpecting, or are they? They're just thinking about it. Nicely done there. And that's a lot of damage now coming through here, courtesy of the Blibby Blobbers. They threw out all those ults, but you have to give credit to Bubble Guppies there. Somehow they managed to survive. They don't lose anybody. Groot ult now comes out, but have a look at how congested this point is here at the moment. A lot of immobilization. We finally see the Meteor M. That's a lot of damage being thrown out. Doesn't get the kill. Donald will be disappointed with himself with that one. He waited, he bided his time, and here comes one now from Duep, a Meteor M of his own, and shows the master how it's done.
Massive fight coming up from Bubble Guppies, able to use their strategist ults to their advantage to be able to counter that Storm ultimate, to counter the Groot ultimate as well. And when Zen Starry used his own Groot, comboed with that Kraken impact, it went perfectly. But of course, the Meteor M difference, I think, was the final pinnacle of that fight. Now, Bubble Guppies at 60% and counting in the lead. Out comes the Invisible Bounty from Citrus. Is going to be followed by the final judgment from River going in quite hard. But as Zikrik answers with their own invisible bounty, is it going to be enough to keep the team alive against this judgment time? They do have foes, and so does Zikrik. But Blibby Blobbers has the one player advantage, but they need more if they want to be able to take this point back from Bubble Guppies.
We've got a Moon Knight coming out as well, just trying to take advantage of how grouped up the opposition is here, but unfortunately he does get taken down. Bubble Guppies lose 2 members in the process though. And as I say that, Punisher whips out the shotgun and makes that a 3rd. Now, big Groot ult coming out, just catching the opposition here, well, with their feet planted. There's nothing really else they can do, but they do have the Loki healing rune. So nice work there from Blibby Blobbers, even though we are in overtime. They need to throw everything they've got out here. Nice kidnap coming through, but he pays for it with his live. So it's a 1-for-1 trade here. We still have got the Loki ult. What are we going to see? When are we going to see it? There finally now it comes out. What have the Bubble Guppies got left here? Can they hold on? There's a sliver left in overtime. They just need to push Blibby Blobbers off the point. We've got the Kraken impact from Potato. You may as well use it now. Throw it out. He's trying to chip away at the damage. Have a look at how little is left on the clock here. Invisibility barrier off the back of the Kraken impact. It is all happening here on this point. Eye of Agamotto as well is still coming in. Another Punisher ult is still tearing through the Blibby Blobbers. I cannot pick a winner here. It's just kill for kill, trade for trade, but finally the Bubble Guppies, as the dust slightly settles, get 3 quick kills. Do they have a portal? They do not. The Bubble Guppies take Hell's Haven. What a final fight.
Absolutely an amazing fight here on the Soldier Factory that goes the way of Bubble Guppies. Both of these 2 rounds went absolutely the distance. Blibby Blobbers may not have gotten the 99% on the Soldier Factory, but but in the first round, they did. It went 99% overtime for both teams. But in this final round, Bubble Guppies were able to secure the victory.
They were, and there were certain fights that went their way and certain fights that didn't. That last one, it was really a coin toss. You could not choose who was going to win that fight. It all just came down to, you know, milliseconds of gameplay there. One slight mistake, and the Blibby Blobbers, they are left reeling after that one. But the Hydra base goes the way of the Bubble Guppies. The team that is, well, respected favourites. They've been touted as the eventual winners of this tournament, but still a long way to go. But with performances like that against teams like this, I mean, we could have just witnessed the grand final game right here and not even known it.
No, I totally agree. This could potentially be, as mentioning in the pre-interview, these 2 teams do respect each other quite heavily, and they think that this could also be a rematch in the grand final later on. But this has been so many exciting fights in this, with the portals, the strategist ultimates, the sustain from everyone to be able to keep the team alive and to keep the fight going. But as the dust settles, it was Bubble that came up ahead.
Yeah, and have a look at just how these, you know, I'm going to keep talking about the sandwich. The layering of ults that come out here is crucial to getting your team across the line here. It's not just a matter of, even though all the chaos and confusion is happening, as soon as you get it, don't throw it out. We saw Potato hold on to that Kraken impact for the, you know, for the most opportune time, and it was when I believe the Groot had the ult as well to lock everybody in to get that maximum damage from the Kraken impact. A lesser player like myself probably would have just pressed Q straight away, and that would have been the ultimate thrown out. Probably would have lost for my team, and that's why I'm unranked at the moment.
Just gonna let the silence soak that in for a little bit. I'm sorry, but that was.
I'm not Potato. What can I say? I'm not Potato.
No. I mean, you have growth potential though.
Oh, thank you.
So eventually you could reach the standard.
It's called a garbage can, not a garbage can not.
Exactly, exactly. But yeah, amazing work coming out from Bubble Guppy so far, being able to secure themselves the first win in this best of 3. So we do have potentially 2 other games to come up shortly. Potentially. It would be a little bit sad if Bubble Guppies does win the next one. Personally, as I want to watch these 2 teams fight it out for as long as possible, like they did it in these 2 rounds so far. The fights were just drawn out. The overtime just kept going and going. These 2 teams were neck and neck, and they really were going out for blood and trying to get this victory. Yeah,
and it was so close. Like, there were fights there you really couldn't pick a winner from, which is what we love to see and what we expect of top-tier Marvel rivals. You know, OCE scene completely delivers every single time on things like that. You know, we are so close at the top of the leaderboard here, you know. Sometimes there are teams that just blitz everybody else and they're uncatchable, but Okay, yeah, that can't be right. I don't think so.
Yeah, so amazing stats coming out for Bubble Guppies, having a bit more kills than deaths. While compared to comparison to Blibby Blubbers, they were able to win quite a lot of their team fights. So while on paper, with a percentage, Blibby Blubbers were able to get quite a bit of the capture points.
Yep.
It looks like Bubble Guppies were able to win their fights more decisively, able to do a lot of amazing picks and I think key picks as well.
Yeah. There was a lot of healing that came out from both of the teams. I think that that Loki stat's a bit misleading there. That was definitely not 0 healing because the sustain was so strong from both. And you know what? I said I liked Loki because of how strong Healing Rune is, especially on a map where it's so congested. That happened quite a bit. We saw Loki really excel here. Look at that 34k healing from Bubbleker. Zirik as well, another 34k healing. You can't be disappointed with that. That is a massive chunk of heals.
I just realized, we've been having Loki banned out quite a fair bit in this day. We got Loki through this ban phase, and I just realized, it's because Lig and Bubble both love Loki. And I'm wondering whether or not this was a little bit of a, Loki ego coming through. Same with the Magneto coming through from Duep and Donald. I think they're both extremely strong Magnetos. Duep, we got to see in stage 2 completely shine. So I don't know who the best Magneto is in the region between these two anymore, but this is where that's why we run these tournaments, so we can find out.
Right. I mean, we can talk about stats until, the cows come home, but at the end of the day, you kind of want the two best going head-to-head because that's really how you decide number one, right? And hopefully we'll be seeing more of that down the line, but the good news is we're going to be seeing more of it right now because that was only map number 1 of this best-of-3 series. We've got map number 2 coming up with the Bubble Guppies versus the Blibby Blobbers. Just wait, I'll stumble over it eventually. Don't you stress. It's inevitable, like Thanos. It'll happen at some stage. But I can't wait to see where we go from here. Will we see that Loki be banned out? Will we see the Magneto be banned out? Or will we see the exact same thing again? Will those comfort picks come through? Or will the bans be more targeted? Will we have to pivot? Will we have to go to something a little bit more obscure to get the win across the line here? And you know what? If it's not currently working, you kind of have to change it. But if it's not broke, you don't fix it. That's another philosophy as well. So, again, the spanner that can be thrown in the works there is the pick ban phase. Where do they go from here? That's sort of where I'm getting at.
No, I totally agree. I don't know if you want to mention the rain.
No.
It's quite heavy here. So hopefully we don't get too much of a storm and I'm internet holds up. I'm sure it's very, very stable here in Australia. The internet's always stable here in Australia.
Totally.
Just a warning, but it's quite bucketing down here, which is nice for a cool change though.
I know, we've had what 30+ degree days for the past couple of days, and now this is classic Melbourne. We get a torrential downpour. The only storm I want to see is in the server. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I want to see. We did actually, and we saw some very big hurricanes come out there as well. Again, on a map or hurricane, which is on a map like that, there's nowhere to go.
Yes,
right,
exactly.
And that's what you want. And again, it all comes down to picking the right hero at the right time, using the ultimate in the right situation.
No, I totally agree, and I'm curious to see what they end up going for this next game. Seeing Wivo on the Storm, Storm is a little bit of a hit scan, but I'm so used to seeing him on the Phoenix, the Hela, those true hit scan heroes, and he got banned out. So I'm very curious to see whether or not he's going to get banned out again in this next game, or whether or not they're going to try and protect the Hela and the Phoenix, or maybe still stick with this alternate strategies.
Well, this is what I'm talking about, right? It's do we go obscure? And obscure for me at this stage, considering we've seen Hela banned every single game that we've had, obscure for me would be letting Hela go through and actually seeing what these players can do when that champion is in their hands, basically. But once again, we are going to be going over to Central Park, it seems like. So no real shocker here. This is one of the more competitive maps and more even maps. When it comes to both attack and defense, it really can go either way. It's sort of like the neutral ground here for both of these sides. I was going to say teams, but honestly, it doesn't matter who's playing. It is a very balanced map. I will say.
Yeah, the attack and defending side between these two. We've seen so many already. We've seen this game map twice now, and this is our third time. And I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to have that comeback that we got to see in that first game again, where 18 seconds only on the clock versus 3.5 minutes, and they're able to come back from that win. If these two, I know that these two teams have it in them to come back from that sort of loss, being able to being such experienced teams.
Yeah, and we will see some really high-level gameplay in this game. I mean, we saw it there on the Hydra base. Yes, we started with domination that you said you quite enjoy seeing to be the opening map in the best of 3. Now we're going to be over to the convergence, cap the point, push the cart, and all you have to do to be successful in this one is get it over the line. We saw that on stream earlier in the day, the team that got the cart over the line got the win. Even though you might have 30 seconds on the clock, it doesn't matter how much you've got. It doesn't matter how little you've got remaining. As long as you keep bodies on the cart, the clock keeps ticking. And that overtime doesn't disappear as we get into our pick bands. No surprise, Matt Murdoch, see you later. But Gambit, we will not be tussling with him yet again. So nothing out of the ordinary so far, considering what we've seen today, Rice. But I'd like to see where the saves go from here.
Yeah, no, saves are always very interesting to come through. Obviously, as you said, no surprise on the Gambit, no surprise on the Daredevil. I am expecting at least a one hit scan to try and shut down Weevo, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they are able to get that protect through on that hit scan, because that is what's coming up next. Maybe they have an idea that Bubble Guppies is wanting to ban out that hit scan against Weevo. But, of course, all will be revealed shortly.
I mean, there's 3 hit scans that come to mind right when I think of Wuvo.
Yes.
It would be Phoenix, it would be Hela, and it would be the Punisher,
Yeah.
right? But you've only got 2 bans left. One of them is going to fall through, right? And the other option is, do you completely use all your bans to target out Wuvo and you allow somebody like the Gambit to fall through? Or do you play it a little bit more safe, which is what they're kind of doing here. We will see the Phoenix save actually coming through from the Blibby Blobbers as well, which is big, big news. No Wolverine will be seen in this game, so the Tank Buster is off the cards for this one, but we will be seeing, a little bit more versatility come out of the Duelist players because of that. Or the Vanguard players, sorry.
Yeah, no, they will be protecting the Loki once more. Not too surprised about that one as well. There is a chance that one of these two teams will be wanting to ban that Loki, but these two teams have such strong Loki players. I'm so glad that we get to see the Loki come through once more. And you mentioned the Wolverine. Yeah, that is such a tank buster. And with the Groot in play and no Wolverine, I'm excited to see what actually happens here. Final protect from Blibby Blobbers is going to be Hela. So that does open up 2 hit scans for Weevo and maybe even Daxu. Maybe they both want to do double hit scan, because Daxu is still a phenomenal hit scan player. Yeah. And he does play a really mean Psylocke. Oh, I heard that thunder.
Oh, it's rumbling.
It is.
And we've banned the Storm.
Oh, no. Okay. Does that mean that we won't have a Storm in real life, or does that mean that we are going to be bringing the Storm into real life?
We are going to be bringing the Storm because there is no Storm in the game, so it's our job. It's our job. Got it. Yep. So we are the Hurricane, and we're going to tear through this cast like a house on fire. I mean, why not? I mean, it's what we do here. It's why we get paid. But no Kraken impact, no Bucky for Potato. Changes things slightly as well. We've seen in every game so far how strong the Kraken impact is as an ult, especially when combined with somebody like the Gambit, but we're not going to be seeing either of them, so we may just see a few differences here and intricacies playing out here on this round of Central Park.
Yeah, Bubble Guppies banning out the Storm. That was kind of the last one that they could maybe take away from Weevo. But Daxu is going to be playing potentially strategist. Maybe they're thinking about the triple strategist strategy. But you know who is thinking about the triple strategist strategy? It is actually Bubble Guppies with our Adam Warlock, Loki, and Invisible Woman. And I'm excited to see this in play.
I like Adam Warlock on this point a lot, actually. That's a very interesting placement there for the Loki clones. But hey, this is why we do this. We learn things, and the players playing at home have maybe just got a new position there. for their strategist hero. But yes, the triple strategist coming out, the Warlock, the Invisible Woman, and the Loki, especially on defense on this first point of Central Park. I like it a lot. Double Magneto coming into play. No surprise Donald playing that in FMCL. So two of the best in the region on their, arguably two of their most favorite characters in this game. Expect some big things. Expect huge Meteor M's. And expect some of the best players we've ever seen.
Yeah, I just realized it's triple for Bubble Guppies, right? And that's why I think FMCL is one of the most flexible players in the region, able to play strategist, duelist, and now Vanguard here as well. And generally, one of the ways to counter triple is to go triple duelist, and that is not quite what Blippi's Bloppers are doing just yet, but they do have a Angela, which is quite a very strong, aggressive Vanguard in the first place.
Giganto comes down. That's because we have a Namor for the first time in the game for this entire tournament so far. Magneto M comes in, and Bubble Guppies, they just retreat. They hide behind the corner. They don't want anything to do with that Meteor M. Now we see the invisibility barrier coming through from the side of the Bubble Guppies. There is the Loki ult in play as well. Blibby Blobbers barely been able to touch the points so far. This triple composition here of Bubble Guppies is just very strong. The three frontliners with the three healers is just outdoing the Blibby Blobbers attack here at the moment. The Angela is a very interesting pick. I do like the Namor. The Hela on this first point, debatable, but again, it all comes down to who's playing it and how comfortable they feel.
Yeah, the Namor and the Hela together do activate that team up, and that might be really important for them to, Blippi Blobbers, to try and get further and do more damage onto these triple Vanguards, or able to try and maybe get into the backline. Maybe that's why Tinny is playing Valkyrie. I mean, Tinny also loves Angela, to try and get into the status in the backline. And speaking of, they've now lost Potato, and Potato doesn't have that passive available. That is Potato eliminated back into spawn as FMCL though takes down Wuvo, and still the fight continues with Invisible Boundary already being utilized by Citrus. Leak is now going to bring out the second Invisible Boundary.
Yeah, Meteor M came down, did actually collect one member, but here come the Blibby Blobbers. They're losing a couple members, but they may have got, no, they're still a fair way away from this first tick on the point. Bubble Guppies are just holding so strongly here. Again, triple is, wow, that's all I'll say. We've got the kills lighting up here for the defending team, Bubble Guppies, and the Blibby Blobbers don't really have an answer. We do have a Giganto ready to be thrown out from the side of Blibby Blobbers, but again, Namor's been hit pretty hard with the Nerf Hammer over the last couple of patches, so I don't know if he's as effective as he once was.
I think the core members of Bubble Guppies have the flexibility to and the experience to play so many different strategies. And Blibby Blobbers, they do have the experience too, but they do love their comfort picks a little bit more, with the Angela being used and of course Magneto. So it's really important for them to work together to try and get on, because there's only 25 seconds left on the clock. They only have 2 ultimates, potentially 4 if Citrus and Weevil can get it out fast enough, but Bubble Guppies already have 4 on hand. And there is so much damage coming through. Daxo able to use the whale, not able to find any pick though, and Citrus does fall. That's one strategist gone, and Blibby Blobbers, and now with 10 seconds left, really have to work hard.
Yeah, it's basically do or die now. There's not much going on at all, but that's a huge Meteor M from none other than Donald. He manages to catch 2 members, and the Bubble Guppies, they're on the back foot. We do have the Adam Warlock ult coming through though. That's big. Oh no! Get online with this one. It's going to be huge. There it is. 2 members brought back up. So the Bubble Guppies, they try everything they've got left here, but Blibby Blobbers throw a Loki ult. We've got the invisibility barrier out to be thrown. There it is, as if right on cue. There's the combo we were talking about with the Namor Hela now erupting those, I guess, whirlpools coming out of the ground now when they combine. Angela now with the Heavens Fall actually catches a few members here of the Bubble Guppies, securing them off the point, and that will just allow the Blibby Blobbers to tick this point up. There are 2 players remaining on the point here for the Bubble Guppies. If they hold on though. The portal now coming through. Here come the Bubble Guppies once again. They will not give this one through to Blibby Blobbers. They do have, well, no ults in fact ready to be thrown out here. It's all going to come down to the old-fashioned left click and ability usage. Look how deep they are pushing back the Magneto off of this point. He is not a thought in their head at the moment. Jeff coming out here just to shake things up a little bit as well. And from downtown, the heals are just piling through. How is this point not being capped yet? The Bubble Guppies are just so strong in defense, and they keep Blibby Blobbers away, even though FMCL's Magneto was pushed basically back into the attacker spawn. He caused so many problems for the Loki, for the Jeff. He was cut off from his team, but still did his job. Hats off. Well done.
I'm trying to remember if they even got one tick. I don't think Blibby Blobbers even got one tick here.
I think they did. I think they got one tick. Not quite two, but I believe they did get the one tick.
Absolutely amazing defense though coming out from Bubble Guppies with that triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup, and we get to see a little bit of a replay here. Is that Magneto Meteor ultimate from FMCL able to get Weirvo, but of course we saw Donald later on be able to get a double of their own. But Duep here on the MF Frost, absolutely amazing Vanguard, able to take and capitalize on some of these strategists.
There it was, the Meteor M in the corridors behind the point. So nicely done. 71.67% on that first cap point.
Okay.
Yeah, so nicely done. So Blibby Blobbers, look, that was tough. It must be said, that was very tough. And now the Bubble Guppies, do you think, is that 2 points? It might be 2 points.
Yeah, but Bubble Guppies have one game already.
Yes, they do.
So if they win this next one, they've won the best of 3. Blibby Blobbers are going to be trying to do their same strategy back, running a triple, of course, on defense. This is the map, basically, for a triple Vanguard, triple support strategist lineup, because of all the choke points, able to keep your strategist safe, able to try and protect each other in the back line. But we see the flank coming up from FMCL here on the Human Torch. He is out hunting.
Yeah.
He is sniffing out
There
that
is.
strategist, and he finds it on Citrus.
They were not expecting that at all. Just pulled the wool over their eyes there. Penny Parker in play here from the side of the Blibby Blobbers, but with nobody to check this Human Torch, he's just happy to fly on through here and just be an absolute menace. Now Jeff has to come on back so quickly to this point. I think he'll be able to, so bit of bad news there for the Bubble Guppies, unable to push through that front line. Meanwhile, Human Torch did his job. FMCL, we know how flexible he can be, and look at the positioning here. He's got this detonating those flame charges on top of his opponents here. He's left unchecked, but you know, if you're on the ground, he's just like any other hero. We can just see how vulnerable he can be, taking a bit of damage now. Meanwhile, on the front line, it's Emma Frost getting chunked down here. Blibby Blobbers here on defense. They're looking pretty good, although we did see Loki now. He's stolen an ultimate. What's he going to use? Invisibility barrier now coming down for Bubble Guppies as Blibby Blobbers lose one member on D.
There's so many members from Blibby Blobbers that they have lost already. Make that 3. And now the defense is falling one by one. But out comes a massive order from Weirvo. A revive. Is this going to be enough to bring everyone back? Lig also supposed to focus, but they will, of course, get revived back. But still, Bubble Guppies are on point. They're so close to getting that first tick. And they have so many Odmans to their name, too. Duep using the Sound of Seduction, now bringing out the Inzone Inferno. Down throws Bubble Co, though. That is massive. And so does Zikrix as well. No strategist for Bubble Guppies. This could be the breath of fresh air that Blibby Blobbers need.
I mean, Supernova is available now here from Bubble Guppies, and there it is right on cue. This thing causes so much damage. The Jeff ult been thinking about being used as well. No, not quite. It was had to be used. Well, it was already pushed, so maybe a little bit of a misplay there coming out from the Blibby Blobbers Jeff, but that Supernova really could have caused a lot of problems, but there was no support from the Bubble Guppies. FMCL is the one-man army here at the moment. He's doing it all himself. He's doing his job, but no one else is currently doing theirs from the Bubble Guppies, which, you know, kind of sucks when you think about it, because the Blibby Blobbers here, they only got, what, 1.5, maybe 2 points? Yeah, not much at all, 70% here, but on this point, not a lot going their way here. Bubble Guppies, they need something, and they need it now. They are running out of time so quickly, 1.5 minutes under that remaining.
Zen now has that Strangling Prison available, but Tinny's going to be popping the Sandwich Seduction first. But Donut has been lost, so has Citrus. FMCL does get lost as well, but Potato is the one still stepping up, able to take 1-2 members out. And Blibby Blobbers, they're forced to use the portal. They still have it in hand, luckily, but that tick, the point is still slowly getting captured. They are able to get on. They're going to use that portal as, of course, a way to separate themselves from the enemy team to give themselves a bit of cover. But Bubble takes out one. Donald, Tinny, no Vanguards left for Blibby Blobbers. And now, Bubble Guppies are slowly but surely capturing the point. Just a couple percent left. But a Wivo, an ultimate, but it's on point. And it's going to be completely obliterated by the Inzone Inferno.
Nicely done. Very nicely done indeed. All you had to do is cap the point in the Bubble Guppies. Took it. They did so well. And does that mean they take this best of 3? Did they take the first game? It's hard to tell with the two very similar names here, but I thought it was Bubble Guppies. They do take game number 1. They do take game number 2. Once again, we see a Loki as the MVP. I tell you what, there's a reason why this guy gets banned out as much as possible.
Well, Bubble Guppies, Bubble, I guess the reason why they're called Bubble Guppies, gets MVP. I think that's pretty fitting.
Yeah. Poetic.
A little bit, yeah.
Very
poetic.
nicely done. Oh, well, that's our first best of 3 in the bank. And I tell you what, I can't wait for the rest of this day. We've been saying it so often. We've been saying it a lot. And you know what? It's because it's the damn truth, Rice. Like, these games have been delivering right from the get-go. And I just want to touch on a little bit of the endgame chatter that was going on in the server there. They said, GG, we'll see you guys soon.
Oh, that's so cute.
Which I really like.
That is adorable. I love that. I mean, sorry, that is very respectful and... good sportsmanship as well.
Well, they were expecting to see each other in the grand final, which is what I love about that, because this is just the start of the upper bracket. We've still got a lot of rivals to be played, and I can't wait to feast my eyes on this highlight reel once it gets cooked up and hits our screens, because I tell you what, there were some plays in that game which, you know what, I'd be writing down if I was learning. I tell you what, there we go. We can see this Warlock ult coming through here. Everybody, 3 players coming up back alive here, and this happened, what, 3 times from what I can think of? Yeah.
I also really love seeing Duet versus Donald again. This has reminded me of earlier in the year in stage 1 when Donald was playing in MRI and Duet, and it was always back and forth between these two. It feels like Duet has gotten a little bit more of that advantage since they last versed, and it's looking a little bit stronger, but it's so good to see Donald back.
I know, right? It's so good to see just a lot of these players just putting on a show for us all. Let's have a look at the scoreboard after the first round of the best of 3. Oh, sorry, we are very, very shortly. The scoreboard is going to be coming up. We'll have all those stats ready to go. I want to see the Loki healing. I want to see the Warlock healing. I want to see how well this triple composition did, because there was a lot of sustain, there was a lot of shields, there was a lot of absorption, there was all those secondary stats. You know, when we think about stats, we think about damage, raw damage, we think about kills, we think about that sort of stuff. But the strategists in this game, they need their time in the light, right? And that's where that comes into play. I really liked, I know I've said it before, but I'll say it again, the Warlock pick on a map like that. It's fantastic. But to land those Meteor M's the way that those Magnetos did, they got themselves into the corridors and didn't just throw them from range. They got in there, made sure they hit their targets, found multiple kills each time. Well done. That's why they're some of the best Magnetos in the ANZ region.
I also really like seeing Potato be able to flex onto the Adam Warlock. I know FMCL is... At this point, I can't expect him to be able to flex, but it's great seeing Potato fit into this team as well and be able to flex into this triple as well and perform really well on this Adam Warlock, able to get some good picks, but also able to bring back the team with that massive revives as well and perform quite well in the team, and the synergy is good to see.
And contribute when it needed to be done as well. So the heals being shared across the board there for Blibby Blobbers. Meanwhile, Bubble and Zikrik, again, just so dominant there on their strategist roles. Having a look at the kill side of things, Duet, though, I mean, on that Emma Frost, very, very strong play there from your Vanguards. I love Groot on this map too, because, you know, we've spoken about it time and time again. There's only a couple ways in. One of those is by air, round the back, so Groot walls, very good.
Tinny used to play a lot of Groot before they started maining. I wouldn't say maining, but having a good, strong preference for Angela. So I was excited to see Tinny's Groot. But when I think of a Groot player, I always think Zensari. And as you mentioned, this map is so good for Groot. And that could be one of the reasons why this triple Vanguard looked so good in the hands of Bubble Guppies.
Yeah, just having a look at everybody on that side of the board has pulled their weight. You know, there's not one person that sort of let the team down. There's not one person that's sort of lagging behind a little bit. No, every single player on Bubble Guppies contributed. They knew their role. They executed it to perfection. It really could have been a different game if Blibby Blobbers got that first point as well, because they were so close. We could have had so much more of Central Park to play. But alas, here we are. Bubble Guppies, they are progressing through. They win the semi-final here in the upper bracket. And speaking of the upper bracket, let's have a look at how our other teams are faring. There it is, the Bubble Guppies taking down Blibby Blobbers. You know, we've been fortunate enough to have these games on stream. The Fury Global lads did well, as well as the Daxu Wolves. But we will be seeing more, hopefully, of those teams in the future. Meanwhile, down in the lower bracket, we've had some games being played out. So, Daxu Wolves actually taking down, I believe that's Revolution. Fury, oh no, they got taken down by Moshi. So I believe that's, we say goodbye to Fury.
Yep, that is unfortunately no more for Fury. We were hoping to see them a little bit later on. I thought they did really well in that previous game against Daxo Wolves, but this is, of course, the overall bracket. We do see Blibby Blobby going down into the lower bracket, but we don't know yet who's going to be winning from it, Daxo Wolves versus Moshi. So that's going to be really exciting to see who will be versing Blibby Blobbies in the lower finals.
Yeah, I know. I really cannot wait. I cannot wait. We'll be having a next game on stream very shortly, but before we do that, we need to have a breather here. I'm sure you guys at home need to cool down from the adrenaline as well, so we're going to take a very short 10-minute break here while we just collect ourselves and get ready to well, basically jump headfirst into this the home stretch of the day here for the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals tournament. I'm Kit Fox, this is Rice. We'll see you very soon. Push. Push, push, push. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals tournament here. It is, of course, if you couldn't tell, the ANZ region. My name is Kit Fox, but I am not alone. Riding along shotgun alongside me is Profound Rice. Ricey, how you feeling? We are cruising through the games here today, but I'll tell you what, they are nothing short of spectacular.
No, I completely agree. We've been seeing so many amazing skill players fight each other, and it's really hard to figure out who's going to be the absolute winner. We have had some theories from the players, and we can sort of see these theories come true, but yeah, I'm sad to see what actually happens.
I mean, for a grassroots tournament, every game today has absolutely delivered. This next game is not going to be any different, but I do believe we have an interview standing on the line. It is a big, warm Aussie welcome to Smiles from Team Moshi Mosh. How you doing?
I'm doing well, man. How are you guys going today?
Mate, absolutely fantastic here. You know, like the weather's been up and down here, but in the studio it's fine. The vibes are good. How's it feeling over in the Moshi Mosh camp?
Vibes have been great in the Moshi Mosh. We've had good, clean comms all day today. Good team comps. Everything is just going swimmingly, despite all sorts of things trying to prevent that. I'm not even at my normal rig. I've stolen a PC from my brother.
Wow, that's very impressive that you've gone this far here now to the lowest semis and about to take on Daxter Wolves, I believe. How do you feel about this matchup coming up?
They look like a very, very strong team, which I think will be really fun for us to verse. Kind of truly test our mettle, although we've done plenty of that today. And we have some ideas for how we want to take this, but support Widow. No is no.
I was going to say, surely you're not going to reveal your hand before, you know, the cards are dealt here. But speaking of cards, we've seen Gambit banned a lot in these games so far. How's it been in your games? Because this will be the first time we're featuring Moshi Mosh on stream. Is everybody's new favorite strategist, is he in your ammo belt at all?
We do see fair bits of Gambit. We can run it. We've banned it. He's just kind of a general meta defining hero at the moment, where if you're not building a team around him, or you have a comp that doesn't synergize with him, he just has to go. Otherwise, you don't stand a chance in any of the upcoming team fights.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So Smiles, we've seen you around the OCE scene a fair bit. Love your smile, by the way. It's been giving me so much joy. But tell me more about the team that you've put together, Moshi Mosh, and how long have you been playing for?
We've been playing pretty much for just this MRC. We've had a few roster shakeups. In fact, I'm new to the roster. I came from a different team myself that has disbanded and made all of the players from that made their way into 3 separate teams in the tournament today. So it's cool to see that the one that I somehow ended up on has made it this far in. Kind of exciting.
Maybe you're the key player from the previous team. I don't know. Maybe that's what you're thinking underneath that angelic smile of yours. Maybe there's actually evil thoughts.
Look, I'm going to tell them that, don't you worry.
Yeah. No, totally makes sense. This is, of course, you know, a fun grassroots ANZ tournament. And you guys all know each other. I'm sure the banter will come out once the tournament ends. Or during,
Oh, Banter's been there the whole time.
Yeah.
I can't keep my mouth shut. It's horrid.
You know what? You know, we love that. You know, and we haven't seen Moshi Mosh. I'm excited to see what you guys can add to this, you know, sort of stew of Marvel rivals that we've seen. We've seen, you know, we've interviewed teams that said, you know what, we're going to win. We've interviewed teams that said, you know what, we're going to be second, we're going to be third. Like, where do you think Moshi Mosh realistically will sit at the end of this tournament?
I have a lot of confidence in our team. We were a little shaky at the start, but that was just our warm-up game, and so that doesn't count. And we've made it all the way this far. No point not trying to go all the way. I don't see why not.
Why not? $750 on the line for first place. You know, there's good consolation prizes as well.
Tickets too.
TGX tickets are a big one.
True.
And not to mention top 8, also getting those Marvel Rivals credits. So you're basically there. You know, it's been a good Sunday for you guys.
Oh, that's been quite the good Sunday. Despite the heat. Like, ignoring the heat, I'm sweating so much.
Where are you? What city are you?
I'm in Queensland.
I was going to say,
okay.
It is Brisbane for sure. Like, absolutely.
Further north even.
Oh, wow, Cairns, the real tropical sort of weather? Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I've been there. It can be sticky up there, so I totally understand. Well, you know what? Smiles, you've been an absolute treat, my friend. Thank you so much. We're going to let you lock in.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you. And 10 out of 10 stash as well. Very well done.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of your games, and we'll see you shortly. I'll tell you what, that is one of my favorite interviews of the day so far. like Smiles looks like he has a very firm handshake too. I reckon Smiles will be a good player to have in your team, regardless of what game you play. I reckon every team needs somebody like a Smiles, I reckon.
I was always wondering why he was called Smiles. I was like, maybe he's just a happy guy. And Well,
you
he
weren't
is
wrong.
just a happy guy.
You were not wrong, Rice. He
Yeah,
seems
yeah.
very happy and just happy to be there, which is also a bonus when you're an absolute gun at the game. And from what I've heard about Smiles is that he absolutely delivers. I mean, Moshi Mosh are here. They are at the stage that they're at. They're hoping to get themselves further along in the tournament. Like I said earlier, we're cruising through. We are smashing these games out. Still a fair few games to go. The rest of the games will be best of 3, grand final, best of 5. But let's have a quick look at some of the games that we've seen so far today. We've got some replays cooked up for you, and I tell you what, they've been absolutely amazing.
They have indeed. This is a replay from the previous game, Bubble Guppies and Blibby Blobbies. And we know that these two are such strong teams, but Bubble Guppies just look so amazing with their triple Vanguard, triple strategy. It's so hard to say that sometimes, but not as hard to say their names, honestly.
Bubble Guppies, Biggie Blobbers.
Yeah.
That's going to be the new vocal warm-up tongue twister, I think. Yeah. Before cast. But how about these portal plays that have been coming out as well? This Adam Warlock revive here looked good, but unfortunately it was right on top of the Phoenix ult that we saw just there. But try as they might, they were unable to get themselves across the line. But the Bubble Guppies, too strong, too good, and they progress on through. There's a reason that a lot of the teams that we've spoken to in the pre-game interviews have said, you know what, they are the team to beat. They showed that there. When the game changes, they adapt with it. True X-Men fashion. They evolve with the game. The heroes swap out. The meta is crafted almost by them. We spoke a lot about that triple strategist meta. That was the first time we saw it throughout this tournament so far today. A lot of other teams opting for the 2-2-2, but we will be going to, I believe, I was going to say Asgard, but that is Wakanda.
All of Jalia.
Yep, so here we go. This is the first time we're going to be seeing this map on screen today, which is a nice bit of change. Look, I love the vampiric Dracula-themed Central Park. It's awesome. It's cool. It's a really good map to play.
I like colors.
Yeah, exactly.
I love colors.
Yeah, you're looking very vibrant today too in your colourful dress.
Yes.
And me in the plain white. I need to let you shine. Right? That's what we're going with here. But Adam Warlock now banned out here from Daxu Wolves.
Okay.
Interesting.
I feel like it's Adam Warlock. The revive comp is. I don't know if it's an OCE special, but I have seen quite a lot of OCE teams run it, and my goodness, it's as a caster, it's a little bit. It makes the team fights, the overtime go for years and years.
It does.
And years
Yeah,
and
yeah,
years,
yeah.
especially when you bring out the portal as well. So I think it's a bit of an OCE special to see the Adam Warlock, and now there is no Adam Warlock. But yes, the Gambit Protect.
I like this. This is what Smiles was talking about in the interview. If you did miss it, go check it out later on, and of course. But he said that you either build a team around this hero or you just get rid of him entirely. So that tells me that Moshi Mosh have got something up their sleeve. We've got a Hawkeye band. Yeah.
Sorry,
they got the cards hidden up the sleeve here. But the Hawkeye band is something that piques my interest as well here from Daxu Wolf.
Yeah, no, that completely piques my interest as well. I'm wondering if this is a targeted ban onto somebody from Moshi Mosh. And that's my first thought, seeing that Hawkeye coming through. But yeah, the group ban coming out from Moshi Mosh, I'm also not too surprised at that. I feel like that's also a little bit, maybe of a target ban onto Beast Node, one of the vanguards of Daxter Wolves. But Moshi Mosh as well, maybe they're not comfortable with the Groot, and of course, maybe that doesn't fit in with the Gambit's playstyle.
We've still got some very dangerous DPS open as well. We've still got Hela available. We've still got Phoenix available. Bucky's still online as well. Loki being banned out from Daxu Wolf is quite large, but the Venom Protect is also something else, which I really wasn't expecting to see. So Daxu Wolf really making us think, both on the desk, and I'm sure you guys at home are thinking, what's going on here? But they must be cooking up something like fierce.
The Wolverine ban, I totally understand as well. If they're bringing out the Emma Frost, they want to be able to make sure that their vanguards are strong and formidable at the front line. And yeah, the Loki ban, I understand the Loki ban too. Loki's been so strong today the entire time. But the whole of Jalia, it's a convergence map, of course, so we start on attacking the point, and then we if they get through there, we get to go into, of course,
We
the
push the
mission
cart.
vehicle.
Yeah, I love that. I like the combo maps. I think they really force teams to think about how they want to go about things. And it all starts there in that pick ban phase. Yes, you can change once the first point is capped, for example. So you sort of need to come into this game with almost at least two strategies in mind. Like, what's going to happen once that first point is, before that first point is capped, and what's going to happen after that first point is capped. So, yeah, it's a map that really does add another dimension to how you approach not only the game, but the tournament as well, I guess, and who you're going up against as we get into this game. It is going to be a best of 3. It's Moshi Moshi versus Daxu Wolf. It is going to be the halls of Dajalia, and we will see Moshi Mosh on defense. To start things off, we can see a decent lineup here. A couple Guardians, but then fully dominated by X-Men. We see Rocket and Mantis, and there it is, the triple strategist with Gambit to round things out. So 2 Vanguards on the front line, Emma Frost as well as the Magneto, and then the Phoenix on the raw damage for Moshi Mosh.
I do like the Mantis coming through. We've been seeing Mantis banned out quite often today, and they deal so much damage. And in this triple strategist lineup, I think it's fantastic. But somehow, Floop has managed to be able to take out the Magneto. Don't forget, though, the BRB beacon means that Magneto is back in play. But in the meantime, Daxu have already gotten 1 tick.
I mean, that's huge, because here on this first point, the BRB beacon is absolutely massive. It is a long run back to this point here on defense, and BRB obviously negates all of that. The counter to that is it is a very long cooldown once it's used. It is only used probably about once a minute realistically, even though it's about a 50-second actual CD once that player does respawn. But Emma Frost building up this psionic seduction, very, very close to it. In fact, a lot of ult charge being gained there. Phoenix very close to an ult as well. 2 points, well, almost, well, 1.5 rather points being capped out here from the Daxu Wolf. Somehow, they managed to push Moshi Mosh off and all the way, Moshi Mosh managed to push Daxu Wolf off and all the way back into the spawner. Stagger kill here would be disastrous. They do manage to retreat to the safety of their strategists, though.
Yeah, amazing work coming up from Moshi Moshi on the defense with this triple strategist lineup, and of course with Phoenix dealing so much damage. But the ultimates is what I'm keeping my eyes on. 5 ultimates from Moshi Mosh. First one going to be used is going to be Psionic Seduction, but it's going to be answered by 3 ultimates from Daxu Wolves. They're going hard. They're going straight in. So out comes the Inzone Inferno, and out comes the Meteor. And that, I think, is every single ultimate except for 2 being used from both teams. But Daxu Wolves, they still have 2 in their bank. So when they come back, when they want to try and retake this point once more, they will have the advantage. This
is the best chance they've had to cap this point so far in this round. Yes, it is really early stages, you could argue, but Moshi Mosh had to throw a lot at Daxu Wolf just to keep them at bay there. But the Wolf is chomping at the door, you know. You've got that Venom ult, you've got that Psylocke ult. That is some big, big displacement and damage, and have a look at where Frost is positioned. He is in prime position to throw out this Venom ult. There you can see him jumping down there, trying to cause a bit of displacement. Psylocke now comes out with that dance of the butterfly, actually catches a couple members, and it's all Daxu Wolf on the kill feed. Moshi Mosh just didn't really have an answer, and that's exactly what we talked about. They get team wiped. They had no ults. They had nothing to stop that, and Daxu Wolf, rather comfortably in the end there, are going to take this first point. The capture phase is over. The push phase begins.
It does, and still here, kid, we've got Daxu Wolves having 2 ultimates, but Moshi Mosh only still have that rocket at the moment. Like, maybe Pa is going to be able to get that Inzone Inferno, but still, Daxu Wolf is just going to get another 3 more ultimates in the meantime. So this advantage that Wolf had in that previous, being able to take the point still exists here in this path phase of, this pushing phase. So it's going to be such an uphill battle for Moshi Mosh, and Will Corner is going to be starting this off strong. Out comes Gabito, followed by Inzone Inferno, and the Feast of the Abyss. Absolutely everything being thrown at Moshi Mosh, and 2 members have fallen already.
We did see that that rocket ult being used. We may see rocket be switched off here. Usually only has maximum effect on that first point. We will have to wait and see. There it is. Rocket goes down. Maybe a switcheroo coming. Who knows? But still, ults being built up from both of these teams. Daxu Wolf had to invest a fair bit there on that first point, remember. Gambit's still a fair way away from his ult, but Moshi Mosh have got 4 ults to use of their own. In fact, it's not going to be a rocket switcheroo. They're going to persist with that strategy here, Moshi Mosh, and try and keep Daxu Wolf at bay just before this first capture point here. Now we're going to hear a Meteor M come through. Mantis throws down the ult as well. Nice work there, taking down the opposingly ulting Mantis. But that was a whiff of a Meteor M there, unfortunately, coming through. I believe that was from the Daxu Wolf side of things. And now Psionic Seduction going to both push and suck people away and towards this point. But that Emma Frost does have the Raging Cajun Royal Flush up on her. And that's a lot of damage that'll come through. You can see her just hunting down. It's just a sort of tit-for-tat here at the moment, but the advantage is definitely Moshi Mosh's. They put the brakes on Daxu Wolf's push, but still just under 2 minutes to go.
Daxu Wolf were able to hold down, were able to get so close to that point. I think only like a couple of meters away, maybe even less. But Moshi Mosh were able to hold down the core, able to hold down the defenses and stop them just barely in time. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. The Wolves definitely want to try and regroup. They do have a bit of more ultimates currently, 3 ultimates compared to Moshi Mosh's 1 potentially. Rocket's only at 90% just now. But 2 ultimates is Phoenix and Dart to the Butterfly, and the combo is huge. Phoenix able to bring everyone down solo, and with the Dart to the Butterfly able to finish them off. And with that, Daxu Wolf are just waltzing into Wakanda.
I mean, it's still very sort of seesaw style of gameplay here. You know, one fight goes Moshi Mosh's, then the next one Daxu Wolves. But Daxu Wolf will probably need to chain probably 2 of those fights together here if they're going to be successful, just because of how short this run back is now for Moshi Mosh. Moshi Mosh will be happily, quite content rather, I would say, to hold inside this choke point. But even then, they don't even care. They're trying to push themselves out and get onto this cart and just prevent Daxu Wolf from pushing through the secondary checkpoint here. Magneto does have the Royal Flush out on top of him. Now Meteor M going to come down, actually catches, well, tried to catch 1 member, but his target went down before the Meteor got sent flying. But Daxu Wolf have picked up 4 quick kills on the scoreboard here. Gambit goes down now as well, and still this rocket is in play. BRB not going to have that much of an effect here on this point, but you know, Kitty more than happy just to keep playing their favorite rival hero.
Yeah, able to use the CYA as well, the amplifier in that fight for themselves as well. So no CYA for this next one, but there is going to be 5 ultimates in the hands of Moshi Mosh and Daxu Wolves. They have 3. Out comes so many ultimates. Going to be Inzone in front of both of them being used, as well as, of course, Fate of Both Worlds from Daxu Wolves to keep the team alive. But Smiles may be in danger, still just barely survives. It's going to be Par that does fall. And now out comes the Mantis' ultimate to keep the team alive and try and keep the damage up as well to keep Moshi Mosh in contention. They are able to flip the point, keep the mission vehicle now in the hands of Moshi Mosh or the defenders, and Daxu Wolf have no more ults at hand. 60 seconds left. They're going to have to build up quickly. Big Snow at 80%, looking to get 1, but in the meantime, Winter has fallen.
Winter has indeed fallen. We can see the Hela actually coming into play. Now another Meteor M coming out. Doesn't get a kill, but deals a fair chunk of damage. Having a look on this point here, Moshi Mosh still managing to hold firm. You can see the Gambit just jumping around, keeping everybody healed. And Daxu Wolf, they realize we have to go back from this. There's just over 30 seconds remaining. If they get staggered out here, it will be disastrous. There are a couple low health players. Almost one getting picked there. Psylocke so low, needs to be careful. Dashes away. You cannot lose a single member here if you are Daxu Wolf.
Exactly, indeed. You don't want to lose anyone, as Moshi Mosh have that close spawn advantage here in this defending situation. And with only 10 seconds left, Cora is going to be the first one to push the button, press the Q button, and out comes both the Phoenix and the Dart to the Butterfly. It's going to do lots of damage, and Moshi is going to lose 1 strategist, but only 1 so far. Make that 2 now, as Frost is going in, as the Venom going into the backline, taking out the Hela, looking for more, of course. Trying to find anyone, trying to find something, but it's going to be Florence now with the Fate of Both Boats to keep the team alive. Mito's going to be used, going to aim for the supports, find any strategist, but not able to find anyone, as Tashi takes down Korra.
I miss when Meteor M was one-shotting supports just left, right, and center, but has since sort of been brought back a little bit. We will see health rating down here from Hela. So that's a lot of damage now coming out, and Magneto getting taken down. This ult lasts for a very, very long time, does the Hela ult. Now we're going to see the portal come through, but it's too little too late, and Moshi Mosh, they hold the Wolves at the door. So Daxu Wolf just struggling to get that 3rd point there. They looked very, very confident, especially after that first point. They looked so strong, but Moshi Mosh, credit to them, they held strong, and they keep Daxu Wolf to only 2 points and some meters.
Yeah, 2 points and not quite able to get to that throne room. of Wakanda. So close though. It was absolutely so close.
Yeah.
But the ultimates, I think, were just a little bit handled better by Moshi Mosh and able to land a few of these meteors. But really, it was kind of like a back and forth game. It was so close between these two teams.
It was, and you know, I touched on that. I was saying that these fights are going, you know, seesaw style, which means one's going one way, then the next one the other, and it really could have, you know, these fights really did feel like they could have gone anybody's way. How about that huge? Yeah, and we're getting caught on screen there. That's how filthy that was. That was huge. Nice work there, producers. Hats off. Nah, the Phoenix ults, the Inzone Infernos were massive. Again, it's an ult that gets built up so quick. It's filthy for a DPS ult, and when you couple it with something like Dance of the Butterflies, the sheer damage that comes out in that short space of time it's so hard to defend against. So well done to both of these teams, but especially to Moshi Mosh. I mean, the Wolves, Daxu Wolf were really clawing at them away at them there, but Moshi Mosh, through their strategists, through their vanguards, they held strong.
They did, you know, the strategy of the vanguards. I think also the key thing as well is that the staggers and everything from Moshi Mosh to prevent Daxu from being able to bring that portal. They were able to wipe them fast enough. And that portal was just too little too late, as you mentioned earlier. But this next round has, of course, started. So let's have a look at this. We have a swimming Punisher coming through. And on Moshi Moshi's team, dealing so much damage onto Frost, but still nobody has been picked off just yet. And yeah, Daxu Wolf is still able to hold on to the defensives. We can see, though, the attackers trying to do this flanky, sneaky thing. And it could go well for them, but Daxu, of course, very well aware.
I like the Punisher pick here from Moshi Mosh, knowing full well that Daxu Wolf will likely be running that Phoenix, who tries to get away with Flight. Now, we know Flight isn't exactly the fastest thing in the world, so I think Punisher's a really good answer for that. Speaking of Punisher, manages to get the first kill there onto said Phoenix. So, well done. Instant effect there, but Moshi Mosh here on attack now. Looking to cement themselves here into this server. Their strategy did seem to work, but hang on, nicely done there by Daxu Wolf. A nice 2k, and this is what Hella can do in the hands of a good player. Magneto just absorbing a lot of shields here, does have Meteor M available, but doesn't have much support coming his way. Finally, the Speedo Punisher gets taken down, and Daxu Wolf just looking to hold strong here. They do manage to push Moshi Mosh off the point, but how about Winter there on that Hella?
No ultimates used in that fight, but that does mean that this next upcoming fight is going to have 6 ultimates. We might be able to see 12 Qs being pressed, which will be a big show of colors on the screen, which I'm super excited to see. But no, actually, Floop is going to be switching over to the Phoenix instead, so we won't be seeing... oh, my memory. I'm trying to remember what Floop was playing previously. But no more of whatever Floop is going to put out on the Phoenix.
Fair enough. We do actually have a lot of damage coming through here. The Psionic Seduction going to silence a few players as they come on through. We do hear the Judgment now coming through. Does get one. Fate of Both Worlds is in. It's from the side of Daxu Wolf. So the Punisher ult had an effect, but it was instantly taken down by the Meteor M. I do believe the BRB will bring Punisher back online here. And even though they're doing it very tough here, it must be said that Moshi Mosh slowly but surely getting this point. It's one player, though, at a time from Daxu Wolf, like a dripping tap sort of trickling in here. They need to converge onto this point here, and you're shaking your head, Rice.
They've used 11 ults. Miles is the last one to press Q, and that does mean that Moshi Mosh does have the advantage here, but still Floop on the high ground is dealing so much damage. Yes, BRB brings back Fix, but it's not enough. Daxu Wolf are still holding this defensive strong, and they have 1 minute. Moshi Mosh have 1 minute left to try and touch that point. They do have that one ultimate left to their name, but is it enough after everyone used 11 ults?
I don't think Moshi Mosh have got enough left in the tank for this. I think they've got maybe 1 or 2 more rolls of the dice here before Daxu Wolf are going to be taking the first game in this best 3 series. Moshi Mosh need to channel something. They need to find something here. They've got 1 ult. It's Psionic Seduction. It's not exactly the best ult when you think about it, especially when you've got the lines of the Cajun Royal Flush, the Meteor M, or even the Seer from the Rocket Raccoon. They need something here. They need a sniff. We do have the Inzone Inferno ready to go here for the side of Daxu Wolves as well. So it's all looking good if you're a Daxu Wolves fan. Moshi Mosh need nothing short of a divine miracle here. We see the Sonic Seduction going in. Magneto taking a lot of damage, but he's around the corner, away from his team. Fate of Both Worlds now comes in from Daxu Wolf. Punisher trying to find something. Ensong Inferno does manage to catch out Punisher. So Daxu Wolf, 2 quick kills, and the wheels are just all falling off the Moshi Mosh bandwagon here at the moment. They lose 2. Dr. Strange, though, is going to be making an appearance. So Pentagram and Ferala will be out soon. Portal back onto the point. They need it, and they need it now. 2 quick kills again from the side of Daxu Wolf, and the kill feed just lights up red. They've got the pentagram. They don't have... Oh, Punisher just on the point. He's managed to get the judgment off as well. Daxu Wolf were not expecting that. 2 quick kills from Punisher, but they push him off the point. That was almost the Hail Mary miracle that they needed, Rice. Unfortunately, it was not to be, and Daxu Wolf will take the first game in this best of 3. Halls of Dajalia are theirs.
It is. There's indeed a massive defense coming out from Daxu Wolves there. It was absolutely phenomenal to watch them be able to use the ultimates. I wouldn't even say they were cycling it. Everybody was just pressing Q all at once. It was a ultimate soup of a game, honestly. But for somehow, Daxu were able to target and use the ultimates in these fights slightly better than Moshi Mosh. They were able to get the picks that they needed, and it was so hard to follow, honestly, as casters, but it was so fun at the same time. I'm like, oh my goodness, so many ultimates being used. I'm trying to track every single one of them. That was why I was shaking my head, by the way. I was like, what the heck is going on? How have they used 11 ults in the last 5 seconds? There's one left. Is it going to get used now too? But it was so fun to watch, honestly, and Daxu Wolves was just better at the ultimate management.
I tend to agree with that, because the way that they were, like you said, there were teams that were just pressing R. Daxu Wolf did have, it seemed like they had some sort of strategy to their play for the most part, except that last fight where it was just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. But I really like the way Daxu Wolf, especially on attack, were able to take that first point with such conviction. You know, that really set the stage for the rest of the game. You know, the meters they gained on the cart, even though that Moshi Mosh were able to hold them back from finally capping that that third point, they carried that sort of heat into their defensive side, because they were getting the 1 and 2 picks, you know, which is all you need to stop the opposing team from capping the point. Yeah. 1 or 2 is all you need. Job's done after that. The rest is just ult charge. And Daxu Wolf did that so well. Yes, we did see the counterplay come out from Moshi Mosh with that Punisher to try and deal with that Phoenix. And it did up to a point until it didn't, right? And that's why Daxu Wolf got over the line in the end. They adapted.
I think that Phoenix as well from Daxu Wolves is such a key hero to be playing as well. I was watching the ultimate charge up. I swear they got like 20% in 2 seconds somehow, and was able to get that Ensong Inferno and then used it as well. So just being able to have these ultimates online faster than the enemy team, I think also, especially in that last fight, when I was like, oh, they have no ultimates. Oh, wait, never mind. Ultimate's back online already. So fantastic work coming out from the Phoenix of Daxu Wolves.
I really liked the Gambit coming in, but particularly the team up with Magneto, being able to give Magneto that ability that turns his left click into a gigantic sword, basically, which deals so much more damage. I think it's got a decent cooldown, but you know what? It was used every time. Every time I was looking at a Magneto, it was on cooldown. So again, Gambit, very, very strong. Takeaways from this game. Gambit, super strong. Phoenix, super strong. Moshi Mosh, need a little bit of work on their ults. That's it.
Yep, I don't disagree. I think that's pretty fair. I think I do think Moshi Mosh were trying to do something with the ultimates with Gambit. You know, they were wanting to combo, as they said. You know, they want to build the composition around Gambit. And I'm curious to see what they do in the next game, whether or not they're going to be banning Gambit instead and not want to build around it. Maybe they were expecting Daxu Wolves to also run the Gambit.
I mean, you either protect it for both teams or you ban it out for both teams, right? Like, I don't think we've seen a Gambit actually fall through without being saved or banned out.
Yes.
That's how strong he is at the moment. Now, Hela is another one. It's either protected or she's banned out.
Yep.
And we saw how strong Hela was on that map. Even on a map which has a roof, you can still rain down hell quite literally on your opponents, and it lasts a long time, that ult. Like, I think you can get like 9 or 10 shots out. Like, it's a lot, and it's a lot of damage, and if you can't take down that Hela, you basically just got to run. Yeah. So we've seen the power that some of these players have when they get their right heroes. I'm not going to say they're one tricks because they're furthest thing from that, but they're definitely comfort picks for a lot of these players. And you can tell the difference between someone who has been forced onto a pick as opposed to a comfort pick.
Yeah, no, you definitely can. And I think these teams have been performing quite well on these picks that they've chosen. But I definitely want to see what they end up doing next game. But this game, so much damage and kills coming through.
You know what? Decent heals from the Rocket there. I thought Skitty Kitty might have actually swapped off of the Rocket after that first point, but, you know, credit to them. They stuck with it throughout. I mean, right-click's very, very strong, but it's only a heal over time, where some situations might call for more direct heals. Meanwhile, Cora on the side of the Daxu Wolves did a massive, massive chunk of healing with that Gambit, 35k, but credit to Floente on the Lunar Snow as well. We saw Fate of Both Worlds come in at clutch in multiple scenarios there. Moshi Mosh, unfortunately, being undone with their triple strategist. What do you make of the Mantis pick? Just looking at the stats there, it's hard to say it was anything but a little bit lackluster.
Mantis is really good at dealing lots of damage for the team and able to do heals as well. It's really good in a triple strategist situation. But I can't tell, honestly, in this game whether or not the Mantis pick was good or not because of how dominant Daxu Wolves was in general. I think Moshi Mosh may have to rethink strategies. You know, maybe they want to rethink the Gambit. Maybe try something else. I think Daxu Wolves, though, just have this double hit scan unlocked at the moment, and being able to take down the strategists in the backline. Like, Mantis could try and contest the hit scans, but she, at the end of the day, she's still a strategist. So while she can do lots of damage, she's still just a strategist. Yeah,
and I think a damage boost has, you know, once you exhaust everything, it's quite a long time between, you know, having that effect again. So it's very short bursts from Mantis. Unfortunately, it's not the case for Gambit. You know, like, sleight of hand just from playing Gambit builds up rather quickly. So you can choose to apply anti-heal, you can choose to apply a direct big heal or an AoE heal. I mean, the power that this champion brings to any sort of team lineup is not to be understated, which sort of echoes what Smiles was saying. You either play it and build around it, or you completely ban it out. In this situation, I think the mindset for Moshi Mosh might have been along the lines of, look, Gambit's really good for us. Let's secure it, let's play it. But the other side of that coin is Gambit is also very good for Daxu as well. And we saw how well Cora was able to play that. A lot of heal throughput coming out there. Massive, massive plays that were opened up by the use of this Raging Royal Flush. You know, it's hard to say, if it's so good for us, do we allow it? Or should we take the back foot here and ban it out?
Yeah, that really is the question, I think, of this entire meta at the moment. I would say question of the day, but no, it's further than that. Yeah. Do you ban or do you protect this Gambit? And both teams during the day have, you know, sort of thought this way or that way. But the benefit of making it this far into the tournament is it's a best of 3 now. Yeah. So you can experiment with the ban first game, see how it goes if you're not familiar with the enemy team. But now they've one game up. They're one win away from being eliminated or moving forward in the tournament. So it really comes down to this next game. Yeah, so just looking at this lower bracket, if I don't consider myself a smart man, but I can deduct that Daxu Wolves, the winner of this, will go forth to play Blooby Blobby, and the winner of that will go through to play the Bubble Guppies. So we have only got, after this game, only 2 games of Rivals left. I thought we were just getting started, Rice. I felt like
I'm having so much fun with you. It's so good here. Like, these games are amazing.
We're just gonna have to do it again.
I know, right? We definitely should. It's been too long. 3 years or something like that. way too long.
Absolutely.
Anyway, it's all about the now, and it is game number 2 time. It is game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Remember, the winner of this will be going through to the lower bracket final to play off for a spot in the big dance. So that game is going to be a best of 5, the grand final, and this game, obviously best of 3, the game after best of 3, so don't go too far away, but we will be getting this game up on screen very, very shortly. I wonder if the vibes have changed a little bit in the Moshi Mosh camp after that. I wonder if Smiles is all smiles.
I think.
Still.
Oh, true. I think it would be. I think part
think
of that
so too.
team is the mentality. Like
Yeah.
they said, they're very happy that they got this far in the tournament in the first place.
Mhm.
And do you know what else happens when they win this game?
We
If they win this game.
go to another map.
Well, yes, that too.
Yeah.
Sorry, if they win the series,
Yeah.
let me correct myself. They will be guaranteeing themselves either a minimum of a mouse pad. That's when the prizes start, and TGX tickets, and that's what Smiles is after.
Yep.
Those
Yep.
TGX tickets.
You know, he loves to visit his conventions. We saw him repping the PAX hat there. Loves to get in and amongst it, I reckon. I reckon he would be one of the characters you'd want to shake hands with and maybe have a drink with at events like that. So
I actually met him at PAX, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it was great. He didn't recognize me. I was really upset.
Did you feel
actually.
bad that you didn't get recognized, or?
I did. Well, because I'm like, did you never watch your games that I casted? Like, did you never like look back or anything? But that's okay. I'm holding it against him, but only for like
A little bit.
a little bit.
He seems like a good guy.
To be fair, I didn't recognize him because I hadn't interviewed him beforehand. So like it was fair, but I didn't even recognize him. He didn't recognize me.
It do be
It's
like
all
that,
good.
but you can never go wrong with mate, right? Like
Yeah,
you can never go wrong with
true.
mate.
Yeah.
Anyway, it looks like we are going to be going over to Midtown, potentially. Yep. Nice one. Daxu Wolves versus Moshi Mosh. The bans are coming through. Another Adam Warlock ban for Daxu Wolf, so they're not wasting any time with that one.
Nope. I respect it. I respect it. Maybe Moshi Mosh have done the maybe they know that there's a really strong Adam Warlock player on Moshi Mosh. The Invisible Woman, though, that's something that is very fascinating to me. That feels like such a cool part of like 99% of team compositions, and to be able to remove that Invisible Woman is crazy.
But that allows Gambit yet again. So Moshi Mosh, they've either cooked something else up or they haven't learned from the previous game. So we don't know what it's going to be until the end of this. Again, paid for opinions. I love it. But the Phoenix now locked in here protected rather from the side of Daxu Wolf. No surprises there because we saw just the chunks that were being torn off Moshi Mosh because of that Phoenix there from Daxu Wolf. Moshi Mosh had a slight answer for it, like we spoke about, that Punisher coming out, but only slight. It worked a little bit, only kind of when Judgment was up. When it dealt a lot of damage, and I think maybe another minute in the game, things might have been a little bit more different, but here we are. Daxu Wolf, they ban out the Loki. So they know that Moshi Mosh have got something up their sleeve when it comes to that particular character. I'd be interested to see which way their final ban goes. Just looking at this.
Okay, I was wondering if it's going to be another strategist, but no, they're doing the Hawkeye. Moshi Mosh did actually miss that protect. I assume it's on purpose. Must
Let's
be on
say it is.
purpose. And the Lunar Snow is going to be the final ban. So many strategists just eliminated.
Yeah.
That's 4.
I was doing my Strike Force the other day. You know, when you can log into the game and you can select which is basically the heroes you play. You can select them, and
Yes.
you can select them very fast. I just went through all the characters in the game and I locked a few in, and so many strategists, just because they're just so strong. Like the kit is so much better than a lot of the duelists I find. You can have much more of an impact. I think a lot of the duelists in game at the moment are centered around hero plays, which is why we don't see things like the Spider-Man, you know, the things like that, your solo sort of assassins. I'm personally not a fan of it. It's great to see in the right hands. Horrible when you're on the receiving end of it. But in a game like this, in a competition like this, in an environment like this, which revolves around a lot of team players, I think, you know, the meta that we're seeing is much more suited to it.
Ooh, this first part of this map is... It's always fun to see what strategy teams like to use. We do see the Moon Knight, not surprising on this part, you know, able to get in those corners and able to do lots of damages. Everyone is so congregated, but the dive, the triple Vanguard, triple strategist on Dax Wolves, that is also super exciting. We have to see two Angela's coming out as well. Smiles bringing out the Angela and Frost as well, but it's going to be Par on the Moon Knight that takes out Cora first, but gets revived, so Gambit is still in play.
I mean, I like Moon Knight on this map as well because there are only so many areas that your opponent can be. You throw an Unk down, you don't even have to look around the corner. Like, it's GG from there. So a top-level Moon Knight will dominate on this map. He's already got the ultimate available. I mean, look at this Moonglaive just doing so much bounce damage. There we can see Hand of Khonshu, instantly effective. This Moon Knight is just ripping Daxu Wolf apart.
Well, Moshi Mosh is traveling quite far. Vix also now taking out Frost, who's trying to do something on point unsuccessfully. Beast Node also trying to collapse as well to try and stall for a little bit, but Moshi Mosh are still moving. 2.5 minutes on the clock, and they are already turning around this last bend. And now it's the home stretch for this first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's eking towards checkpoint number 1. Daxu Wolf, they've got one more defense left in them, but this isn't exactly the easiest point to defend here. A lot of open space, and you can see just Storm making full liberal use of that. We do have 3 ults up on the side of Moshi Mosh. We do have the Jeff ult available. We do see Gambit now throwing out the Cajun Royal Flush, but there is also the Storm ult ready and available. So Jeff just taking a bit of damage there, but did his job and forced Captain America away from the front line. There we can see the Hurricane now coming through here. It's been boosted by Jeff as well. Meteor M comes through, should pick up a kill. Does in the end, so nice work there from Daxu Wolf to hold on after a pretty relentless onslaught to start things off here from Moshi Mosh.
Daxu Wolves able to collect themselves back and be able to win this fight and keep pushing. I'm not quite sure where the Storm Sharknado, Jeff Nado?
Sharknado, let's call it Sharknado.
I'm pretty sure it's called Jeff Nado.
I think
Sharknado was something else.
it's a movie.
Yeah. The Jeff Nado, yeah, I didn't seem to be able to collect anybody. So while it's such a strong, maybe I think one of the strongest ultimate combos in the game, Moshi Mosh wasn't able to find someone to be able to secure themselves that first checkpoint. So Daxu Wolves are able to regroup and contest once more. Floop is the only one with an ultimate though for Daxu Wolves. The Feast of the Abyss, but out comes the Psionic Seduction. But in the meantime, the Jeff has fallen, and so has the Captain America from Daxu Wolves.
We just see the Freedom Charge come through there as well, and now Angela taking a bit of damage in the sky. This is Winter yet again on basically his bread and butter hero here. We know how strong he is on the Phoenix. Storm now still making full use of these open skies here in New York City. And Daxu Wolf, after a bit of a shaky start, come out pretty damn strongly.
Winter able to get 2 picks, but is going to get traded out for themselves. Tashi had enough of Winter's Phoenix, and now with only 20 seconds left, I'm sure Moshi Mosh are trying to hold on to this defense as much as attack as much as they can. 4 meters left. They have taken down 2 members of Daxu, but still the Wolves have the Eternal Bonds available. Florence able to keep the team alive, able to stall for a little longer, able to take control of the point. 2 meters going backwards, but Moshi Mosh are still here and fighting. Jeff is out. They're going to be trying to eat something, eat anyone, but of course the Tornado is also available, but if they want to use it, but they will not be using it just yet. Overtime is still kicking off as Winter takes 1 and is going to be traded out.
Yeah, there's a lot of ults being thrown in onto the point here. Daxu Wolf, despite getting the opening kill, lose 2 in quick succession. Feast of the Abyss is up and available. We see the Hurricane now coming through here from the Moshi Mosh Storm, and it's looking like a red kill feed, but here comes Daxu Wolf. The run is decent back.
Oh, they got it.
All they need to do is get it across the line. Yes, they did. Very nicely done. It was overtime there, and it was looking very, very disastrous for a moment. And the portal just too little too late. So that's a big news story, Rice. Moshi Mosh have used the pentagram of Ferala, and that means it's off the table for any sort of last-ditch defense here coming into these latter 2 points. This time, Phoenix going to be played by, I believe, Winter swapping off that, going to the Psylocke, and Floop now going to be playing the Phoenix.
Yep. No, I'm excited to see this Phoenix v Phoenix. And of course, in this next section of in the subway, things change. But Moshi Mosh are already past halfway. We did have Smiles here on. We do have Smiles on the Angela. Not sure how long they're going to be staying as the high ground is now going down into low ground. Gambit ultimate is available from Moshimosh, but Daxu Wolves do not have it available. Pa able to take down Flute, but is going to get revived by the BRB. Out comes more ultimates. It's going to be a massive play coming out from Moshimosh, able to clean up Daxu Wolves, and so a regroup is needed.
I'm going to be controversial and say that I really like Squirrel Girl on this choke point here, just because the raw damage that comes out. Everything else, not great. But the kit, not great. But just the sheer raw damage that you can pump out in this sort of little small choke point is almost worth. Regardless, we're going to be left wanting and waiting. But Angela now coming in here. We do see the Psionic Seduction coming through as well. I believe I just heard a Dance of the Butterflies at the back line there. And there is 2 on the board straight away from Daxu Wolf. Make it 3 quick ones. BRB beacon utilized. Sia is up and available, but it's only going to catch 3 members. Angela causing all kinds of problems here. Nice work there from the man himself, Smiles, just displacing the opposition Daxu Wolf as they give chase towards him through this bank area. He has to, well, tuck his tail between his legs and basically hightail it on out of there.
30 seconds left. Moshimosh are going to have to regroup. They do have 4 ultimates available for this next fight. Daxu Wolves have 3. And so these last 20 seconds of this checkpoint are going to be vital. We're likely going to overtime. Still no portals available if my maths is correct, if my counting is correct. But Base Notes is going to be starting this off with the Freedom Charge, going in and keeping the team together and pushing forward, trying to get this defensive situation in their hands. With them able to taking out Power does change things in favor of Daxu Wolves. But Moshimosh are on point. And they're trigger the overtime. Frost has been taken out, but he's going to get revived, I think, from the BRB beacon as more comes out, more damage coming out from the CYA. Out comes also the Inzone Inferno, and it is massive for the defenders of Daxu Wolves.
Yeah, the Heaven's Fall comes out, but Moshimosh doesn't really have any sort of supporting players to come through. The Pentagram, I don't believe, is going to be up in time, and it will be the round going to Daxu Wolf. But you know, you have to give credit to Moshimosh there. They started that out very, very strong, and once Daxu Wolf really sort of put up the bulwark, they were able to break through it. So I really like what I saw there from Moshimosh. They were able to adapt to the situation of the game very, very nicely indeed. Daxu Wolf, though, they're just so firm when they want to be. You know, they know how to lock down a point. They know how to push their opposition off of a cart. They know this map like the back of their head. Moshimosh, though, they tried something different there, and I have to give credit to them for that. They started out with the Storm. They started out with... who was the other weird pick that they had? There was someone else there as well, but the Storm was really the one that was catching...
I was Moon Knight's strange.
Yeah, well, Moon Knight, yeah, Moon Knight was the one I was thinking of, but I liked it on that first point.
Yes, first point is fantastic. Moon Knight, I actually also, controversial take, don't mind Squirrel Girl on that first choke point as well. Especially when the enemy team has a triple Vanguard lineup, to be able to try and get as much into the choke points and everything and deal as much damage as possible, it's fantastic.
It's just raw damage.
It is raw damage. So it is controversial. I mean, I'm with you in that one, but you know, Squirrel Girl's not the worst on this map for us plat.
Yeah. I mean, some of you know the best. Some of the best things are often, you know, what was it? You know, they thought Albert Einstein was mad. You know, like they thought the thinkers were mad, right? And I'm not saying we are on that level, but you know, we try.
Did we try to be mad?
No, I mean I am mad. But another Storm now coming out here on the side of Daxu Wolf rather, and it looks like they're going, you know, rather heavy mutant here with the Moon Knight and Rocket supporting them. But they're trying to take a page out of the Moshimosh book here and try and manufacture something here. Oh, nicely done there by Gambit with the right-click kill. We don't see that very often.
You're running a triple Vanguard Moshimosh. I think that's really exciting to see here on this defensive situation. As I mentioned, you know, this map, sometimes triple Vanguard does come out, and it is here, and Moshimosh are using it quite strongly. I'm curious to see what Daxu Wolves do to respond to this. They do have their Hand of Contra available in the hands of Flute, so I'm excited to see who he targets, if he's able to get anyone out, but triple strategist, maybe they'll be able to out-heal it.
Potentially. I mean, it is sort of like a bursty damage ult. As you can see there, it comes in waves, though we do have the Jeff ult, although that's just for repositioning purposes. It looks like now we can see the Hurricane coming through from the attacking Daxu Wolves, but I don't think they managed to get anybody. I believe that Venom Rocket was already taken down. Clobberin time now coming out here from the thing. I love that symbiote skin too. But 2 quick kills for Moshi Mosh. BRB beacon utilized by Daxu Wolf. And the Eye of Agamotto ready to be used, well, at will here for Daxu Wolf.
Multiple ultimates are available. Make that 4 for Daxter Wolves. And what is Frost doing? He has the Eye of Agamotto available, going in for a flank, going in for the back line. You can see him looking and thinking about it. Out it comes. Able to stun a couple, maybe. But still, out comes also the Jeff ultimate. So not able to find anyone, just for repositioning. As Daxter Wolves have used every single ultimate to their advantage. Able to try and find someone. But somehow, everyone is still alive. Absolutely nobody has fallen. Psionic Seduction being used to try and seduce all the members of Daxter Wolves, but still, people are alive. Winter does get taken out, but gets revived immediately. And this feels a bit like a stalemate, but Daxter Wolves are starting to move slowly. But still, Moshi Mosh are holding down the fort.
This is very good defense here from Moshi Mosh. There's not a lot of time left in the bank here for Daxter Wolf to make something of this. Remember, they are up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series, so the mountain is large here for Moshi Mosh to climb, but it's definitely not insurmountable, as Daxter Wolf just cannot seem to break through this Moshi Mosh defense here. Thing is so strong. Emma Frost is strong, and it's this triple Vanguard lineup that you can see. They're going for the 3-3 combo yet again. It's just, I don't want to say it's not unheard of, because it's not, but it's just so damn good here on this map.
It really is, and out comes Jeff Fix. Oh wait, now out
comes... I want him!
Oh, the hurricane onto the Jeff in the backline. Absolute nasty work from Winter, but I mean, if you got to secure a strategist, you got to go for it. And now they've lost one Jeff, but they've traded it out with the Vanguard from Daxter Wolves, who has switched over to Captain America to try and get back in time quickly with only 40 seconds left on the clock. Tash has taken out Winter, so there is a slight advantage still for the defenders, for Moshi Mosh, and still, this time bank is dwindling. 30 seconds left. Daxter Wolves have to try and do something.
Yeah, the clock is the final boss here for Daxter Wolf at the moment. Moshi Mosh are just too damn strong. Even though Jeff got taken out, it doesn't matter. They still had the relevant heals that they needed. This thing relies a lot on the heals. That's a good Meteor M combined there with the Punisher. So Daxter Wolf, do they have an opening? The answer is yes, they do, because they managed to get a second kill on the board now. No BRB beacon, it seems like, and all of a sudden, Daxter Wolf, I dare say we're going to go into overtime here. They may just have a sniff at getting this point. It's going to be an absolute, it's going to be a marathon for them. They've still got a lot of way to go on this cart, but momentum is shifted in their favor. The kill feed is all blue.
It is all blue, and Moshi Mosh have to try and do something. Smiles is
Another
on
one.
the Doctor Strange, probably going to be getting a portal coming through, but as you mentioned, Skitty has been staggered with the portal though, maybe able to make it back in time. Out comes the Judge. Final Judgment from Floop to do so much damage. Fix is going to answer that with the Jeff support heals, of course, but Tash taking out Floop does mean that he's going to use the BRB beacon. Frost also gets taken out, so Daxter is down 1. Out comes a massive hurricane from Winter. Able to find anyone? Not entirely sure, but this overtime has flipped over to Moshi Mosh.
Oh, the Sia as well coming out just in the nick of time. Moshi Mosh, I think they're going to hold it firm. There's one player remaining on this cart. No, they're just slowly reconvening now. We've got the portal play very shortly from Daxter Wolf, but it's too little too late. And Moshi Mosh, they take Midtown. We are going to Game 3, our first Game 3 in this best of 3 series.
That is exciting.
Oh, I like
That
it.
is so exciting. I'm excited for this because, as you mentioned, it's our first game. And, well, I was starting to feel like maybe Moshi Mosh was the underdogs in the series. But the fact that they were able to hold them at this first checkpoint, maybe they're not.
Maybe they're not. I mean, it looked like that was going to be the story that we would be telling after that first map, but I really like map number 2 here. They commanded it, did Moshi Mosh. They really turned it into their tide. And, we even criticized the Gambit a little bit after that first map. It didn't go their way. But I must say, Moshi Mosh really did make it work. They stuck to their guns, and they said, you know what, first round was just a little bit of a slip up. Round number 2,
warm up.
It's ours. Yeah, that's it. They said that, well, Smile said they were a little bit shaky in the first game, so I do think they're a team that, needs to yawn a couple times, get that big stretch going, and then they're ready to go.
Yeah, I was very excited to see the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. It's good to give a bit of variety to the 2-2-2, but at the same time, I'm wondering whether or not they're going to be running that triple strategist, triple Vanguard in the next game. Maybe that's the recipe for success, being able to put out so much heals and so much damage and so much sustain as well. But of course, it is dependent on the map a lot of the time. So
Yeah.
it really depends what map we're going to next.
Yeah, it does. I think that Moshi, if anything there, they've made Daxu Wolf sort of like lean forward in their chair slightly,
Yeah.
you know? Like, I think this has woken Daxu Wolf up a little bit. Because let's be real, Daxu Wolf were pretty dominant on the halls of Djalia. They looked very, very good. Moshi really couldn't break their defense at all. And now we go over to Midtown and it's a completely different story. It's Mosh's playground. We're leveled up at 1 apiece. We're going to game number 3. I can't wait to see, you know, where we get taken for this game, because I think both of these teams, all of a sudden now, they just, you know, they do the anime glasses push. Like, it's time, you know. I think they're both really going to come out all guns blazing in this game. Not saying that they haven't already, but I think we might just see something a little bit different.
I'm also curious what we'll have different for the ban and pick
Me
phase
too,
as well.
yeah.
We did see, was it Phoenix? No, Hella, one of those two very important bans coming through and protects coming through. But of course the Gambit. Maybe it's time for Daxu Wolves to consider banning the Gambit instead, considering how strong or confident Moshi feel in the Gambit.
Yeah, I don't think Moshi are going to be banning out Gambit. I think they're either going to protect it or they're going to allow it through. It'll be up to Daxu Wolf, I think. Because Daxu Wolf are a little bit more flexible. Moshi, they didn't really do too much differently in that game. You know, they played a thing towards the end there, but other than that, it was pretty stock standard. You know, it was pretty meta. They still played the Gambit. They still played. I believe they were still running the Rocket as well, which was pretty cool to see. You know, we thought that Kitty may have swapped off of that, but it wasn't to be. And you know, it's hard to pick it apart because one time it worked, one time it didn't. You know, we go by stats and stuff here. That's part of our job. And when the stats are even, it's sort of like, well, what do we do from there? But you know, the hero picks bans are really going to be, I think, where the game is decided as we head in towards this final game of this best of 3. I mean, shout out to Mox doing a great job there on the front line as well. Moshi really stepping up to the plate here. Tashi, 31 kills on the Gambit, you know, obviously not last hits all of them, but a lot of assists. This is just how strong this hero is in this sort of meta at the moment. So I think Daxu Wolf, like you said, may just have to do something a little bit different here when it comes towards picks and bans. Yes, Gambit is great, but at the same time, it's also great for Moshi.
You can definitely see the different styles of Gambit play styles from Korra and Tashi. You can see Tashi has more damage than heals, while Korra had 25,000 heals. That's a lot of heals, but only 7,000 damage. So I feel like Gambits, at least when I play Gambit, when you're winning, you just are able to do so much damage, able to get those anti-heals, as you mentioned, which is so important. And yeah, I just maybe Tashi was able to get into those positions to be able to deal the damage, to be able to deal the anti-heals, to be able to prevent the team of Daxu Wolves from being able to keep the team alive.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Spades deck coming out on the side of Moshi. Meanwhile, Korra more than happy to sit and play Hearts, you know, which is maybe that's what the situation calls for. But the right placement of anti-heal, really, it's one ability and it changes the entire landscape of the map. And it looks like they were capitalizing on that. So credit to the Moshi lads. I think, like we said earlier, and just echoing what Smiles said, it takes a little bit for them to sort of wake up a little bit. And I think that, you know, the first Gambit game wasn't great, but they were definitely feeling it there come the second one. I really like the Storm plays from both of these teams as well. You know, we did see the Jeff NATO come out at one stage there. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more from the Jeff ults. A lot of them were used to just sort of reposition. Maybe swallow a couple players up next time. It may have things may have been different. You can create a lot of distance just by sucking somebody up with a Jeff ult, even if there's no sort of environmental dangers for you to spit them out. Again, that's why we're casters, not players, so I'm sure they have better ideas than we do. But still, it doesn't change the fact that things are going to have to change here for both of these teams coming into this game, because I think by now they've got each other figured out. I think it's going to take something really curly. I think it's going to take something out of the ordinary to get across the line in this game. The meta's not going to do it. Your comfort picks aren't going to do it. You're going to have to be a bit wild, I think.
I think the benefit, I think it was a big change, a good change for Jeff with the ultimate being able to heal as well.
Yeah.
Maybe they were just using it for sustain as like a mini Lunar Snow, but it's not the best way to use ult. I agree. I would have loved to seen some noms coming through from the Jeff. Just a little bit of harassment. Remember getting into the minds of the enemy. Be like, oh, you're on timeout now for the next 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And just make them not play the game. Like there was domination already coming out from the side of Moshi Mosh. Would have loved personally to see that little extra step.
Yeah. Just a little bit of mayo on top, just the ones that. Yeah, it's not only that 5 seconds as well of being nom-nommed, it's like the time that you have to spend then running back from wherever he spits you out from. So it's all these valuable seconds that, need to be taken into account here. Even things like the Meteor M, if you don't charge it up enough, it's going to hit like a wet noodle. There's nothing that can be done about it. It all comes down to what's going on and how much chaos is being caused at that time, because it absorbs all the projectiles, right? So if there's a big fight going down and you throw out Meteor M, fingers crossed there's no fate of both worlds or anything like that at the ground. You can catch a couple players out and just Kobe them from downtown. But again, it doesn't change the fact that these teams, I reckon, have got each other figured out. They know how to counter each other, and this game is like an ocean, it's going in waves and it's forever changing, water is forever changing its shape, and that is exactly what's happening in this game. Both teams have got plays and strategies that we can't even conceive, which excites me the most about this. And you can see like Moon Knight here to start things off was superb.
Yep. No, I love seeing Moon Knight on this map, being able to get so much damage off, as well as, I swear, Moon Knights get the hand of country extremely fast. One of the Mega Hurricanes coming through, but, of course, with the Emerald Frost, the Vanguards able to do so much work. I do love seeing how Moshi are able to get quite far. They weren't able to get through this second checkpoint, but they did quite a good push for themselves. Portal plays coming through in this game weren't spectacular compared to the previous ones. They did play a couple of key moments here and there, but really it was just down to the fights, down to the ultimate management.
It really was, and you can see that they really wanted that Jeff.
Yes.
That was tried about 3 times, by the way, and that was the only time it actually landed. Jeff was wised onto it both of the other times and was able to get away from it. So, I mean, that's a play in and of itself, right? Like, to be able to solo, to be the target of a solo ultimate and then have it whiff, that's big news. Like, so well done to the Slippery Jeff for getting that done. And here we go, bang, Daxu Wolf, no Gambit.
Yep, I mean, that is something we both was talking about, how Dax Wolves has to be the one to decide, do they want to let the Gambit through? Because Moshi Mosh are so confident in this Gambit pick. Well, Moshi Mosh are still getting rid of other strategists, no Invisible Woman, no Lunar Snow. And so, you know what, Dax Wolves is like, whatever, we'll just do it too. No more Loki.
We've got 4 strategist bans, 4 out of 4 bans, and they are all strategists. I mean, they know what they're targeting here. It could be, like, who would you play then? Like,
well, we've got Adam Warlock.
We do have it at, okay, true, Adam Warlock secured from Moshi Mosh. I think that was their answer towards the Daxu Wolf Gambit ban. They said, look, if you're going to ban out Gambit, we're going to play Adam Warlock. Again, on this point, we're going over to Central Park yet again. So damn strong. Like, we've seen it time and time again, not only in our careers, but in this tournament, where the Adam Warlock can just hide off to the side, get 3 or 4 revives, and all of a sudden it's a level playing field. We go again. So Magneto now being banned out from Moshi Mosh. Groot being secured from Daxu Wolf. What is with this Hawkeye ban?
I was about to say that.
Keeps coming out from Daxu Wolf. Is it a meme? Is it a target? Like, I'm not going to be able to sleep until I know what this is about.
Well, I guess we get to ask either Moshi Mosh or Daxu Wolves what is up with it. Maybe Moshi Mosh will know as well. They're like, oh yeah, no, one of our players is the top one Hawkeye in the entire lot of OCE, and I'd be like, sure, makes sense to me.
I mean, that would be why, and I would completely understand it. But I don't understand it right now, and it's kind of annoying me. But we'll figure it out, either through interviews or just chats or whatever. But We'll get our answers. We always do, but the 4 strategist bans are huge. Moshi Mosh obviously targeting the Daxu Wolf Magneto as well. Groot secured. I can almost guarantee you that Daxu Wolf will be playing Groot. And Moshi Mosh on attack. Maybe not the Adam Warlock to start an attack, but they'll definitely be playing Groot too.
Yep. As you mentioned, there's a Groot. There's 2 Groots even. That's a lot of Groots. That's a lot of walls. That's a lot of choke points that have been narrowed down and forcing people into one single entrance. And that's going to be pretty exciting, especially when we have triple from Daxter Wolves on defense, which is not surprising. Again, this map is so commonly on defense, a triple.
Yeah. I mean, Groot is strong. Warlock is strong. Any sort of shield tank is strong as well. There is, of course, no Magneto, so it's basically going to be a lot of Emma Frost. From the back line, we can see a Cloak and Dagger actually coming out here. There's my girl. We finally see her in this game.
Are you a Cloak and Dagger main?
I am a Cloak and Dagger main.
I am too.
Yeah.
Oh.
When I log into the game, Cloak and Dagger is the first one that's in my career profile.
Yep.
Very, very strong. Daxu Wolf, they really need to hold this point down because of the limited amount of heroes that we do have available. You can see Moshi Mosh just slowly tiptoeing their way through this choke point here. Rise Groot Wall's now coming out, but there's another Groot Wall just to cut them off. Nobody's been taken down as yet. We do have the Cloak and Dagger ult. We've got the Groot ult now as well, though. It's going to be us against the world. We see Cloak and Dagger just gliding across this point now. A Jeff ult coming through that I did spot as well. Again, not picking anybody up, but going for the tactical reposition here. But Moshi Mosh just have the brakes applied, and they're stuck inside the point here. This could be disastrous with the stagger kills, although we do see the Jeff NATO coming out.
Yeah, ult coming out from Tash with a Hurricane, but still Daxter Wolves are doing so much damage, able to take down multiple members, and now finally Daxter Wolves are able to reclaim this defensive position, able to push forward and secure themselves to be able to hold this point for a little longer. Moshi Mosh were able to get that 1 tick, and with 2 minutes left, I'm sure they are looking for more. They do have 1 ultimate available. It is, of course, Ionic Seduction, but Daxter Wolves have 3.
What I liked there is that we didn't see a panic pentagram. We still have Doctor Strange available. We still have that ever-important teleport, and it should be for the last-ditch effort here, should it be needed to be used. Groot Wall coming out now here from Moshi Mosh. They've actually taken up ground over on the right-hand side, but they do get forced back after losing one of their players. The Psionic Seduction is available, but Daxu Wolf looking very damn strong at the moment. Just over a minute and a half remaining, and Moshi Mosh, this is probably the worst thing that can happen to them right now, is that they are getting killed in stagger formation, which is meaning they're losing one, a couple seconds going past, they're losing another, and that's just valuable time that they can't get back.
Both teams are building a couple more ultimates, so it's going to be a bit more of a fun fight coming through. 3, maybe that's 5 for Moshi Mosh. So out comes Final Judgment, out comes Final Seduction to try and combo this together. So out comes is Amplify to try and keep the team alive, but Amplify has been destroyed already. So Beast Note is trying to do something impressive, but it's not enough. They will be brought back by the BRB beacon, but still Moshi Mosh are pushing forward, and they are only just seconds away from capping this first checkpoint. Out comes even more ultimates. Out comes the Jeff ultimate to try and keep the team alive, and it is successful as no member has fallen just yet. But Daxter has lost their rocket, and they're looking to try and keep alive, but they cannot. Moshi Mosh are able to cap the point.
There we go. The first time we've actually seen a Jeff ult follow somebody up and spit them out. Oh, nice stagger kill there coming through this time from Moshi Mosh. Now, what's going against Daxu Wolf here, it is at a very long run back from the spawn here. Moshi Mosh, they're sitting pretty. They've got all the time in the world. They can just chat amongst themselves, devise a strategy. Daxu Wolf will be kicking themselves there because if you cast your eyes to the top of the screen there, Rice, you will see that Adam Warlock does have the ult available. Unfortunately, it was not used on that defense, on that ever-important first point.
No, you're right. It wasn't used. Bloop does not have it for this next time, but I don't know if they want to use it just yet. It depends on what their strategy is, as Moshi Mosh are now engaging Daxter Wolves. No ultimates available for Moshi Mosh until this Great is now available. Where they're going in straight away. Moxicles is walking up, looking for an opportunity. Not quite able to find it just yet. Not able to find any other important backline strategist. Going in for the flank. Does find 3. It's massive. And all 3 of these squishies, 2 squishies, are falling down. Out comes now the revival.
Not bad. I'll take that. That was a good Groot ult. Now we can see the revive coming through here. It'll be interesting to see if they still do manage to stay on the Adam Warlock or they're going to switch off it. It is still a triple strategist lineup, though. Psionic Seduction now coming through from Moshi Mosh. There is the Seer in play as well, so that amplification beacon should be able to buy some time. Ratatoska not moving, though, so maybe a slight slip up there from Moshi Mosh. Maybe Daxu Wolf flipped it, and Moshi Mosh were unnoticing.
Well, Moshi Mosh are back in control at the moment with 1.5 minutes left, and Daxu Wolves have to regroup. They have 3 ultimates. They do have some time. There is still quite a fair bit of distance to go, but it's going to get quite tricky soon. Can't remember who has portals available for which team, but still Daxu Wolves are able to regroup. And now starting off the Galactic Legend, going in for the strategy in the backline. Tasha's going to answer that with... Oh my goodness, multiple snipes, Winter in the air. Out comes an Inzone Inferno from Par, and Tashi is able to keep the team alive. Moshi Mosh is still pushing forward. Actually, Alive Multiples has been taken out as well, as Daxu Wolves are going to bring out... Actually, Moshi Mosh are going to bring out the Born Again fix. Also have Comic Revival available.
Yeah, I mean, Daxu Wolf actually swapped off the Adam Warlock after that ult was used, but Moshi Mosh, they're sticking towards their guns.
Okay.
That was a big Cosmic Revival, but here come Daxu Wolf yet again. The kill feed is just blue. 5 players go down. It's about to be a 6th. Poor Groot, look at them stagger him out. They're taking all the time in the world that they can to take him down here. No. This is important. This is dirty, but it's part of esports. And that is valuable time gained, and you would suspect that Moshi Mosh might struggle to get another touch here on this cart. They may get a tickle, but they're going to need their Groot. They're going to need that beefy front liner. They're going to need their Vanguards as well as their strategists. They need the whole team, but not if Star-Lord has anything to say about it. Not if Floop has anything to say about it. That Dance of the Butterfly coming through, collecting 2 members. Nicely done, but gets solo ulted by Groot. Now it's a 2-man clapback here from Moshi Mosh. What have they got left in the tank? We see the combat amplifier come out from Rocket. Is it going to be enough? Frost manages to take it down, and I think Moshi Mosh may have just actually managed to push off Daxu Wolf here. They have. The choke slam's not going to be enough, or is it? It's a 1-for-1 trade. Pentagram and Ferala now coming out here. What have Moshi Mosh got? They've got the distance. Ratatoska huffs and puffs and blows down the door to Dracula's castle. Daxu Wolf thought they had that in the bag.
Amazing work from Moshi Mosh. They're able to use their fights, the ultimates to their advantage, bringing out Fix's Groot ultimate. It was a Moxical's Groot ultimate there to try and turn things around. It was fantastic and able to get important players from Daxu Wolves. And they still have 3 ultimates to their hand right now, so Moshi Mosh are not currently the underdog in this next fight. The Floop has taken out Par, is going to get Beacon revived by Moshi Mosh. Such an annoying revival comp coming through. We can see why Adam Warlock was banned from Daxu Wolves multiple times, but instead of opting to ban the Gambit at first, now Moshi Mosh here are showing why Adam Warlock is so annoying.
Yeah, Sonic Seduction coming through, but the Galactic Legend is already out. We see the Phoenix ult landing down. BRB Beacon had to be used to bring back Star-Lord from the grave, and now Cloak and Dagger ult on top of this point is big, big news. You don't want to be in that null zone because it damages the opponent and heals the allies, and I love a combat cloak. I think it's one of the best things in this game, and you can see the effect that it's having at the moment, just tearing through Moshi Mosh. Daxu Wolf needed that like you need water in the desert. They needed that lifeline, and now there's about 10 seconds remaining. Moshi Mosh, they are so far away from the card here. We can see Angela, but that's a Cosmic Revival coming through. It had to be used here. We're into overtime, and just like that, Moshi Mosh have flipped the cart.
They have been able to, I wasn't sure if they were able to without the portal, but they were able to with that revival coming through. But still, Tashi able to take down Beast Mode as a back and forth. The 2 members, both teams missing 2 members each. But will they be able to get back to the point fast enough as Moshi Mosh are pushing closer and closer to the defender's spawn? Winter able to take down 2. This could be the end of Moshi Mosh's push. Out comes the BRB Beacon to bring back Tashi, but of course, still, the Adam Warlock is back in spawn. Tashi now also back in spawn as well. This overtime is going the way of Daxu, but still, Moshi Mosh are holding on with the Angela. Smilezo now taken out. Now Moxicals as well. Overtime is over in favor of Daxu Wolves.
Wow, they made that look hard, didn't they? I mean, Daxu Wolf thought they had at least 0.2 in the bag, but Moshi Mosh were relentless. They just would not give up. And I'll tell you what, that is commendable play there because Daxu Wolf had everything going for them for most of that game, but Moshi Mosh, you have to hand it to them. They did so well. They got further than I think I expected them to, especially after this first point was going so strongly in favor of Daxu Wolf. And there we finally see our Jeff ult spit.
You're very happy, aren't you?
I am.
That's good. We got to see amazing Brood ultimates as well.
Yep.
Strength and Prison's doing amazing work. This stagger was absolutely nasty, but still Moshi Mosh were able to come back from that, and I think that was extremely impressive. Tashi able to get so many picks as well, even though they are Mantis and strategists. So much damage coming out from this Mantis, so much damage coming out from the Duelist, of course, as well.
I like the Jeff change where he can't just sit and ranged attack you the whole time. It now actually gets charges. I like that a lot. It forces Jeff into more of beam control, basically, which is what we're seeing, which is why you would play Jeff in a competition like this. It's why you would select him in a game which has so much riding on it like this. But I really liked what I saw there from Moshi Mosh. Daxu Wolf just looking a little bit shaken, even though they did get the win, but I'm not discounting them at all.
Moshi Mosh running that triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup once more, but Daxu is not going to be doing that. If I can quickly check, yep, it's going to be 2-2-2 in the hands of Daxu Wolves, but I'm really curious to watch this Psylocke flank. I'm wondering whether or not they're going to be going after the strategist, knowing that they're running triple here. So we've got Moshi Moshi has got to make sure that they protect their strategist that way.
I mean, there's no real hit scan on the side of Moshi Mosh. Daxu Wolf could totally send a flyer around to the side, somebody like a Human Torch or an Iron Man, even if they wanted to keep locked into, the strategist meta. Ultron very strong as well, for a strategist at least. And now we can see, the answer that Daxu Wolf here have to Moshi Mosh. They've taken the high ground, doing their best Anakin impersonation. Now they finally decide to jump down into the action and get their hands dirty a little bit. Although this Penny Parker on these spider mines can be very, very strong and quite the menace. Because this first point, still really anybody's game. It's sort of all happening here at the moment. Emma Frost pushing them all into this choke point. This is big news here from Daxu Wolf, but somehow Moshi Mosh have got that many heals. It's impossible to take them down. We finally see our first ult, Psionic Seduction, coming through courtesy of Frost on the Daxu Wolf, and there we go. Just a little crack in the dam just turns into a flood. So well done there from Daxu Wolf. That's all it took. And look, it was a tough ask. They're going to take the first point though, and now they'll start pushing the cart towards the castle.
We saw Moshi Mosh consider switching to the Doctor Strange, but way too, not enough time for that. So no portal being used in this fight just yet, which does point out it is available for this next stretch for both teams, of course. Ultimates are somewhat even at the moment, with 2 strategist ultimates being available for both teams.
Cosmic Revival only just came up as well, and by only just, I mean after the point was capped. So that's, that's a little bit of a sour taste in Moshi Moshi's mouth, but we know how strong that ult is. We know how well it can be used, and Adam Warlock as a DPS is also extremely strong as well. Ensong Inferno now coming down, collects a couple members. In fact, it was double Ensong Infernos being utilized there, but the Seer Beacon is in play. We will see the Cloak and Dagger ult now coming through. Then I tell you what, when you're standing on the Shadow, it is a lot of healing and a lot of damage. Don't underestimate it, but a big Warlock ult coming through here from Moshi Mosh. We thought it was Daxu Floor mopping the floor with them, but nope. Not while you've got your Adam Warlock just hiding around the corner with a Cosmic Revival.
Yeah, Moshi Mosh is still in this fight, but not for much longer as Kitty Kitty has fallen par as well. But still, Moxicles, Tashi, they're going to keep pushing forward. Out comes some Resurgence from Tashi to try and keep the team alive and dealing so much damage. And it is currently working for them. Moshi Mosh have gotten control back of the defensive situation.
Yeah, not bad at all. Very, very nice indeed. Daxu Wolf really need to come out with the answers here. They need to push this car basically the whole way in towards Dracula's chamber here if they're going to be successful. Not quite towards the cap point, but they need a bit more distance, obviously, than Moshi Mosh did. But Moshi Mosh looking very, very strong here on defense. Remember, this is the last round of the series, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 3 here. And if Daxu will take it, they'll be going on through to the next game in the finals. Unfortunately, the loser will be bowing out. We do see Psionic Seduction now coming on through here. A lot of damage being applied, but even more sustain coming through from both of these teams. And I do say that, though, it will be Moshi Mosh getting 2 kills on the kill feed. They've got 2 ults available to be utilized. Once they come back, make it 3. They do have the Ensong Phoenix. They've got the Venom ult, as well as the Psylocke Dance of the Butterflies. So a lot going their way, but at the moment, the momentum is going the way of Moshi Mosh.
It definitely is, and now with 4 ultimates to the hands of Moshi Mosh, including the Grid ultimate, I'm very curious to see how it goes. There is no BRB beacon left for Moshi Mosh. It has been used in this push, but they have seen and spotted Daxawolves going in for a flank. They're very well aware. Out comes the strangling prison, but still Kitty has fallen, Tashi as well, so out comes the comic revival to try and keep the team alive, and that is 4 of them back. 4 back, right there, 5. Every single member has been revived, and so Flip going in for the Dance of the Butterfly, not able to find anyone with that ultimate. 2 more ultimates left for Daxawolves. They have to use them quite aggressively here as they've got 2 minutes left, still plenty of time, but they are so close to reaching this next checkpoint.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like, you think you win the team fight, and then all of a sudden there's Adam Warlock pretending he's Bucky going again. Everybody's going back, and we do see a couple kills coming through there from Moshi Mosh. Did 2 members of Daxu Wolf get pushed off the edge there? I think they might have.
I think it was a strategic regroup, knowing that they have the 1.5 minutes left on the clock. They're like, okay, guys, this is a lost fight. We just try again. We still have 3 ultimate, 2 with 1 on their way ultimates. So they know they have the ultimate advantage. They were able to bait out multiple ultimates from Moshi Mosh, who only have 1.
Winter is insane on the Phoenix, just watching him play there. That was huge. Psionic Seduction now coming out from Frost. This is where Daxu Wolf really need to capitalize here, and they do so. Nicely done. The Psylocke getting 2 assassinations on or out the back, but they need to deal with this Adam Warlock. They probably know that he's not got his ult charge built up yet after the last fight, and this is the best chance Daxu Wolf have had. Moshi Mosh trying to chase them down, but I don't think they're able to catch him. Yeah, there it is. Psylocke gets taken down. Moshi Mosh hold firm. Just under a minute maining, and Daxu Wolf, they had the momentum there, but I don't know what happened in that fight. Now they're forced back. 1 more roll of the dice.
1 more roll of the dice, 40 seconds left. Beast Node does have the feature of the Abyss available, and Flowent does have some resurgence. It's going to be a big fight coming through, because Moshi Mosh have answers to that. Out comes the Psionic Seduction, out comes their own Soul Resurgence as well, and they're dealing so much damage. They have control of Renatoska right now. Beast of the Abyss was not able to find anyone, so now Florent is going to be using their own Soul Resurgence. Out comes Inzone Inferno. They will be able to find Fix. We did have Comic Revival available. They also have their passive, so they will be cocooning back.
I mean, this is the biggest news so far of the game. We need to get that Warlock back up. We need to get him using it. Psylocke's hunting him. He does manage to get it off, but it's not in the best position. What have Moshi Moshi got left? They've lost 2 players. It's 4 versus 6 here. Daxu Wolf with the mathematical advantage, and it all lights up blue. Here come Daxu Wolf. Insong Phoenix comes in as retaliation from Moshi Moshi. The BRB beacon, sorry. The Seer is in play, but here come Daxu Wolf. They find something. They get that breath of life. They cap the point, and they are still in this game.
They only have 1 minute though, kid. It is an uphill battle up that steps. But to be fair, they were able to stop Moshi Mosh a little bit earlier. There's me being gassed. I was like, I don't know if the mic caught that up. I was like, after the Comic Revival, and then I saw Fix getting eliminated there. But still, Daxu Wolves have to go up this hill. You can see where they went. You can see they went halfway up the staircase, and Moshi Mosh, they have no ultimates here, while Daxu Wolves have 2. One of them being Eternal Bond.
I love Eternal Bond up the stairs here. That is big news, because that means that nobody can step onto the stairwell here, and it's valuable meters gained. Daxu Wolf off the back of the Eternal Bond. They combine. Have a look at just how easy they made that 3rd point look there. Moshi Mosh will be so disappointed with themselves, and I tell you what, my heart bleeds for them, because both teams deserve that game as much as each other.
It was so close. The first 2 games were a little bit leaning one way or the other, but it was 1-0. And in this final round, it was so much closer. You could see the teams feeling each other out. You could see them respecting the ban, respecting the protects. But we mentioned earlier, maybe this game was sort of mostly decided in that ban and pick first part. And, well, I think Daxu Wolves may have figured out Moshi Mosh's strategy a little bit faster.
I think banning Gambit was the best thing to happen to this game. I think it made it a lot more exciting. It made it a lot more flexible. Having Adam Warlock in, I mean, there was not a bad ult that came out from either Adam Warlock, but mainly Moshi Mosh. I mean, every single one was superb. Even when there was an Ensong Phoenix available, it was just executed to perfection, and the way that Moshi Mosh played, yes, they did lose those team fights, and they did have to recover through the use of the Adam Warlock ult. Like, if they won, I would have been saying it was Adam Warlock diff, 100%. But credit to Daxu Wolf, they showed why they are the better team. It's a decent run back from spawn there on defense, but all they did was just stay on the cart. They pushed it. The Eternal Bond at the end there was just chef's kiss as well. So well done to Daxu Wolf for clutching it out when needed.
Yeah, they do win, and so they will be going forward and versing Blibby Blubbers.
Blibby Blubbers.
In the lower bracket final. It's going to be such an exciting game. And Daxu Wolves did say that they were going to come second of this entire tournament.
I mean, it was scripted almost by the players themselves so far, right? Bubble Guppies are through to the grand final. They'll play the winner of the next game, which is going to be Daxu Wolves versus the Blibby Blobbers. We've been treated the entirety of this day with just top tier rivals. For a grassroots tournament, we've had the best of the best just putting on a show. I'm so excited, Rice.
No, I think this has been absolutely fantastic to watch, and I think I'm really excited to see what Daxu brings to this next match coming up against Blibby Blobbers. I do also want to ask them, we do have to ask them, don't forget if you get an interview, why are they banning Hawkeye?
Yeah, it's going to keep me up at night, but we do not have one coming up here. There's going to be Blibby Blobbers versus Daxu. I think that, like I said, I think all of these teams remaining here are just sort of locked in a bit. You know, they're leaning forward. They're shutting their bedroom door. You know, like nobody come and interrupt me because we are playing for some serious cheese here. Like the $750 first place prize, not to mention the Sony mice, the mouse pads, TGX tickets. I mean, so much swag on the line, so much cash on the line for a grassroots rivals tournament. Again, shout out to NetEase and of course Sony for making this happen.
Yeah, on top of that, their headsets. We can't forget headsets
Oh
for
my
first
God,
place.
yes.
We are currently using some Sony headsets right now, and they sound fantastic. Your voice sounds so crisp in these headsets. It's fantastic to use these. And of course, the camera that we're staring beautifully into is a fantastic camera. And these players, first place players, will be walking away with this Sony headset. So I'm sure they're very excited to try and reach that first place spot.
Nice. I do like how our side cameras are both Sony, as you mentioned, which is really good too. I just noticed that little tidbit, but you love to see it. I mean, everything's been, it's been great from our end. I'm enjoying myself. I can tell you're enjoying yourself. Honestly, I hope that everybody at home is enjoying themselves as well as we have a look at these results. I mean, there was a lot going on there. It really does have to be said. Cora 45k heals. Ouch.
That is a lot of heals. You're right. Cora on not playing the Gambit this time, playing Cloak and Dagger. I mean, Cloak and Dagger does give off a lot of heals in general. But I also love to see all the kills coming out from Beast Node and Winter 48. All of these damage dealing players were able to get over 40 kills for themselves. Moshi Mosh weren't quite able to do the same. They were only able to maybe get around 20 kills. And so even with the, I think they were doing the triple at first, right? So these two different strategies that these two teams play. And looks like Daxu Wolves' strategy was the superior one in this instance.
The problem with triple when you ban 4 strategists is you don't really have many to play with. And I think it may have been a different game if these players weren't forced to pick Mantis. I think it may have been different. Yes, Mantis is good in the right hands, but is a bit lackluster compared to some of the other available options, wouldn't you say so?
Mantis is quite common in triple strategists, but compared to like the healing output of some other strategists, can feel a little lackluster, especially with an Adam Warlock and Mantis. Maybe there just wasn't enough sustain available. But yeah, I'm excited to see this next game coming up.
Yeah, me too. And before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 5-minute break just to compose ourselves. Hopefully you are relaxed, rested after that best of 3. We've got another one coming your way, and then after that it is the big dance. The winner of this best of 3 will be going through to the best of 5 grand final against the Bubble Guppies. Don't go too far. We will see you shortly. on, push, push, push. Knock one, push, push. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals Tournament. Hope you enjoyed that fresh 5-minute break. Hope you're ready to go because we have got not one but two more games remaining in the day. My name is Kit Fox. I'm joined once again by Profound Rice. And Rice, we have been treated to some Marvel Rivals. We saw our first best of three go the distance here. And now we're going to be coming into, I believe, the lower bracket final, where the winner will be going through to face the respected favourites, the Bubble Guppies.
Yeah, it's going to be between Daxa Wolves, who claims they would be coming second place. You know, they think they would only lose to the Bubble Guppies themselves, and they were going to be claiming the second place. But then they will be versing against Blibby Blubbers. Blubby Blubbers. And they also believe that they will be coming to meet the grand finalists once again and have a rematch. And I think, Bubble Guppers were thinking that same thought as well. So it's really Daxu who have to prove themselves, Daxu Wolves who have to prove themselves in the situation.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Daxu Wolves were really challenged there by Moshi Mosh. we thought that they were going to do it comfortably, but then all of a sudden on Midtown, Moshi Mosh said, no, this is our turf. And then they took it to the final map in the best 3, which was Central Park, which again was a very, very close game. We've got some highlights from that game here on screen to show you right now. If there's one game that I suggest you watch so far throughout the day, when you go back and look at the replays, it would definitely be this one.
Yep, this one and of course this next one and the grand finals will make sure you guys
Just watch it
don't
all.
get anywhere, go anywhere.
Just watch it all. Watch everything.
Exactly. I mean, I'm watching everything and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, I mean, we got the best seats in the house,
We
right?
do.
Like, we really, really do. You know, when people ask me what I do for a job, I said I get paid to talk and watch games. Like, it doesn't get much better than that. Like, and I hope you guys are enjoying it too, because I enjoyed plays like this. I enjoyed plays like the Raging Cajun boosted Galactic Legends, the Kraken Impacts. I loved seeing the synergies that we had between not only the official team-ups in-game, but, you know, just to be able to make things work normally where you wouldn't. Like I mentioned before, you know, Bucky had a lot of effect. Here we can see exactly what I'm talking about, the flush-boosted Galactic Legend there. Huge. And we'll expect to see more of that, but it's become a talking point between us about Gambit in this series so far. Because Gambit, you either build a team around him or he's out. But let's have a quick look and see what these players are playing for in this tournament, why they put their entire Sunday aside. There it is, bang, first place prize, $750 and 6 Inzone headsets, courtesy of Sony, of course. Second place prize, $250 and 6 Inzone mice. Third place getting 6 Inzone mouse pads. And it's not all sour grapes if you come third or second, because you're going to get TGX tickets as well. First place prize too, and not to mention shout out to NetEase for putting up 1,000 Marvel Rivals credits as well, Rice.
Yep, 1,000 for every top 8 team
Player,
players. So
yeah.
that's a lot of credits that is going to be distributed during this event. So yeah, as long as you make top 8, you're walking away quite happy with yourself. You know, just Sunday afternoon, just easy credits.
Playing some video games.
Yeah.
Not too bad at all. And you know what? I couldn't think of a better way to spend my Sunday, to be honest with you. Like, let's be honest, we're all gamers here. We'd probably be at home gaming.
Yep.
But here we are in the studio doing, having a great time. As we said, best seats in the house. And we are now at, well, the penultimate game of the day, because that means that we have got these two teams going up against each other to face off against the Bubble Guppies. It will be Blibby Blobbers versus Daxu Wolf. And personally, I'm very happy that I don't have to stumble over those names for now.
But I
Yet
think
again, it's going to happen.
We might be stumbling over something else though, kid. I'm trying to remember which team Daxu is in. I think Daxu, the player.
He's not in Daxu Wolf, is he?
I think he's in Blibby Blobbers. I think he's
in
his upcoming game. I can't remember. My memory's the worst, but that might be what we're going to be stumbling over, as well as, of course, Blibby Blobbers as a name.
Daxu versus the Daxu Wolves. I mean, we talked about the respect that these guys have for each other and how well they know each other in this ANZ region. It's kind of like a small town, even though we're one of the biggest countries in the world. Everybody does sort of know each other. Like, you become friends. There's a lot of friendly rivalries as well. It's very rare that there's a lot of, real, hatred rivalries. It very rarely happens here. Everybody's everybody's mate in this region, which is why I love it. There's very little beef, usually. Long gone are the days of, like, Twitter beefs and things like that, which is great to see,
I mean, until I go on Twitter tonight and now I got nothing.
Yeah, I was going to say, and
nothing.
that Kit Fox, I swear to God, look, totally understandable, justified.
Is it?
Actually, no, it's not. What have I done? No, nothing. It's fine. I've had fun. That's what I've had.
How dare you?
How dare I have fun? Are you the fun police?
I am today. I'm the opposite of smiles. I'm grumps.
You're frowns.
Oh, frowns. That's a better name. Yeah, I'm frowns now.
Well, we will be seeing the next teams very, very shortly. But I tell you what, we saw the brackets that came up earlier and the ride that these teams have had. But that last game in particular really stands out to me. If you look towards the bottom of the screen there where it says Daxu versus Moshi, I mean, you could not pick a winner of that game. It really came down. It was fight for fight. It was to the last, couple seconds of the game. What really let, I believe, Moshi Moshi down there was that they didn't get that full cap on the point, which really, it would, an extra 10 meters or so would have changed this game a lot. But Daxu held so strong, and I actually thought they were going to lose there for a little bit, it must be said, because that second point there, from the back of the Adam Warlock play from Moshi Moshi, that was all their point. It was their playground. Like, you couldn't take a step without them knowing about it. But somehow, Daxu Wolf managed to came out over the top. I still don't really know how it happened. It just happened. And you know what? Rivals be like that sometimes. Like, you think you're in front, and then you turn around, and your whole team's dead.
I think as well, Daxu was being able to get that first point so quickly and have so much time bank. And then seeing them lose that time bank, like minute after minute after minute, as Moshi Mosh were able to get that revival up and get all the strategist ultimates and keep the team alive and everything like that. I think that was our turning point, being like, oh, we thought Daxu Wolves would have had this in the bag after that first point capture, and now it's the chances of winning are slowly dwindling. But then they were able to get over the line in that overtime, and all they needed was just that one final push.
Yeah, that was the story of the game, wasn't it? It was a coin toss. It's, whichever way it came up, it was pure, I don't want to say it was pure luck, because it was a lot of skill involved in that game, but it really did feel like it came down to a coin toss to see who would take it out. But unfortunately, we say goodbye to Moshi Mosh, and we say welcome back again to Daxu Wolf. We are going to be going over to Midtown, and straight away, the first ban, which is wild, we actually see Angela being taken out, and a Gambit save from Daxu Wolf, which is big, big, big. So we can see, we saw Midtown and we saw Daxu Wolf play this game before. What do you make of it? Moshi Mosh were quite dominant on this map when they played it.
Yeah, they definitely were. And I'm excited to see whether or not they do that triple Vanguard, triple strategist lineup again. It's such a common one, especially on defense here. And I want to see what the answer is to that. We do see the Angela ban coming through. I'm pretty sure that is to respect the Tinny Valkyrie, of course, because Tinny loves doing the Angela. And Angela is viable on this map with the high ground, being able to get into the top part as well. We also see the Invisible Woman coming out as a second ban from Blibby Blobbers. They are protecting the Groot, and Groot on this, especially that first part of the map, is so, so strong.
I agree. Groot is strong on most first point choke points when you think about it. Very, very strong Vanguard. I've noticed we haven't seen a Rogue at all so far today, which is interesting. I know a lot of people are sort of coming around to that hero, but having played Rogue a little bit myself, you need constant heals, right? You have to be spammed with heals. You have basically one shield, and it doesn't last very long. So, look, Hela being secured is another big news story. We know how strong that can be. Blibby Blobbers, though, I'm liking this because I think they've had Hela banned away from them in the games, at least from what we saw. We don't know what went on in the games that were off stream, but we know that Blibby Blobbers, they do like their Hela, and Hela's been featured either for or against in every game so far today.
Yeah, Hela is quite a strong hero in the hands of Blibby Blobbers, with both Daxu and Weevo being quite good hit scans. If I had to pick one, though, they usually give it towards Weevo, but if they have Phoenix available as well, we could see a double hit scan. But, of course, we've got to know whether or not they're going to be playing the triple Vanguard, triple strategist, because things will go out the door of our duelist theory crafting if they're going for that.
Well, it's not like last game where we saw 4 strategists banned out. We've only got the 2 this time. So Invisible Woman, we won't be seeing her. We won't be seeing Loki either. But we do have that save on Gambit. So I can guarantee you, I will bet my wage on it that both of these teams will be playing Gambit at some stage throughout this best of 3.
Okay, well, there you go. First up, Gambit.
Thank you. Both teams too. No surprise. It's no surprise. He's so strong. You can't not have Gambit secured or unbanned and not play him. It just doesn't work that way in this current meta. So, good luck, Blibby Blobbers. Good luck, Daxu Wolf. We'll have to see what synergies they can pull off. But the Storm coming in yet again. It's been used every single time by the attacking team so far today in this tournament on Midtown.
Same with the Moon Knight as well, as such a common pick. And of course the Groot. Tini Valkyrie on the Groot. Mentioned earlier in a previous game, Tini Valkyrie is quite comfortable on this Groot. And so is, of course, is Beast Mode. When I think of Beast Mode, I do often think of this Groot. So I'm excited to see these two Groots play off against each other. Donald on the Penny. I think we saw him hop onto the Penny previously in a previous map. Yep. And, you know, I totally love Penny on this beginning phase of Midtown.
I mean, I don't play Penny, but I've gone up against quite a few, and yes, she is very, very annoying because there are a lot of places where you can hide spider mines, defend them quite easily, and then we can see Hand of Khonshu now raining down. So the first two opening frags are trade-offs. BRB Beacon, though, being utilized by the Blibby Blobbers. Oh, we do see Strangling Prison, though, catching a few players out, and then the Seer to follow it up. What can they do? It's two quick frags on the side of Blibby Blobbers. They make it work. They open up the doors, and they push Daxu Wolf all the way back into their spawn.
Unsure if that is a Groot diff or just the CYA Amplifier diff, because Beast Mode did open up with that Strangling Prison and Tini returned to the favor. I'm pretty sure that Amplifier was the one that sealed the deal, but Daxter Wolves, they only used just that one Strangling Prison ultimate. So now Blibby Blowers have to try and get the ultimates back, but somehow Tini has already been eliminated. Weaver's going to use this opportunity to revive, but I think he may have been spotted and taken out immediately, and so he's going to have to cocoon back and keep this revival going. But how much longer can they do that as Daxter Wolves are starting to push forward?
Yeah, the one-man Adam Warlock revival was maybe been a bit panicked there by the Blibby Blobbers, but it doesn't matter. It's happened. We move on. Daxu Wolf, 2 quick kills on their side of the fence here, and we can see these Arachno mines being taken down. Nicely done there by Gambit. Pentagram of Farala now coming out. You may as well use it nice and early if you're going to use it at all. This should be the chance that Blibby Blobbers really need here to stop this cart from capping this first point, because Daxu Wolf have got all the time in the world. Oh, we do see the Pentagram now coming on through, and it just creates a little bit of a zone here. It just stops the damage coming through here from Daxu Wolf and getting absorbed by that shield. We see the Strangling Prison coming out yet again, this time on the side of Daxu Wolf themselves. We did see Hand of Khonshu come out, and that glaive just bouncing around. It's all coming up Daxu Wolf. And what happened to the Blibby Blobbers? They portaled in, they get taken down, and now they're back in spawn yet again.
Absolutely amazing work with that Strangling Prison. And of course, the Hand of Khonshu. But while the Hand of Khonshu itself wasn't able to get all the damage out, still Daxter Wolves are able to work together and eliminate all of Blibby Blobbers. They do have that CYA coming up available for this next fight. And the Blibby Blobbers have it regrouped here in this subway section of Midtown. Now, Daxter Wolves do have quite a lot of ultimates, though. I'm curious whether or not they're going to be trying to go for the Jeff Nader, as Winter does have the Hurricane available, or if Hurricane is going to be used in this next fight.
Yeah, I suspect it might, but right there and there, that kill we see coming out from the Blibby Blobbers was pristine use of the anti-heal. Okay, so there's your answer to that question. We're not going to be seeing Jeff Nader. We will be seeing the swap off onto Hela, so a bit of ult sacrifice there as well to obtain that.
Guivo has also switched over to the Hela. Daxu now also on to, of course, the team up for Hela to try and bring out more of the fish squids coming through. And so maybe that is the answer that Daxu Wolves is trying to do. They have to answer Weevo and Daxu, but still, Weevo is dealing so much damage as this Hela.
Kill feed lights up blue, and Blibby Blobbers, they just, they clap one back here, because let's be real, that first point, it was all Daxu Wolf. They, sort of sent Blibby Blobbers a big message there saying it's not going to be as easy as you guys think, but this time Blibby Blobbers, they've woken up a little bit, they've risen to the challenge, and Daxu Wolf this time were on the receiving end. So that cart now going backwards, but as we say that, it's flipped by Daxu Wolf, but the high ground being taken here by Blibby Blobbers. We can see the Jeff ult now coming through. Oh no, it was the Monstro coming through, Giganto coming through there from Namor, picking up a few kills. And from downtown, I like what I'm seeing here. Our favorite Squid Man has been nipped at the nerf hammer a little bit, but the damage is still there if you know how to use him. 2 quick kills for Namor, and Blibby Blobbers sitting quite pretty at the moment.
Quite pretty indeed, able to hold down the fort quite aggressively. Mentioning, as you mentioned, they only use that Namor ultimate, and they still have 5 to their disposal right now. But Daxter Wolves, they do have 6. So this next fight is going to be absolutely explosive. With only 1.5 minutes left, I'm pretty sure Daxter Wolves are going to try something miraculous to try and keep pushing forward. There's 2. That is three ultimates actually, both duelist ultimates, as well, of course, Gambits. And now out comes now a Meteor and the Fate of both worlds from both teams. The Meteor is being used. Hello is also using Wivo's ultimate as well. It's back and forth, but somehow Blippi Blobbers are still ahead. Daxter Wolves threw everything, absolutely everything, except for one ultimate at Blippi Blobbers, and Blippi Blobbers completely annihilated them.
Daxu on the side of Blippi Blobbers, not to be confused with Daxu Wolf, the team. Absolutely dominating here on this Namor. Now, we used to see Namor be meta almost 100%. Now it's a little bit more situational with the recent, well, not recent, but constant changes, let's say. And Namor is a bit more of a situational pick. But now, I mean, it's like nothing's changed here. In the hands of Daxu, he's going to have Giganto come up again now, and there it is. You expect to see it shortly. Look at Cap just sitting there on this front line, just soaking up all the damage, reflecting what he can. There is the Psionic Seduction available here on the side of Daxter Wolf, but they haven't got much else other than that. They need to build up this ult charge, but Blippi Blobbers just aren't giving them a chance.
We can see why Wivo Hela is highly respected in the community and why Hela has been constantly banned against Blippi Blobbers. Able to get 2 picks in the neutral as Frost tries to use the Sonic Seduction, gets immediately anti-healed and taken out by Donald. And now Teeny Valkyrie with the free charges going in to try and capitalize on this advantage that they have. Korra is now going to be using the ultimate to try and keep the team alive as the Winter goes in onto Lick. Wintergo, though, is going to be taken out in return. Wivo now with the Goddess of Hell in the sky is going to deal so much damage as Fluke with the Unsung Inferno tries to deal more damage, but it is a Wivo that comes up on top.
Fate of both worlds must have just run out there because there was a lot of damage being thrown out from Wivo that was just getting healed back up. So Blink and Luna Snow's health is gone. So that's big news. Unfortunately for Daxter Wolf, they only get the 1 point, but I think they did well to get that. Let's be real. Blippi Blobbers, once they got to the indoors area, it was on lock for them. So very nicely done as we check out the replays from this game so far. Started off with the Moon Knight, and once we got to that what's the word I'm looking for? The transfer station indoors, the platform.
Subway.
Subway, yeah. Either or. Meteor M coming down there as well. But this ult here from Wuvo, there it is. We saw that a couple times. Very, very well used. And like you said, Rice, there is a reason that Wuvo's Hela is respected. There is a reason that, you know, Hela quite often banned. Let's just listen to the sounds coming out there. Just
so good.
Headshot, 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 headshot. Hopefully we can see more of that. Blippi Blobbers, it's, well, they don't have far to go, but this is by any means, this is not easy.
Well, Blippi Blobbers is playing to the meta. We are going to be seeing Wivo on the Moon Knight and Daxter on the Daredevil. We haven't really seen much Daredevil though today. We have seen it banned out a couple of times. Yeah. But now it's going to be played. I believe the strategy would be assuming that Daxter Wolves is running the triple, and they are correct. And so Daxter is going in for the flank, going in for the strategists.
I like this because Daredevil can do a lot of damage in a short space of time. He really can be the thorn in the strategist side. He's a little bit different to your classic divers, you know, like your Psylocke and things like that. I think he can hang around just a little bit more, but you definitely know when he's around. Speaking of knowing when they're around, Venom, you always know where he's around, as well as Cap. I mean, have a look at the way Daxter Wolf are going about this. They've split themselves up here, so they need to be quite careful. They've got a couple players off to the right-hand side and a couple players off to the left as well as in the middle, so they're hoping to cover a lot of area here. Meanwhile, Blippi Blobbers, they're sitting pretty. They're just building up that ult charge. We're already 73% of the way to the Strangling Prison. We do see some damage being thrown out here from the Groot. And look how far back Daxter Wolf have been pushed. That's probably because of Cap and probably because of the Daxter Daredevil.
Yeah, Daxter Daredevil coming through. Hasn't quite able to get huge picks just yet. Based on does get taken out, is going to get revived by the BRB. So no BRB for Daxter Wolves at this point in time. And Blippi Blobbers, I don't remember if Lick has used their BRB yet, but Korra already has the Gamba ultimate. Is popping it immediately, I believe. While Blippi Blobbers is now going to be using the Strangling Prison.
Yeah, Strangling Prison. We see the hand of Khonshu as well. Just ult city here on Midtown, and 2 kills will go the way of Blippi Blobbers. That Seer amplification beacon is huge. Another 2 kills going the way of the Blippi Blobbers, the BB boys. And now Daxter Wolf just sent reeling from that one. They have to go back, lick their wounds, and recover. Ank on the cart. Yucky, but it works.
There's a lick, though, on Blippi Blobbers' team, so licking their wounds. I'm not quite sure.
I totally meant that.
So I'm just loving these puns, with Daxu on both teams. Lick is actually on Blibby Blobbers, but they might be going beast mode soon with Fluenta now going with Cloak and Dagger. A ton of bond on the ground. They're able to take, though Korra does get taken out. Out comes the CYA from Winter going in further to try and deal more damage, but Citrus is keeping the team alive with so many heals right now.
Yeah, they're just jabbing at each other here on this point. Cap trying to see on the backline if he can catch somebody out. Hand of Conchu is available, and they're kind of all grouped up for it as well. I think it'd be useful here. Probably could have been used there, but regardless, they decide against it. And what's Wuvo going to do? He's a much better player than you or I, that's for sure. We shall not question him. Meanwhile, Cap causing Gambit all kinds of problems here on the back line. He's going left, right. Haymaker, what has he got? Gambit can probably win this fight. I'm not going to lie to you. That's how strong he is. He's got the sustain heals. He's got the damaging anti-heal. Meanwhile, back on the front line, it's going to be Strangling Prison. And we do see Blibby Blobbers actually get themselves the first opening frag of that engagement. The cart slowly but surely making its way towards the entrance of this subway. Cap, meanwhile, finally finds the kill that he's been hunting for the entire time. But it's going to be onto Cloak and Dagger. Daxu Wolves struggling a little bit here. One player remaining on the cart. Portal. Cap does get taken down. Portal now coming through. And here we go. They're back into it, but they need the respawn timers. There's still 3 players with respawn timers. The portal does last a decent amount of time, but Daredevil jumping back and forth. It will be Blibby Blobbers who stamp their ticket into the subway.
They do so also with only using 3 ultimates. They still have 3 to their disposal. While Daxu Wolves, they also have 3 actually, technically. So it's going to be a very fun fight here on the subway, but them, Blibby Blobbers, are able to get over that line. And the time, look at the distance Daxu Wolves have to travel. They haven't been using a portal here just yet. I think they've already used it, right? So they have to make the distance, but they are ready. Look at Citrus holding the ultimate, ready to use, and Korra follows suit as well. Can they touch? 4 meters left. Kid is going to be very close.
It is going to be very close, and we can see the Hand of Conchu coming out. Psionic Seduction now on the table here for the Daxu Wolf lads, but Freedom Charge now coming on through here thanks to Captain America. That's going to be some much needed sustain and support here for the Blibby Blobbers. Magneto, though, has something to say about that. Very, very low, needs to reload. It's a long run back here from Daxu Wolf, and Captain America causing all kinds of problems here for Daxu Wolf. That is going to be game, set, and match just right there. Midtown going the way of the Blibby Blobbers. It looked rather comfortable there in the end, but it was anything but.
Yeah, that was such a close game, though. Still, they had a fair bit of time to be able to keep pushing. But in the end, it is going to be Blibby Blobbers taking this first map.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely insane. I can't wait to see where we go from here. Yes, it is a best of 3. The winner going through to the grand final, and they will be a deserved winner. Do not discount anybody there. But I think that the Bubble Guppies, who are the team that are currently awaiting their opponents, they'll be sitting back, taking some notes. They won't be chilling by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. I think that they know they're in for a fight here. They know, yes, they probably know that they're the best team, but they also know that, their opponents are not to be discounted because they're not that rock-solid team that everybody's used to.
Yep.
They are not what they once were, at least not in this tournament at the moment. So there are some cracks in the armor that are exploitable, I think, and being the stellar team that they are, they'll know how to patch those up.
Yeah, we can see that the core members of
Bubble Guppies.
Bubble Guppies, of Duep, Zanstari, and FMCL. We can see the synergy still there, and it looks like so far in the one game that we saw that the synergy has expanded over to their 3 new additional players. But can they do it again in a best of 5 situation? Has these 2 teams that we're currently watching, have they maybe gotten the read of Bubble Guppies? But of course, we still have to finish off this series before we start talking too much about the grand finals, because this game between Blubbles and Daxu Wolves has been phenomenal. Blibby Blobbers
versus Daxu Wolf. And we could be seeing a Blibby Blobbers, Bubble Guppies grand final. Or we could be seeing a Bubble Guppies Daxu Wolf grand final, which would be much more comfortable.
I agree.
From our perspective, I think, let's be real. But regardless, whoever makes it through is going to put on a show because the Bubble Guppies, yes, they got through the upper bracket. Yes, they were undefeated so far, but they might not have got as much rivals under their belt today where the other teams might be a bit more practiced. That's sort of the only cope I can sort of offer, any team going up against them because they are such a strong unit. But still, I think this could go either way. We saw in the game that they played, Bubble Guppies, they are vulnerable, right? Like the games that they played right at the start of the day, especially on Hydrabase, wasn't as crisp as they probably would have liked. So, look, this is by far a one-sided tournament. Like, you can see it in the games that we've been featuring on stream here. And yes, the Blibby Blobbers did get the win there over Daxu Wolf, but it is only first game. Yes. There are still 2 more potentially to go. And if there's anything we know about Daxu Wolf is that they are fighters, right? After what Moshi did to them in that previous best of 3, for them to come out on top is nothing short of spectacular. They need to replicate that coming into this next game.
No, I totally agree as well. I'm excited to see what Daxu Wolves bring into this next game. We're gonna have a look at the stats so far from map 1. I love seeing the triple strategist lineup, and we can see some of the kills coming through. But of course, when you go further through the game, they go back to the 2-2-2, and the 29,000 kills, 28,000 kills from Lick and Citrus have been phenomenal.
I mean, it's kind of Gambit diff there again. This is not the first time we've seen Cora on the side of Daxu Wolf just basically camp the Hearts deck. Yep. I mean, every other Gambit that we've seen has been doing equal or even just slightly less amount of heals, but the damage is exceptional. Have a look at Citrus in contrast. 15k damage as well. Knows how to use those spades, knows how to apply those anti-heals, and I believe one of the first kills of the game was on towards Beast Node, who did cop that anti-heal from the Spades deck. So you have to tip your hat there. Blibby Blobbers know exactly what they're doing. Tinny didn't quite get the Angela because it was banned out, but did a great job on the Captain America. I mean, it was just a nuisance. Yep. An absolute nuisance for the backline there of Daxu Wolf. And everybody else, once again, playing their role to perfection. Interesting to note, Donald, even though Magneto was available, chose to play Groot.
I think this map just really calls for Groot. It was either Tinny or Donald that would play Groot, and both of them are fantastic Groot players in general. But I think Tinny loves playing the Captain America. I've seen him bring it out quite a few times, and going into dive the backline can be so annoying, especially if you're doing it with the Daredevil, doing it as a combo. Yep. Going in together and taking down the strategist is such a important strategy of being on attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is all about the teamwork this game, and that's why, we touched on it a little bit before, why we don't see the likes of your Spider-Mans, we don't see the likes of those hero solo sort of players. If you want to go play another game, if you want to do that sort of stuff, right? Rivals is a game about team cohesion. There are 6-on-6. Everybody needs to perform. Everybody needs to perform together, and that's why your team is successful. That's why Bubble Guppies are in the grand final. That's why Daxu Wolves are here going up against Blibby Blobbers. That's why everybody at this stage of the tournament is here, because they play the way that they are supposed to, which is together.
Is this coming from your quick play games? Yeah. Are you preaching right now to...
I am preaching esports 101. If anybody out there wants to take things seriously, first off, have a mic, right? Communication is absolutely important. And second of all, do what your team needs. Play your role. Don't just say, if your team is calling for a strategist and you decide to pick duelist, that's not going to get you the win, right? Like, sometimes you need to be humble. You need to step back. You need to say, what can I do for my team? Not what can my team do for me, sort of thing. As cliche as that sounds, it's not rocket science.
No, I feel you as well. Yeah. I feel you. Sometimes... I'm more of a strategist main, but if the team calls for it, I will actually play Vanguard. And I have a couple of Vanguards up my sleeve. I'm nowhere near as good as these players currently playing, but apparently I can play to sort of like a gold maybe-ish standard, and I'm quite proud of myself for that.
Hey,
when
that's
it
good.
calls for it, I will bring out the Vanguard.
Yeah, same. Like, I had an amazing game as Groot just last night. And I'm not really a Groot player. I much prefer the Magneto. There are a couple others I'm sort of coming around to Cap as well when the situation calls for it. I dabbled with Rogue a little bit. No, I played Groot pretty well. But that's, again, because I had amazing strategist mains who wanted to play strategists. I had... Yeah, I don't know if they were mains because people often lock the duelist roles instantly, but credit to them. They played so well. The team needed a Vanguard. Vanguard was what they got. Game was won. Elo earned.
Yep.
It's that simple. It's
done.
that simple. You don't need to be able to solve complex equations to figure out what your team needs. It literally tells you right there on the screen.
That is true.
But credit to everybody we've seen in the game so far today. Doesn't matter what role they're playing on. They're in the team for a reason, and they are executing their roles just so well. I don't think any team today can be really disappointed with the way that they've finished off. Like, even though we said goodbye to Moshi before, we said goodbye to Fury Global earlier on, as long as you did what you were supposed to, there's always room for improvement, right? You've got that role to fulfill, you've got that role to play, and as long as you do it, that's the battle right there. Winning comes with time. It's all about doing what you do and doing it best.
No, I totally agree with all of that. Being able to play together as a team and working towards a goal together. I think that's some of the funnest things about playing a competitive multiplayer game like Marvel Rivals. And it's sort of what I enjoy about Marvel Rivals, being able to meet people in ranks, but also in these sort of esports sort of tournaments as well. It's such a fun opportunity to meet other people, join a team and everything, and practice, scrim together, form a community as well. That's why it's so good to have these grassroots tournaments. So big thanks to Sony for putting on this open community tournament.
Oh, absolutely. And NetEase as well for coming to the party. Can't discount our sponsors. Can't talk up our sponsors enough, I should say. Great things for the community, especially when big brands get involved. It's so good. Looks like we are going to be going to Clintar? Yeah.
Symbiotic Surface.
Nicely done. For round number 2, picks and bans will be coming through. Again, it's the talking point every time. Gambit, yay or nay? What do you reckon?
Ooh, I think after that, I would say Daxter Wolves may be considering banning out the Gambit straight away. But of course, will be up to the two teams whether or not Daxter Wolves want to use their first ban on Gambit, or if, they want to try for something else. Because if they don't get it off the first ban, I have a feeling that Blibby Blobbers is going to be protecting that Gambit.
Yeah. And then that just changes things again, right? Like, do you target a ban at someone like we saw the Angela target ban before? We've seen the Hella target bans, but often it's a strategist that is banned first. Sadly, it's usually Gambit. If it's not, it's the first protect. So, again, there's no in-between with this guy at the moment. His name is in our mouths for a reason. He's so strong and so damn good. You can see it on every stat that pops up on our screen, Korra, amazing healer. Everybody else, amazing heals and amazing damage. But you know what? Like, every time we see a Gambit, he has an impact, which is why he's such a talking point. I don't think there are many other meta in general heroes in this game that have as much impact as Gambit does. Yes, you've got your target bans, which you can argue are quite large, but for the overall meta, there's no one like Gambit.
So, if we have Daxter Wolves choosing to ban Gambit first up, I have a feeling that the protect coming out from Blibby Blobbers is going to be a Hella. That's my vibe I'm getting. Try and get that Hella in the hands once again of Daxter or Wuvo, and they don't care that there's no Gambit. That is so much firepower already for the team of Blibby Blobbers. So I'm curious to see what Daxter Wolves is going to do. Are they going to be banning the Gambit first up, or are they going to go for the tried and true Hella, or something else, of course, way more scary?
It will be the Blibby Blobbers ban on the Wolverine, and Daxter Wolf not wanting to tangle with Remy LeBeau at all. We will see the Comfort Angela being locked in as well for the side of Blibby Blobbers. Meanwhile, Daxu Wolf are going to be going for Groot. So a nice even spread of bans and saves here so far. You know, we did see that 4 strategist ban early on, and then they decided to try and roll a triple strategist comp. Really limits your options when you're going to do something like that, but a bit more smarter and wiser here. Blibby Blobbers again. Loki, that's another strategist we have touched on but haven't really spent as much time on as Gambit. Loki has been featured in every game so far in one way or another. It's either been banned, saved, or picked, right? Every single time. It's never fallen through completely. Loki is as strong as Gambit in the right hands. I was about to say, especially on a convergence map, which is where we're headed now here to the symbiotic surface. Now, this time we will actually be seeing Invisible Woman saved instead of banned out.
Blibby Blobbers going to be protecting the Phoenix. I understand why Blibby Blobbers wanted to protect the Valkyrie over the Phoenix or Hela for that first protect.
Yep.
Because, yeah, as you mentioned, a comfort pick for Tinny Valkyrie. And I think Tinny is one of the best Angelas out there. Though Zen Starry, I think maybe sometimes has performed better on quite a few occasions. But as you mentioned, it's a comfort pick, the Angela coming through. The Star-Lord is the final ban for Dax Wolves. No real surprises there, especially on the symbiotic surface map.
Yeah. Looks like Adam Warlock is going to be the final ban coming through here for the side of Blibby Blobbers. So, I mean, we've seen Adam Warlock have some good... serious impact here. It doesn't matter what map he's been played on, always hiding around the corner, always dangerous, always ever lurking. The Adam Warlock, very strong.
Absolutely, Adam Warlock is quite strong as a strategist, and yeah, it's going to be exciting to see how this now that there's no Adam Warlock in the game, I'm excited to see how these teams play with 3 strategists being banned out.
Yeah, it's better than 4. I mean,
that is true.
It's better than 4. But Loki strong, Adam Warlock in the same tier as Loki, Gambit on the tier slightly above them. So I would say probably the 3 strongest strategists in the game at the moment being banned out. Doesn't surprise me that we see the save on the Invisible Woman. I don't know if I'm biased. I prefer a Cloak and Dagger over an Invisible Woman, but I can definitely see the reason why she is so strong.
100%, you know, so strong. I'm excited to see, of course, Phoenix on this map with, of course, Angela. That's going to be really exciting. But the Groot coming out too. I'm curious to see whether or not both teams are going to be playing Groot. Groot is such a strong Vanguard in general. It feels a little bit like, depending on the map, because you want to, you know, have the choke points. You want to have it more of a flat map as well, because Groot can't really do much to flying, of course, heroes. But with the Angela available, maybe they can cover their weaknesses. And this is, of course, a convergence map, so the map does change quite a fair bit as it progresses.
I mean, this isn't an easy first point to take either here, you know. Symbiotic Surface is one of the more challenging ones for the attacking team to take. Yes, it's still a long run back from Spawn, but it's not as punishing as some of the others, I would think. But we'll have to wait and see here. Game number 2 of this best of 3 series. First map went to Blibby Blobbers on Midtown. Here we are on Clintar, and it's, well, 1 round standing between Blibby Blobbers and going through to that grand final. We do see the kill coming out here nice and early, courtesy of the Psylocke. BRB beacon is utilized, so we'll have 6-on-6 again, but it's off the table, which is big news.
So many ultimates coming through from Dax Wolves already. Korra at 90%, actually make that 100% for that invisible boundary, while Floop is also available with the Kraken impact. Able to do so much damage, especially on the Vanguards in this early beginning phase, does mean that these ultimates are already available and now in use. Dax Wolves have already gotten 2 ticks and they're looking for that 3rd tick, but still Blobby Blobbers are trying to hold on as much as they can. Tinny Valkyrie has switched over to the portal. Can they get it in time?
Why do they need the portal? They're standing right there. Just get on the point. There are 5 players standing to the side of the point here for Blibby Blobbers. Meanwhile, Daxu Wolf have got all of their bodies on the point. There we go. That was the answer. They were farming up the ult charge, but that goes both ways. Yes, the Arachno mines come out, but now we see the fate of both worlds. The portal now coming through here. That was just for Doctor Strange to get back there. So now, this is interesting. Ooh. Big Meteor M from downtown. Well done, Blibby Blobbers. They still managed to hold Daxu Wolf at bay, but that portal is still there, causing a few problems. I'll tell you what, that was a nail biter. I don't know what they were doing off to the side of the point there, but they pulled the trigger. Even though it was late, they just hold on, Rice.
They do just hold on. 2 ticks in the hands of Daxu Wolves. But I mean, things are going to get spicy with Frost about to have Meteor M and Tiny Valkyrie having the Eye of Agamotto. So things could get really exciting between these 2 Vanguards coming up. But Daxu Wolves have a bit more of an advantage because they actually have 3 ultimates to their name right now, including the Invisible Boundary. Blobby Blobbers have nothing to answer this Challenger's ultimate. And out comes 2, including the Kraken Impact and Meteor. They're going in hard onto Daxu, who does get eliminated. He's going to get revived by the BRB beacon, but it might be not enough as down goes another Kraken Impact attack. They're not able to quite capitalize and reset just yet as Windsor takes down Donald.
Yeah, very nice indeed. I must say that's the second time that the BRB beacon was used on the Magneto, so I don't know if they're protecting Daxu well enough there, but regardless, it looks like they're able to hold firm just for now. But as I say that, the kill feed just lights up red. This first point, you would think, no, you don't think, you know it's going to go over towards Daxu Wolf, who will start this cart a-rolling.
They are be rolling.
Mm-hmm.
They're rolling quite quickly, and rolling with them is 5 ultimates, actually.
They're so deep.
They are. Look at them. They're just trying to make sure that Blibby Blobbers doesn't get anywhere near them, and they've left 1 strategist on the cart to keep it moving faster. Yep. As you do sometimes.
It's like my quick play games.
Yeah.
I'm that guy on the cart. Yeah, usually. As we see now, Strangling Prison coming in, actually catching a few members there of Blibby Blobbers. We do have the Seer active, so that's damage amplification for the blue side, but the Invisible Boundary coming up here for Daxu Wolf just keeps them alive a little bit. We will see a Dance of the Butterflies on the back line. 1 kill coming through, but it's answered back very quickly there by the Phoenix on the side of Blibby Blobbers before she gets taken down. It's now a 2-on-3 trade. Blibby Blobbers at the disadvantage. Luna Snow now going to come into play, but Daxu Wolf firmly in control of this game so far.
Yeah, very much in control. For 2.5 minutes, they are moving quite slowly still. Yes, they are moving. Yes, they are in control. But they've only been putting 1 or maybe 0 people on this mission vehicle. So they have been losing a little bit of time just from traveling. But now as they're rounding this near final corner, they have been putting 3 on, and Blibby Blobbers are here to get into this backline. Heaven's Retribution down from Tiny Valkyries onto the backline, but still Daxu Wolves have so much to answer with it.
Oh, he didn't know who to choose with that Meteor M there, but you know what? Maybe this is why the Hawkeye's been banned. You can see a few shots coming out there. It hasn't really been that effective. But regardless, we'll just still wait and see. 2 for 2 trade there, but nice work done. And from downtown, Groot manages to find a frag as well. So the Blibby Blobbers just on the receiving end of some stellar gameplay here from Daxu Wolf. And this cart is so close to coming up to this first point. I don't think Blibby Blobbers have an answer. They have to throw themselves at the cart. They do. Yeah, they managed to stop it for now. Strangling Prison is online though. Daxu Wolves, they've just got an answer for everything here at the moment. Blibby Blobbers have to retreat. They have to go back. The spawn run back gets shorter and shorter. This time it's a Daxu Wolf portal. They really want this across the line. We see the Invisible Boundary coming out as well. But the Blibby Blobbers still managing to hold firm here, but this Groot causing them all kinds of problems, pushes them back through the portal. 2 quick frags for Daxu Wolf. Should see the cart go their way. It should be capped. It does get capped, and we open up the final door here on Clintar. Daxu Wolf, I tell you what, they're looking so good.
2.5 minutes. They have enough time to make it to the end, of course, but I'm not sure how much time they'll have in the bank if they do make it to the end. Blibby Blobbers have things to their disposal to stop them here, and Daxu Wolves have to try and fight hard. But this has been such a fantastic map so far between these 2 teams. Daxu Wolves, of course, have to win this map if they want to make it to stay in the tournament, because Blibby Blobbers do have that 1 game advantage.
They absolutely do. Blibby Blobbers need to take this map. They go on through. Daxu Wolf need 2 more. It's a mountain to climb, but it's not exactly Everest. They can absolutely do it. Meanwhile, Dance of the Butterflies now coming through, cutting through the back line. Doesn't really pick anybody up there. A bit of a zoning or more than anything else. We see the Sonic Surge coming out here. Meanwhile, Dance of the Butterflies this time coming through courtesy of Blibby Blobbers. But in that chaos, somehow Daxu Wolf managed to find 2 kills.
They do. They're able to get 2. And so Daxu Wolves are still pushing forward and moving quite quickly, of course, with a few members on the payload. But 1.5 minutes on the clock. Blibby Blobbers definitely want to try and dwindle that time as much as possible. They do have 4 ultimates to do so with. They do have that freedom charge 5% away, but Weaver with the Inzone Inferno and of course the invisible boundary. Both teams have it. It's going to be very important to use. They're going to be using Strangling Prison though and Invisible Boundary to try and protect themselves against this Inzone Inferno, and now Tinny Valkyrie running in with Freedom Charge.
Yeah, Freedom Charge is so strong. It doesn't look like much, but I tell you what, it keeps your team alive like you wouldn't believe, and there it is off the back of that. You can see the kill feed. It ignites, but not in red, in blue. It's all coming up Blibby Blobbers, and I tell you what, they needed that, but Daxu Wolf have got maybe one more good push left in this. They've still got 2 players alive who managed to retreat. Blibby Blobbers are not going to go and look for the stagger. Kraken Impact and Meteor M available on the side of Daxu Wolf. Meanwhile, we've only got the invisibility barrier on the side of Blibby Blobbers. If, I was looking at this on paper, I'd say Daxu Wolf have the advantage.
Oh, yep, on paper they do, but still that invisible boundary is
strong.
really strong.
Yep.
Any strategist ultimate really is super strong currently in this meta. So really they have to try and make sure that Citrus is not able to keep the team alive. And Lick, though, isn't very far away from their strategist ultimate as well. So really Daxu Wolves might want to move fast, but Frost has been frozen and is in place, but now they finally are on the point.
Imagine that, Frost frozen.
Yeah.
Just saw that one coming.
Yep.
We've got 3 ults now up on the line here for Daxu Wolf. Speaking of ults, it is going to be the Inzone Inferno. Just faked that one out there, Meteor M going out, but didn't really catch that much charge. So Daxu Wolf's Meteor M goes begging, Fate of Both Worlds as well as the invisibility barrier going in. I do believe I heard a Kraken Impact come in there as well. Nobody picked up from that, no resets. Meteor M is a 1-man target. Blibby Blobbers have picked up 2 quick kills. What have Daxu Wolf got left? They need to stay alive here. The Lunar Snow ult does that for them, but only for a moment and short time. You can see 2 quick frags. Dance of the Butterfly coming through, getting the kill there with the Blibby Blobbers, and this time is going to tick away, and Daxu Wolf, they looked so damn strong, but Blibby Blobbers, they look stronger.
I was waiting to see whether or not the overtime was going to tick down slowly enough for that Doctor Strange portal to come through, but no, it was just so quick. And with that, Daxu Wolves weren't quite able to get it over to the end, but still, they made it quite a fair bit of distance. So it's now, of course, the Blibby Blobbers' time to start the attack. Let's see how they're doing it.
Yeah, let's see indeed. I mean, having a look at the replays here from that first round, there was a few Dance of the Butterflies there that were just on point. The portal came through in clutch situation there from the Daxu Wolf team just to cap that second point. And they really needed it because every time Daxu Wolf look overpowering, somehow, some way, Blibby Blobbers were more than up to the task. And it didn't look like that for the longest time. Now we're going to have a bit of a switcheroo. It will be the Blibby Blobbers on attack. And Daxu Wolf, what are their defensive stonks like? We'll have to wait and see. They're going to be rolling out with the Lunar Snow, the Invisible Woman, Groot and Emma Frost on the front line, so it's going to be a 2-2-2 for them, with their duelists being Bucky as well as Psylocke. Now, for the first time today, I believe we're going to be seeing a rogue on the side of Blibby Blobbers. Whether he stays on that remains to be seen, but we've got a Hawkeye there as well, and it looks like it. Nope, Captain America. He baited us all.
I'm not surprised if anyone, Tinny Valkyrie was the one considering it. Tinny Valkyrie was one of the first to
Black Widow?
out the... Yeah, this is kind of interesting.
Sorry, carry on.
One of the first to bring out the Angela when they first came out. So Tinny, I feel like, is somebody who loves experimenting before the meta has been set, but not in this situation. Right now, they want to play it safe with a Widow, so it's not very safe. Maybe they want to experiment only one at a time.
I mean, there's a time and a place for that sort of stuff. And look, to pick off the back line, that was almost great. That would have been a kill there if there wasn't an Emma Frost barrier in his way. So, yeah, keep your eyes on this very interesting attack. You've got the Black Widow and the Hawkeye for the duelist combo. So, look, this is a gamble. Will it pay off? So far, not really, because have a look at Fluke just sitting off to the side here on the Winter Soldier, manages to find 1 kill, and that is enough to apply the brakes. You can see Blibby Blobbers, they are straight back out of there. They do need to do their best not to get staggered out here. But Bucky just making his presence known, saying, I'm around, crack an impact, not far away. What have you got, Blibby Blobbers?
Bloop does get eliminated though by Weavo's plasma rifle, of course, being utilized. And now Dax is going to follow suit with an amazing ultimate from the Hawkeye, but still not able to find anything with the invisible boundary available. Out comes Triangular Prism from Beast Note as well. So the team of Blibby Blobbers has been put in a little bit of a back foot. So out comes Citrus's ult to try and keep the team alive and take down Korra. Absolutely amazing work. Still, with the fate of both worlds completely eliminated, Daxter Wolves are struggling. Now only 2 members left to make that 1. Blibby Blobbers are able to take the point.
Yes, they are, and now the Blibby Blobbers are about 1.5 points away from marching on through to that grand final against the Bubble Guppies. The Daxter Wolf are not down and out yet. They've still got 2 ults in the bank. Yes, they had a pretty heavy investment into that fight there. Yes, it didn't pay off for them as well as they would have liked, but I tell you what, no, they are not dead yet. What have Blibby Blobbers got an answer? They've got the Freedom Charge available. Meteor M will be up for the fight as well. So it's pretty even in terms of the ult economy here. I'm really liking Freedom Charge, though, on the side of Blibby Blobbers. Can really just cause untold amounts of sustain. And speaking of ults, we do see a Dance of the Butterflies being thrown out here from Daxter Wolf. So that just says to the Blibby Blobbers, hey, if you want to get to that point, you're going to have to go through us first. And this will be a couple stagger kills here. So it's all good news here for Daxter Wolf. That's probably the best news they could have asked for. But there is still a fair bit of time here for Blibby Blobbers to mount a comeback.
Plenty of time, 3 minutes 45 on the clock. Blibby Blobbers does have a few ultimates as well, but maybe they want to collect a few more and try and bait out Daxter Wolf's ultimate as well. They do have a Sonic Seduction in the Hand of Frost available, so not sure if they want to be using it just yet. But the Phoenix is back in the hands of Ruvo. Daxter on the Psylocke too. No more Widow, no more Hawkeye. It's back here in business.
Yeah, I think Psylocke's a really good pick for this this choke point, as well as Phoenix as well. Inzone Inferno on basically the singular track that there is between, point A and point B on this one. Sonic Seduction now coming through. Speaking of Inzone Inferno, there it is. 4 quick kills on the side of Blibby Blobbers. Thank you very much for coming. Meanwhile, Magneto, with Meteor M in his back pocket, is nowhere to be found. In fact, I think he died early on, and that's why he's all the way back. Yep.
Yeah, I believe Daxter was able to get that pick onto the Magneto starting off the fight in their favor. And with that, Blibby Blobbers just collapsed onto Daxter Wolves and successfully were able to do it. But still, Beast Note has to try and get onto and touch this mission vehicle before it gets captured. Daxter, though, with a butterfly, is taken out by Beast Note.
I have a new name for it, the Magneteor.
That's not new, actually.
Magneteor?
We do that. Yeah, I think, oh, who was it? Maybe it was,
it was Kit Fox, you heard it here first.
Okay, all right.
I'm joking. We see the fate of both worlds now coming through, as well as the invisibility barrier. What have they got? Yes, looking like Blibby Blobbers will be able to take this. They're pushing back the Daxter Wolves. No, hold the phone, though. Not if Invisible Woman has anything to say about it. There are 3 players remaining from Daxter Wolves. They managed to get themselves back up onto the card. It's still a 1-for-1 trade, and that point probably should have been Blibby Blobbers there. But the portal says, you know what, I don't think so, not just yet anyway, but that is a very, very long cooldown. We know the impact that can have. This point still has not yet been capped as the Blibby Blobbers try to manufacture something here. They have to retreat because Dance of the Butterfly comes through, and with that ult investment, Captain America has to hightail it on out of there.
Ruvo is contemplating a strategic portal, knows exactly the angle they want, is able to get quite a good angle onto the point and keep the portal as a protection for themselves as well. And now with that, they are starting to contest. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, so things are starting to get a little bit, dire for Blibby Blobbers, but Frost coming out with a Psionic Seduction.
Yeah, this could be the tide turner here. What have we got? It's that one ult that Daxter Wolves have. They lose 1 player in the process. They do have invisibility barrier as well as Meteor M, but I tell you what, speaking of Meteor M's, Blibby Blobber has it as well, threw it straight into the shield of Doctor Strange. If he had his time again, he'd probably be thinking he'd do something different, but have a look at the pressure being applied by Captain America onto the back line here. That allows for the Psylocke just to throw out a Dance of the Butterfly, collect 2 members. He dies in the process. Fate of Both Worlds now coming through. Now, what saved Daxu Wolf last time was that portal, that Pentagram of Ferala. They do not have that again this time. Fate of Both Worlds, though, comes out this time from the side of Blibby Blobbers. There's 30 seconds remaining, and somehow there are bodies from Daxu Wolf still around the cart. What is going on? They are surviving by the skin of their teeth. Doctor Strange is there, but finally gets taken. Well, he used the Eye of Agamotto, so he's basically been taken down. Let's be honest here. There are far better frontliners than that, trying to build up that charge. What is happening here? Blibby Blobbers just cannot get it across the line. Daxu Wolf are holding on by a claw here. Quite literally. They are millimeters away, but Blibby Blobbers cannot get it across the line. Sonic Surge is gonna kill the Lunar Snow. 2 quick frags for Blibby Blobbers, but we've been in this situation before. Somehow they find a way. Finally, the cart has been flipped back in their favor, and they will get it across the line. Finally.
They did it, kid. They did it finally, able to get it across the line. And there are so many ultims are going back and forth between these two teams. I can't really spell the exact moment where things really happened because it was just back and forth. Bit of control to Daxu Wolves, a bit of control to Blibby Blobbers, but I really did love seeing the Spider-Man coming out. It was a last-ditch effort to try and touch the point in time. I think Daxu was the one that switched over, obviously back into the Psylocke, who's a bit more of that team play, as you mentioned before, a bit more to help the better composition coming through. But yeah, out came desperation from Blibby Blobbers, and it did pay off.
I didn't actually see the Spider-Man. There was so much going on there. Good catch. So now we see once again, these two titans, these two juggernauts going up against each other. This time it's relatively far back. Ensong Inferno, though, comes in and allows for Magneto to collect a kill. That's on the side of Daxu Wolf, so Blibby Blobbers with a slight disadvantage here, but look at the heals that are being pumped in towards this Venom. He's taken absolutely no damage whatsoever. We heard a Meteor M come down, and it was from the side of Blibby Blobbers, catching one player with that. It seems like long gone are the days of multi-Meteor M's. We've only seen one so far today, but I'll tell you what we have seen many of. That's multi-kills, and we just saw 3 of them, make it 4 of them coming up on the side of Blibby Blobbers with not a lot of ground to be left. I'll tell you what, Daxu Wolves, they need to get back there. They need to get back there fast. I don't think they have the Pentagram of Ferala available.
They also have, though, 3 ultimates that they can touch. It could be an exciting fight. Out comes 2 ultimates from Blibby Blobbers. They want to try and get in the back line. They will eliminate 2 from Daxu Wolves. Daxu Wolves, though, are able to touch just barely. Blue able to take down Daxu. Out comes the assembling from Tinny Falcon to keep the team alive, keep the team together, keep the team fighting. In this overtime situation, 2 members of Daxu Wolves have been taken down, and still Blibby Blobbers are moving forward. If they get this over the line, they are heading towards the grand finals, and they are so close. Can Daxu Wolves do anything to stop this? Out comes the Meteor M. They want to touch. They just barely touch. Is that a portal I hear as well?
I don't think it is. Or it might be from the side of the Blibby Blobbers. Yes, it's a Blibby Blobbers portal. Oh, if they got it, they may have. Daxu Wolf have no portal. The spawn is in Daxu Wolf's favor. They're losing members left, right, and center. Look how close this cart is to the point. Blibby Blobbers, they've got 6 full members. Yes, finally, in an absolute brawl for the ages, Blibby Blobbers managed to get the cart across the line. Oh my God's in the chat. GG's in the chat. That's my word, Rice. What a game.
Absolutely. And you can see all the players as well in the chat. They're like, GG, well played. Like, wow, what a game. It went on for so long. It was so much back and forth. These 2 teams were neck and neck. Even that final round, that could have gone either way between Daxu Wolves or Blibby Blobbers. And it was fantastic to watch here on the desk.
Oh, it was absolutely insane. I was on the edge of my seat. I can only assume what was going on for the players in their minds as well as the viewers at home. I mean, this was peak esports, peak Marvel Rivals in an ANZ grassroots tournament of all places. The ult placements were superb. The communications were superb. The portals were top-notch. Every single thing in this game was top of its class. Right, you could write a book on how well players played their heroes, their classes, their roles in this game. This is one for the ages, so I feel privileged to have been able to cast this.
I'm trying to think of the title for the book. Something about Daxu and Wolves. It has
Yeah,
to
chat will let us know, I'm
be.
sure.
The two Wolves inside. No, the two Daxus. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But you're right. It was absolute cinema in this entire match series.
Let's
it
go.
was fantastic.
3, 2, 1. Absolute cinema. I mean, we've still got a game to go as well, Rice.
Yeah.
That was the semi-final. The winners, Bleeby Blobbers, they'll be sweating after that. I have absolutely no doubt. They're going to go through to the grand final against the Bubble Guppies. Horrible for us on the desk.
Yes.
Great for the viewers at home. I mean, it's a tongue twister of tongue twisters to say their names next to each other. But I'm okay with it because just judging by the way that we've been treated to these games, what we've been seeing so far throughout the tournament, we've seen both of these teams on stream multiple times now. I mean, we are in, we're going to get treated, and so is everybody at home. So I cannot wait. It is going to be a best of 5.
Yeah, it is a best of 5 between these two teams, these two giants. And it is like a rematch of the rematch. It's a revenge story. It's just the story of maybe even like two brothers fighting it out again and again, because these two teams are echoes of previous teams we've seen in Marvel Rivals Ignite, who were the first and second, if I remember correctly, from stage 2. So they are now versing here in this tournament, but not only that, they did verse early in the upper bracket in a best of 3, which did go 2-0 in favor of Bubble Guppies. So how are these two teams that know each other so intimately going to verse in these grand finals?
I mean, this is a fairy tale story, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, here we are, and who'd have thought, like, in this competition, I never would have thought that we would have this type of storyline in a competition like this, but here we are, and I'm so happy that we have got at least 3 maps to go ahead of us.
5.
But congratulations to, I forgot, Daxu Wolves. They're going to be going home with the Inzone mouse pads as we take a look at the scoreboard. So well done to them. They're going to be netting themselves the, like we said, those mouse pads. There is still the cash prize of second and first place on the line. First place is that big $750. And second place is, I think, $350 plus, $250 plus some mice. So there we go. Oh, of course, the Inzone headsets for first place. We cannot forget that as well.
We also can't forget the TGX passes that is going to be awarded to Daxu Wolves. And, of course, the 1,000 Marvel Rival units to every single player in the top 8. So thank you so much to Marvel Rivals Netties. And, of course, to Sony for providing such amazing prizes for all of these players.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I tell you what, I can't wait to see where this game goes from here. It's rare that a guy who gets paid to talk is at a loss for words, but that's where we're at here at the moment. That is just how good the games so far today have been. Let's have a quick look at the scoreboard here on your screen now. You can see Tinny on that Captain America. Look, the stats, the damage isn't crash, but I mean, the job was done. He was a menace on that back line, right? Daxu Wolves constantly had a Captain America beaten down on them. Their strategists had nowhere to go. No Gambit in this game, which was very good to see because it changes things up again. You know, it allows for the likes of the Lunar Snow. It allows for the likes of, you know, your Invisible Womans, your Cloak and Daggers to really take the floor here. Even your Jeffs, which we see from Korra as well, who we know is very good on the Gambit. Pumped out a lot of heals there on the Jeff, but Blibby Blobber's just way too strong. The damage was there when it counted, and that's what got them over the line at the end there. Especially that second point. Like, I thought that was going Daxu Wolf's way. Like, the way that they were able to hold on to that point for such a long time with millimeters left on the cart was wild.
No, I agree. Like, the second point, it was so close, and Daxu Wolves were able to keep them back, pushing them back and back and back. And Blibby Bobbers, I was like, oh, I don't know if they're going to make it over across the end. Maybe we'll get a third map. But they were able to do it, and they were able to bring themselves to win this second map and win the entire series.
Well, speaking of series, we have come to the top of the mountain. We have got a break, ladies and gentlemen, but on the other side of this 10 minutes, we will be having the grand final. It will be the Blibby Blobbers going up against the Bubble Guppies. Remember that because it's probably the last time we're going to say it correctly. Only kidding. Don't go too far. On the other side, it's the big dance. Who'll be walking away with that $750 first place prize as well as those headsets, and who'll be walking away with second place $250 and the mice. Will it be these two, Blibby Blobbers or the Bubble Guppies? We'll find out. Push, push, push. push, push, push. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals Tournament. We are coming to you from Melbourne. My name is Kitfox, and I'm joined once again for the final time tonight by Profound Rice. And Rice, have you been having half as much fun as I have here today?
No, I've been having double
Damn, good
as
answer.
much fun as you. With the amazing tournament so far, I'm excited to see how those grand finals will go underway.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're not going to waste any time. We're going to dive straight into it. We're going to kick things off with an interview here. We have got two absolute celebrities of the Marvel Rivals ANZ scene. We have got Zenstari, and we have also joined once again by Donald. Now, Zenstari, playing for the Bubble Guppies. You guys have had a pretty cruisy run so far today, sitting undefeated. How are the confidence levels?
Being absent for like an hour and a half, we're still pretty confident. We're coming for our 6 headsets. So, yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah, the Sony headsets are actually pretty good. We're using them at the moment, so hopefully you guys will, whoever wins it, of course, will enjoy using the headset. We do, of course, have Donald here as well. How do you feel after coming off that win against Daxu Wolves? Are you muted? I think you're muted, Don.
I'm back. Hi.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi.
Yeah, no, we're feeling good. That was I don't know, it hurt a bit to put Floop down, but we're good. Happy for the rematch. Excited. Yeah, we good.
Yeah, really nice. And do you? This one's for you, Zenstar. Have you guys been sitting back and you've been watching the games? You've been sort of taking notes, devising strategies, or has it just been rather reclined this Sunday?
We're just kind of reclining at the moment. Taking a break from the previous 3.5 hours of playing or whatever it was. So, yeah, just chilling back.
Did you
watching
eat
the
dinner?
games.
Did you eat your dinner?
Did you eat? Did you eat dinner?
Oh no, it's not dinner time yet. It's only just 6.
Okay.
Only just turned 6 basically.
It's getting there. Getting there, that's for sure. And what about you, Donald? You must be. Look, how's the fatigue, man? Are you feeling a little bit exhausted? Are you are you happy that you've got these extra games under your belt, or would you rather be in the Bubble Guppies position of just sitting back and chilling?
Look, man, I don't know. I'm a veteran. I can deal with these long hours. I work a full-time job. It's a desk job, so I sit on a normal day at least 8 hours at a PC. Hey, so this is nothing, yeah, just another day at the office, mate. Is what it is.
Fair enough, working overtime. Sunday rates as well. And by Sunday rates, we mean potentially $750 and Sony headsets. So,
Not bad.
Yeah, that's it. Are you going to pull out, are you guys going to pull anything wild out here? You don't have to tell each other what it is, but should we expect the unexpected? I'll ask you, Zenstari, first.
Just expect an A tier performance and yeah, whatever.
Oh, wow. See Donald's reaction there?
A tier, mate. Come on, S tier.
Oh, okay.
Gang yourself
S
down.
tier,
Come
S
on,
tier,
mate.
S tier.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. If you're A, what am I, mate? Chill.
He's the hype man, that's for sure.
That's so, yeah.
I like that. Donald's the hype man. And, I guess probably last question for you, Donald. When we spoke earlier on, you said you were a Magneto one-trick, but you've proved that wrong today. You've been playing Emma Frost quite a bit, my friend.
Hey, I said I wasn't a mag one trick. I said my account looks like that. Expect at least 7 different characters in this next series, I reckon.
How many did you say?
7.
7?
Okay. Yeah,
6 or 7? Yeah.
We're going to mark them down.
Yeah, we'll count.
And if we don't get 7, we will call you a liar. No,
Okay,
just kidding.
that's fine.
Just kidding.
I'll do it.
Just kidding, guys. We want to wish you both
Same
the best of luck. You got anything you want to say to the boys?
No, I'm just excited. I want you guys to put on an absolute show for us because so far the first match against you two guys played was absolutely fun to watch. But this is a best of 5, so please put on a magnificent show. My personal request is to go to 5 games. So 3-2 victory preference over here. But of course, I'm sure you guys are wanting that 3-0.
I think it's going to go back and forth regardless. So thank you, Zenstari. Thank you, Donald. We'll let you guys knuckle down and get to it. Best of luck to both of you guys. Best of luck to both of your teams. Ladies and gentlemen, at home, strap in because here we go. It is going to be the winner decided from these games. Will it be over in 3 or will we go the full distance? Rice wants the whole way. I'm sort of undecided here. I love this job and I love what I do. So you know what? I'm going to say the 5 as well.
Yeah, of course, the 5. We want to make them work for these headsets because these headsets are worth it, indeed.
I mean, they're solid headsets. Like we're wearing some Sony headsets right now, and they are S tier. Put Donald's words, to use. Yeah. So here we go. This is what it's been like so far in the bracket stages. We started out with 32 teams. Once we got to the halfway point, we had our upper brackets and lower brackets cemented in. You can see the Bubble Guppies undefeated the whole way through. Their best of ones were just warm-up matches for them, basically. Even though they took down Daxu Wolves, they were challenged a little bit there. But then they got to the Blibby Blobbies, and they just... they looked different, didn't they? They looked a tier above the Blibby Blobbies last time they played, but now, I don't know, having seen Blibby Blobbies the last couple of games, I mean, I'm excited to see what they can dish out here, to be honest with you. I really am. I think they've got what it takes to knock off the in quotation marks, I guess, champions.
Yeah, in quotation marks, but you're totally right, coming from the previous Marvel Rivals Ignite, these are 2 teams that the core members came first and second, so it's really a revenge match of the ages between these 2 teams. They have to, they want to come up and show and prove themselves. And also with Donald coming back as well, they used to verse each other back in stage 1, but Donald is here now in this tournament in Inzone, and Donald wants to come back swinging.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, both teams did say that they had a little bit of a break there. It is the off season, we can sort of forgive them for that. MRC, back tonight, not long after this broadcast, I believe. So if this day hasn't been enough for you, I mean, make sure you tune into the official stream. Even if you're, you might even be playing in that tournament, which I know that a lot of the players in this tournament will be. But it's all about the now. It's all about the Sony Inzone Championship. It's all about that $750 first place prize, cash money, not to mention the 6 Sony headsets as well. Remember, both of the teams that'll be featuring on stream, as well as the Daxu Wolves, who were just previously knocked out in the lower bracket, will be getting 6 passes to TGX, one of the gaming conventions here in Melbourne, which is, personally, I cannot wait for.
Yeah, no, it's going to be great fun at TGX, and also, of course, the 1,000 credits. I'm sure these players are going to be so excited to dress themselves up with the NetEase gifted 1,000 credits to the top 8 teams. Every player gets 1,000 each. But, of course, the money and the headsets are online. The losers, though, will be walking away with the mice, which is still, of course, amazing mice from Sony.
the real thing to take away from this is there are no losers in this game. Everybody's going to be walking away with something. It's just a matter of how much swag will you be walking away with. As we check out the replays here, this has been throughout the day. This is a highlight package. These aren't necessarily the teams that will be featuring on stream for this best of 5. This one right here is Moshi Mosh and Daxu Wolves, 2 teams that were unfortunately knocked out. Big ups to Smiles as well, bringing the vibes for Team Moshi Mosh. It looks like it's a fun time to play for that team. Not to mention the Daxu Wolves, who really put up a fight every time we've seen them on stream. They are fighters in every sense of the word.
They definitely are fighters indeed, and soon the final fight will begin.
The final fight. I can't wait to see where we go. Will we start out with Central Park? You know, we've seen a lot of Central Park throughout the day today. We haven't really seen, I don't think we've seen any Arako, sorry. We've seen some Dajalia. We've seen, I don't think we've seen any Asgard today either. No Asgard maps either. So still a bit to unfold, but we are going to be going to Kunlun, and it will be the Heart of Heaven. So Gambit, the first ban there for the Bubble Guppies, and they've also banned the Phoenix. So I think that answers my question before. I think they've definitely been taking their notes and doing their homework. They know how strong those 2 particular characters are in the hands of the Blibby Bloppers. They're also, on their side, the Blibby Bloppers, they're going to be banning out Groot, very, very strong Vanguard, Loki, as well as the Daredevil. So back to like the start of the day where we saw the big team start to ban out Matt Murdock. He's not going to be in for at least the start of this this grand final.
Loving the protects coming out from Blibby Blobbers as well, making sure they've got their Hela, especially knowing that after the Phoenix was banned, they definitely want to protect that Hela for the team. Because, you know, Blibby Blobbers, they do have that Wivo Daxu as well. And Tini Valkyrie is going to be protecting that Angela. Zenstari, though, I mentioned this before, Zenstari is also an extremely good Angela. So they're going to be bringing out potentially the Angela as well. We might have an Angela mirror match coming up. But Bubble Guppies, they do have a few other things up their sleeves, of course. Banning out the Mantis is going to be quite interesting. It's such a strong DPS type strategist that has been locked away. Wivo actually might be playing here also the
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
What's their name? Oh dear.
Wuvo? Sorry, Ultron.
Ultron as well is coming out.
I love me an Ultron. Very, very nasty sort of strategist to deal with. Deals a lot of damage, has passive heals. Is basically a Hela with a heal, the way I like to look at it. And Cephalo Ray is extremely strong left click. Have a look at the Dukes that are coming out here on top of this first, the middle of this platform. It's all about the aerial control, all about the aerial combat. We are in heaven, after all. It is Bubble Guppies versus the Blibby Blobbers. Bubble Guppies on blue, BBs on the red team. And it will be actually, the first team to open their account will be the Blibby Blobbers. As you can see, Cape Ultron coming through. And Bubble Guppies did have the BRB beacon, so not too much damage done, just utility off the board.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the BRB does bring back, of course, the member of Bubble Guppies. But Wivo's getting dangerously low, but so is Citrus. That is both strategists, 2 strategists from Blibby Blobbers taken out. Only Lick is the last one left. And can they keep these 3 members alive by themselves? Doesn't look like it, as Tini Valkyrie has now fallen. While Blibby Blobbers, though, were able to get that 1 tick, they are definitely going to have to regroup.
And they are, and I mean, look, it's something, it's a start, but there's still a fair way to go. Hats off rather to the Bubble Guppies there. You can see both the Angelas taking each other on, and one person getting taken out. So it looks like we will see the Galactic Legend now coming through from the side of the Blibby Blobbers, but there are plenty of nooks and crannies for the Bubble Guppies to hide in here, which I really like. It'll just nullify a lot of that ult with the Bubble Guppies not really having to invest much there other than the invisible barrier. So that just means that that very dangerous Galactic Legend is taken off the board. The Angela charge straight into it. We will see the BRB beacon be utilized. 2 quick kills to follow that one up from the Blibby Blobbers. And just we'll leave the Bubble Guppies reeling a little bit. We did see Dance of the Butterfly, didn't take anybody out. Freedom Charge invested as well. But the Blibby Blobbers on the attacking team red here with a Doctor Strange sitting up there. That's not where you want your portal layer. But speaking of portals, we do have one in now, onto the point. We can see the Meteor M now coming through here, but we do see also the Galactic Legend coming out. It's manages to shred through the shield, and Bubble Guppies, even though they lose another tick on the point, they managed to hold firm here. So off the back of some great defensive play there, this is why they are currently regarded as the best team in the region.
The amazing work coming out from Bubble Guppies to take control back of the situation. Blippi Blobbers looked like they had the advantage for most of that fight, but really, Bubble Guppies was still able to come back strong. But now with no ultimates on the board, it's a bit of a neutral fight, but not for long as things are starting to build up. Daxter able to take down Bubblecar. Potato, though, going to be trading Ruvo. No BRB beacon for anybody at the moment, as Zikrik is going to be taken out as well. FMCL, Bubble Guppies is falling one by one as Blippi Blobbers, with 50 seconds left on the clock, are looking to get that third tick, and they are so close to doing so. Potato also now taken out. Final member, I think Zenstari, has been taken out, and so Blippi Blobbers are now pushing the mission vehicle.
Yeah, not bad at all. Took a little while, but Blippi Blobbers will take the first point of convergence, which means we now go to payload. And the ground sort of being defended here by the Bubble Guppies. Like, this is tough, right? There's a lot of choke points here. There's up, there's low, there's a lot going on this part of the map. And it really doesn't have a standard meta, because you can choose to play however which way you want. Meanwhile, building up towards the ult here are the Bubble Guppies, but the Blippi Blobbers on the attacking side, they've got 4 ults, almost 5 ready to be thrown out here, just at a whim's notice. So keep your eye on that. Bubble Guppies just behind the 8 ball ever so slightly here. Freedom Charge utilized, and Captain America straight onto Rocket on the backline.
Indeed, out comes the amplifier from both of these two teams as they try and keep the team alive and dealing lots of damage. BRB Beacon is used to bring back Zikrik, but FMCL with the Dance of the Butterfly is going in hard, alongside, of course, then Starry's Heaven's Retribution, doing so much damage to Blippi Blobbers on this deadly combo indeed, as Zen Starry takes down Lick and Citrus as well. So now the Blippi Blobbers have been stopped in their tracks.
I mean, that was a lot of ult investment there from the attacking side, and the Bubble Guppies didn't really have much, but they made use of what they had. Again, this part of the map is, you know, it's very contentious. You know, it really could go either way. There's up, there's down, there's in, there's out. And at the moment, the Blippi Blobbers will... look, if I was their coach, I'd be a little bit disappointed with that, saying, hey, what was the payoff from that investment? How much did we actually get out of that? The answer was only a handful of meters, and I don't think that's a worthy trade. But you know what? They're a class team. They will clap back. Looks like Heaven's Fall's being used under there as well. Galactic Legend now coming through here, and, well... Potato somehow manages to survive that. I thought he would have gotten taken down, but it will be a frag nevertheless coming through. This time it looks like it came from, maybe Rocket picked up that kill, possibly Psylocke. I only had a blink of a look at it. But another Psionic Storm here onto this point just delays the Blippi Blobbers, and now the card's been flipped by the defending Bubble Guppies.
The Bubble Guppies back in control, but Blippi Blobbers are still just around the corner. They do have one Meteor M available, a couple other ults in hand, but it's going to be Potato starting this off with the Galactic Legend. Going in for more Meteor. It's going to be answering that call, though, to try and deal as much, soak as much damage as possible. So just going to be using the Invisible Boundary to keep the team of Blippi Blobbers alive, and doing so successfully as Rubo takes down Zikrik. And now Duab, who has been using the Freedom Charge, follows FMCL with the Dance of the Butterfly, getting a triple, make that a quad KO for FMCL. Now at Penta, absolutely annihilating the entirety of Blippi Blobbers.
Yeah, look, I'll allow that. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Great viewing. But I tell you what, every time I look at Captain America on Bubble Guppies, he's almost always got a Freedom Charge, right? That just goes to show you how much work he's doing. As we have a look at the replay in the bottom right-hand corner there, that was textbook Psylocke. And now, as the timer ticks down, it's very, very, well, it's a last-ditch effort here for the Blippi Blobbers. We see off the back of that Heaven's Fall, we will get one frag coming through, but one answer back. Now, here's this dangerous Wuvo just raining down damage as Hella from up on high, but Angela all up in her grill nullifies the majority of it. Heaven's Fall now still utilized, well, this time from the side of the from the Bubble Guppies, and somehow, some way, Blippi Blobbers are still holding on here. Even though the kill feed was majoritively blue, the Blippi Blobbers are still fighting.
Tinny Valkyrie is trying to, I don't know if it looks like a 1v3, but is now finally being supported by Blippi Blobbers, staying alive just barely. They're on a slither of health. Daxter does have the whale available for this next fight, and I mean, the team up between Namor and Hella has probably been dealing so much damage for the Blippi Blobbers. But still, Bubble Guppies are still here with the Galactic Legend online. They might want to use it, and they are going to be using it. Duep has fallen, but Weevil falls in return. Galactic Legend tries to find someone, finds anyone, but it looks like everyone has escaped the vision of Potato. Lick does revive Weevil, and Weevil in return takes down FMCL. This is going back and forth. Oblivion Blobbers is only a few meters away from capping, so down comes Bubble Guppies to try and contest.
They have to contest here. There's no way that Blibby Blobbers should be getting this. The Bubble Guppies have been controlling this map for its entirety so far. Well, for the vast majority anyway. You can see Angela decides to hit the deck, but it's the portal coming through here from the Bubble Guppies, and they managed to get the point to Blibby Blobbers. We're going to go into the final stage of this map, so not bad at all. Very nicely done there. Bubble Guppies probably should have had that. Now they're getting forced back. Look how deep Blibby Blobbers are pushing them. Damage being dealt out to the Vanguards, and now Zenstari here on this Angela, just making sure he's got the support that he needs before he decides to dive on in. We do have a Dance of the Butterflies available, as well as the Seer and the Invisible Boundary. There's 3 ults on the side of Blibby Blobbers though, however, and this is what we were talking about when we said these were the 2 best teams currently in the region, most certainly in this tournament, deserved of this spot where they are now.
Lots of ultimates available for this next fight here, Kin. And the first one to start it off is going to be the Dance of the Butterflies. And out comes the Goddess of Hell and Lick with that amplifier, dealing so much damage. Bubble Guppies respecting this, back off into safety to try and make sure they escape Weevo's vision. But Zenstari, they try and touch it, try and make a miracle happen, gets taken out by Citrus. And out comes Heaven's Distribution, though instead, and a Potato gets taken out, and Zigrid takes taken out as well. Still, the Blibby Blobbers are pushing forward. Bubble Guppies are falling back.
I was going to say, how is that Emma Frost still alive? There was everything raining down on her. The spawn is very short here, but the Blibby Blobbers are looking very, very solid here. Bubble Guppies managed to throw out a last-ditch attempt. They throw out the Invisible Boundary. Thing has got the clobber in time. There it is, goes out. A lot of players from Bubble Guppies are stunned up. They're immobilized. They lose one member. We're in overtime here. Millimeters left on the cart. There are no Bubble Guppies in sight other than Captain America. He's trying so hard to stay alive, trying so hard to keep the hopes and dreams of his team alive, but Thing is just right-clicking his way through the opposition here. There it is. The Haymaker finds Emma Frost's chin, and the Bubble Guppies don't have an answer. Blibby Blobbers push the cart across the line. No time left in the bank, though.
Massive completion, I guess, coming out from Blibby Blobbers there. They put, I mean, so much effort into that, of course. They were on the backseat for a lot of that. You know, I love this Angela fight, though. I really want to rewatch it. Zenstari does win that Angela 1v1, as I mentioned previously. Zenstari is a phenomenal Angela as well. So it's great to see Teeny Valkyrie and Zenstari verse each other. And it's been fantastic to watch so far. But, you know, Blibby Blobbers able to get it to the end, and Bubble Guppies weren't able to stop them.
No, they weren't. Look, I thought Bubble Guppies should have had that one on the second point. But, you know, you can't discount the Blibby Blobbers on attack. I mean, They somehow, some way, we still don't quite know how it happened, managed to get this second point across the line. And then from then on out, there was just a snowball effect that the Bubble Guppies just really did not have an answer to. But, you know, we're not counting our chickens before they hatch yet. There is still a fair bit of rivals to play. A cap is a cap, but it's not the greatest when you've got no time left in the bank here. So for Bubble Guppies to keep this game alive, they at least need to cap the point. Right, if the Blibby Blobbers are strong on defense, they'll take this first map, no dramas. So will it end here, or will we continue on with this map? That's what we are about to find out.
It could, it could go either way, of course. Blibby Blobbers on the defensive side now. Looking at their composition, it looks like it's a lot of strategies. I think it's triple strategies, 1 duelist and 2 vanguards. So bringing out the triple strategies to keep the sustain. Bubble Guppies is, though, instead doing 2-2-2. No, wait, 3 vanguards, 2 strategists, 1 duelist. So it's slightly different.
Still opting for that Ultron, the Blibby Blobbers as well, even though they're on defense here. I mean, especially on this point, that middle pagoda can be quite the obstacle for your ground DPS to try and take out the Flyers, but we do have a bit of synergy coming through here with the Fantastic Four cleanup. It was Thing and Invisible Woman, so a little bit more armor going the way of our rock-fisted friend. The ult charge being built up here. We can see him charge on through. Nice work there from the Bubble Guppies. just closing the distance. The BRB beacon does manage to get the revive, but we've got Thor in play here. Not a bad choice here from Duep, but will it be enough? Just pounding away at this Angela, who taking a fair bit of damage, but also copying a fair bit of sustain as well. We hear the invisible boundary going down, as well as Ultron's ultimate too, so a few drones coming his way. Now they damage and heal, so as long as you throw them down on a player, you're getting maximum effect. We will see God of Thunder come through as well, and Meteor M, both of those ults finding one frag each, and now the two stars are going to be clashing towards each other. It'll be Magneto going up against Thor. Who's going to win out on that? It will be Thor. Thing comes to the rescue, but it's not needed. Bubble Guppies still somehow keeping themselves here on this point.
They are indeed. They managed to get that one tick so far, but Blibby Blobbers are still around and trying to prevent this attack from happening. Tinny Valkyrie is so close to getting the Heaven's Attribution. Daxter does have theirs available, their ultimate available too, but it's going to be Meteor that is going to be used. Doesn't find anyone just yet, but out comes, I believe, a portal from Donald, and Zenstar goes wild, getting two for themselves, and Legendary from Daxter takes down Potato, looking for more, hungry for more. Duet foes, FMCL foes as well. Bubble Guppies, they're being forced back into their spawn, but not before they've claimed 2 ticks.
I mean, that's not a bad effort there from the Blibby Blobbers to manage to hold on to that one. The clutch portal coming through just when they needed it. We'll see them stay alive, and Bubble Guppies just under a minute 30 left for them to make something of this. You're right, Rice, they only do need 1 tick, but still, that can be one of the toughest ticks to take, especially when you're going up against a team like the Blibby Blobbers. They've got a couple ults that aren't too far away. They've almost got the Ultron ult, which is big news, but this passive healing that he offers is also pretty large. You can fly around in the air, dealing massive amounts of damage. If you connect the whole Encephalo array and the explosion at the end, it's about half of a DPS's health bar. And we can see this invisible boundary coming up now.
Invisible Boundary is up, and it's also going to answering the, of course, Ultron ultimate to try and keep the team alive. No ultimates currently left at the moment, as though Donald is now going to have Eye of Agamotto, with although taking down Potato with just that left click. Duep does have Silent Seduction, is going to be ulting straight away to try and find anyone, find anything. But they are, in the meantime, able to take down Weevo, and now also Citrus. Citrus may be able to get BRB back, but Donald falls too. Blibby Blobbers are falling one by one, and no sooner than later needed, as they've, we're running out of time.
I mean, this is very similar to the last round where Blibby Blobbers did exactly this. Yes, the Bubble Guppies look strong on defense, but it was the attacking team that just had the grit needed to get the cap, get the push, just exactly when you needed it. So the Blibby Blobbers are now on the receiving end of that, and look, if they can do it, you can almost guarantee that they have the answer to how to counter it. But at the moment, Bubble Guppies aren't looking like their usual undefeatable selves here. Maybe that reclined relaxation rhetoric from Zenstar, he might be coming back to bite him just a smidge.
Potentially indeed. I'm excited to see how Zenstar is going to be using this Heaven's Retribution. As well, of course, how Potato is going to be up in the sky with Galactic Legend, because Bubble Guppies is starting to contest this with Blibby Blobbers at the point. Donald, with the Eye of Agamotto in hand, is trying to solo this at the moment, as, of course, the defending team, but is still hanging out with the team. Out comes a Meteor from his FMCL. Zensari as well is going to be using their ultimate too. So Tinny follows suit as well. Not able to get too many members, as Lick now brings out the amplifier. And with that amplifier is when the damage starts getting dealt. FMCL foes, so does Zikrix. Bubble Guppies are falling one by one. Duep is the next one. And so Blibby Blobbers have control of the Vishu vehicle.
You're doing well.
Thank you.
You are doing pretty well.
So are you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
It's a conscious effort. The invisibility boundary is up on the side of the Bubble Guppies, as well as the Psionic Seduction. So 2 rather large ults for Bubble Guppies. Meanwhile, we do have Goddess of Death as well as Eye of Agamotto for Blibby Blobbers. And there's not much time left in this game. There's only just over a minute remaining. That was a lot of damage there out onto the Star-Lord. Somehow he manages to survive. Somehow this 33 HP Doctor Strange manages to survive as well. And it's just, well, things that should be happening aren't happening. It's a little bit, I don't want to say sloppy, but that's what it looks like here at the moment. We see the Seer coming through now. Now Namor into that bubble barrier, making sure nobody catches him out. Nice pink trident there as well. And Galactic Legend here does a lot of damage, and a double snipe there from the Bubble Guppy. So That's what they needed. They just push back Blibby Bloppers. It is a long run back for the spawn here, and I don't believe they have got the pentagram available. So no portal means they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. I think they'll be able to touch it, though, and contest.
Yeah, I think Blibby Blobbers are able to recontest as Bubble Guppies are so close to hitting this overtime. So waiting for that moment, Blibby Blobbers are just around the corner, just through the other side of the mist, of course, that they can't see through. But of course, Duep was ready and waiting. Out comes the Psionic Seduction, followed by, though, an invisible bounty from Citrus. Blibby Blobbers are staying alive and well as Rubo takes out Potato. Out comes FMCO's Meteor, trying to find something, is able to get Rubo, who has fallen, but Potato is also going to be revived with the BRB Beacon. Secret Foes is trading back and forth as Zensari brings Heaven's Retribution down to earth.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Still overtime. One player remaining on the cart at the moment. Make it 2 for the side of the Blibby Blobbers. It's looking like Bubble Guppies should be able to get this across the line, but don't count your chickens before they hatch. Some games we've seen today have gone ways they probably shouldn't have gone. We do see a portal now coming through here. This time I dare say it's from the Bubble Guppies, maybe to get themselves onto this point and get this card across the line. Angela flying across, flying through, and it's going to actually force a bit of peel coming out here from a few of these Bubble Guppies players. We're still on overtime. It's still ticking down. They need to be very, very careful here because all the Blibby Blobbers have to do is push them off the card, and there are so many bodies there. Psionic Seduction says that the fight is not over yet. It's a lot of damage, a lot of displacement. They need to stay on the cart, though. Do the Blibby Blobbers have it? Is revenge going to be theirs for this first map? Meteor M comes through. That could be the game right there, and it is. Blibby Blobbers hold on, and they clap back after going down 2-0 against Bubble Guppies in the semi-final.
First map, going towards Blibby Blobbers.
Damn.
Absolutely amazing work, and looks like Potato is a little bit upset that he's getting shot at, which I totally understand. Donald is saying no. He will keep shooting at Potato, which I completely understand as well. You know, a game's a game, and this current game did go the way of Blibby Blobbers.
We could be getting our wish here. It could be, I mean, it's a good start. I mean, the Bubble Guppy lads did go through to the grand final undefeated, and now this is their first taste of it that they've had. Unfortunately for them, it's in the big dance. It's in the one that matters the most. So they now find themselves down with slightly less wiggle room. Remember, it is a best of 5. They've still got at least 2 more maps to be able to be played here. If they win that, I mean, we could have a bit more. In fact, we will have a bit more Marvel Rivals coming our way, and we could see the 5-game fiesta, which, you know, would be a fitting end. It would be to a day like today. The games have been out of this world. The plays have been out of this world. And look, at this point, if you asked me before the game who would have taken this one out, I would have said Bubble Guppies. But now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, these two teams are neck and neck, you know. Firstly, of course, Bubble Guppies did win 2-0 in the upper bracket finals, and they did force Blibby Blobbers down into the lower bracket, and this is, of course, their revenge. I love the fact that Bubble Guppies said in the old chats to Blibby Blobbers, we'll see you in the finals, and they said that back and everything, and well, here they are in the grand finals, and so far it has gotten one map towards Blibby Blobbers.
We've come full circle, haven't we? It's like the prophecy has been fulfilled sort of thing. I really like that. So, I mean, game number 1 in the bag. It is, well, the relative underdogs, one must say. It was the Blibby Bloppers taking the round up against the Bubble Guppies. We say that slowly because, trust us, it's a tongue twister and a half. But who's going to come out on top here? Again, if you asked me before the game, I would have said Bubble Guppies, but now I'm not so sure. Blibby Bloppers really stepped up in that game. I think that the constant gameplay that they've had, you know, we spoke to Donald a little bit before the game started, and he said that he's a veteran. This is just a normal day at the office for him. Like, he's not fatigued in the slightest. In fact, he likes it this way, you know, so I totally understand where he's coming from. If you're built for stamina, like, you may as well utilize it, or otherwise you go to bed at night, you're wondering what you could have done better, but not if you leave it all out there. And great start. I mean, the Bubble Guppies probably weren't expecting that, and the Blibby Blobbers, they really stood up. So again, I don't know who's going to take this game. All I know is I'm excited to see where we go next.
I'm excited to see where we go next as well, because Yeah, this first map was so close as well. I loved the fights. Like, yes, Blibby Blobbers were able to get it to the end, but the journey they took to get it to the end, it was overtime after overtime after overtime. We weren't even sure if they were able to get it through that second checkpoint, and they did. But see, the thing is, Bubble Guppies didn't.
Yeah.
And it was really down to like really short, like small key moments in each of those fights. These key decisions, like the micro, rather than like sometimes more than the macro in these fights, because these two teams in this map was very closely matched.
Yeah, and they looked a lot more even than they did when they faced each other in the upper bracket semi-final as well. You know, that looked like it was a one-sided affair by a long way. It looked like the Bubble Guppies completely outclassed them, just across all metrics, you know, across healing, across damage, across teamwork, across, you know, accuracy, everything, right? But not today, not right now, not at this hour, not in the grand final.
Stats here do tell a story, and the story is that Bubble Guppies dealt so much more damage and kills than Blibby Blobbers. Yet it was Blibby Blobbers that did take away the victory, and that really, I think, goes to tell, like, it kills on everything. It's all about still, you know, working together as a team and working for the objective.
And that's kind of what these stats here reflect. You can see nobody dropped the 30 bomb on the Blibby Blobbers side, but they did on Bubble Guppies, which is wild when you think about it. I mean, look at, there's so many more kills on the side of Bubble Guppies than there are of Blibby Blobbers, which is interesting when you look at it. There is 39, 35, 30, and then on this side, Blibby Blobbers just making it work. Possibly, yeah, you reckon?
Yeah, massive work though coming out from everyone on the team of Blibby Blobbers able to get that victory. And you can see Ruvo's damage being 31,000. I'm a little bit unsure about, like, I think
yeah,
they
yeah,
are
that
Swift.
makes
Yep,
sense.
okay, cool. I'm a
makes
little bit
sense.
happier now. Yeah, Blibby Blobbers having the victory and Ruvo dealing the damage. Donald as well. We've talked about Ruvo on the Hella. And yeah, it's just so much damage coming out from them. But of course, Daxu able to play a lot, currently showing Doctor Strange, but that wasn't the main hero he played the entire time. But the 39 kills coming in from Daxu, able to always be where he's needed to be.
And you're right, the names do need to be switched around
yeah.
there, so apologies there, so for the confusion. It is actually Bubble Guppies on the right-hand side. Yes. Blibby Blobbers on the left.
Yes.
Cool.
Either way you can tell, by the way, Bubble and Bubble.
Bubble and Bubble,
Bubble
I
and
like
Bubble.
it.
As long as Bubble was on the team with Bubble, we're fine.
Yeah, fair enough. I like that. Actually, that's a good way to figure it out. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I got you.
But I do like the way, again, just everybody played their role. We say it a lot, and we'll have to say it again. Everybody stands out.
Yep.
Like, there's nobody that's an anchor. There's nobody that's sort of dragging the team down. There's nobody that you can sort of look at and go, hey, we need you to lift. I mean, from both teams, it's just, it do be like that sometimes. Everybody played well. On the losing side, Bubbleca, 45k heals is a large amount of heals.
That is.
And then you've got backed up by Zikrik as well, 39k heals. I mean, there's the numbers are there for Bubble Guppies, right? Do not make any mistake out of that. It's just that on the day, in that space of 5 minutes or whatever it was, the Blibby Blobbers were so much better. Potato, yeah, not look, 26 kills is good, but also most kills also the most deaths, but still a star.
Yep, still a star indeed. And I'm very curious to see what they bring into this next game. Maybe they know what bans and protects they want to bring out. They did, I think Potato did fantastic here on the Star-Lord, but I think with Ruvo being on the Hella, maybe it was just a bit of a sitting duck sometimes, and that may have contributed to the deaths we see on the screen, but the damage, of course, from Ruvo and from Daxu and from all of the members of Blibby Blobbers has really cemented them here in this first game and this first victory.
I love the Ultron that we saw come out as well. Like, Ultron's really, really strong. His only downside is he's quite slow, so very easy to take out. But again, on a map where there's a big pagoda in the middle, like that first round that we saw, very, very strong, and lots of heals basically just for doing nothing, right? Like, you push E, it goes on an ally, you right-click, it boosts that heal a little bit, that's it. That's the heals, right? So, and then the rest is just damage. So you will often see a lot of those high damage dealing DPS players love to play Ultron for that exact reason. Anyway, game number 1 is done and dusted. Game number 2 and the rest of the road is paved before us. It looks like we're going to be going over to Charterer Space for the second map, and who would have thought it? It is in fact the Blibby Boppers up on top over the Bubble Guppies.
Hell's Heaven coming through. It's such a dark and dreary map, but it's fun to play on. The Hydra bases are always fun to play on, but this is a domination map here. So there's no attacking, no defending. It's both in one, of course. If you're able to get to the point first, able to get that early capture, and able to hold it, it really gives you that advantage for the rest of the entire game.
I mean, this will be quick, this one. One way or the other. There's only a certain amount of time in domination. So this is go, go, go all the time. There's not going to really be any time to sort of sit back, build ult charge, and then go in. You have to be going horns to the wall the entire game. Let's see where the picks and, the saves and the bans lie. As we look at Hell's Haven. I mean, will we see... I don't think we'll see an Angela in this particular map. That's just me, though. We could, because both players, Zenstari and... Who was the other one? Tinny, love to play Angela. Again, though, on this map, I'm not so sold on it. I think there are better options. But again, comfort picks could come into play here. Absolutely.
There is a chance, though, there is a cliff somewhere. So if they want to try and bring out the Valkyrie, the Angela, they could. But like, also you could bring out the Emma Frost and just kick them off the edge, right?
Or the Jeff.
Yeah, I mean the Jeff as well. Like, there's so many other options to use the environment to their advantage. Whether or not they want to bring out the Angela still, it's a question that Blibby Blobbers have to answer. And, you know, we'll have to see very shortly when we start to enter into the ban phase.
I'm getting excited.
Yeah.
I'm really getting excited here. And it looks like we will... it is actually getting underway, so don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening. It'll pop up on your screen very, very shortly. Bans and saves coming on through now. It will be the Bubble Guppies who will be selecting first. Blibby Blobbers selecting second. Remember, if you've just joined us, first of all, welcome. Second of all, where have you been for the whole day? Thirdly, I'm only joking. Thirdly, the Blibby Blobbers, who were touted as the underdogs coming into this game, did take the first map in this best of 5 series, rather. And now it's up to the Bubble Guppies to answer back. They need to call upon that expertise, call upon that experience, and I think they know what to do in situations like this. If there's any team out there in the region that knows what to do when you're one map down, it's these guys.
That is true. They've got the experience behind them, and yeah, with so much experience comes so much mental fortitude as well. Well, Blibby Blobbers has banned Daredevil first up, and Bubble Guppies are going to be sticking to that Gambit. No surprises on the Gambit ban. They protect on the Groot. No surprises either. I do think Groot, because it's such a flat map, does perform quite well in Hell's Heaven. Able to, you know, block off the doorways and everything, and force people, I guess delay people as well.
I mean, yeah. This is a very choke point centric map. We say that about most maps, but this map, it really is. There's 2 doorways you can come through. Well, 3, I guess, depending on what map you're on of this, what stage of this map you're on. But the Loki ban, no real surprise there. We've touched on that earlier on in the day, how Loki's always been either banned or saved and picked, never fallen through one way or the other. So we're seeing a lot of similarities here. We're seeing a lot of the same sort of characters filling out and populating this board, albeit in different and separate roles. You know, if Gambit's not banned, he's usually saved. Same goes for the Phoenix and the Hela especially. But Bubble Guppies taking away the Magneto here, I dare say that may be targeted at somebody like Donald. Emma Frost being taken away as well.
Yeah, that Emma Frost as well. It does limit quite a few options of the shield, Vanguards especially. But when I think of these Vanguard players, you know, Dueb, Zenstari, Teeny Valkyrie, and Donald, that losing that Emma Frost as well, it's such a flexible Vanguard. So the final ban, I'm very curious about this one now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's fallen through. Not yet. There it is. Rocket. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 strategists.
All right. Fair enough.
3 strategists being taken off. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Look, when you're going to ban the 2 Vanguards as well with their extremely limited pool that they have already, you know, it's either Magneto or Emma Frost that we've been seeing, and we've put those 2 off the board. That leaves us what? Groot, Doctor Strange, Venom, Thing.
Maybe Rogue.
Maybe, but Captain America also very, very good. But he's sort of like you almost play Cap like a duelist in the sense that you just love to dive on the back line and cause havoc. It's not really, you know, soak up the damage as much as the other ones.
Oh, Tenny is going to be playing, of course, the Angela. It did come through. And Donald, though, will be playing Doctor Strange. So bringing out Donald straight away, bringing out Doctor Strange straight away does mean that the portal is a little bit harder to use in clutch situations. And they could always, of course, use the portal at the beginning. But we are having Rogue. We are. Duep is playing Rogue. Hang on.
Not bad. Not bad at all. That must have been, he must have snuck that one through on us there. But you know what? We're happy to see it nevertheless. Now, ability absorption, when it misses, it can be used just like a dash. So it does have value regardless. Rogue is a very dash-heavy tank. Very limited amount of shields. Maybe we'll see some changes in the future. But for now, that's where she lies. Hela gets the kill to start things off and is answered back almost immediately by the Bubble Guppies, but they have lost 2 members in the process. Blibby Blobbers off to a start, and they flip the point in their favor. They start the momentum chugging their way.
Also excited to see Wolverine from FMCL coming out as well, especially with, you know, the chasm just right next to them. And yeah, so many opportunities to push somebody off the map. And I don't know how many we're going to be able to see, but I'm hoping we get to see maybe a couple. I think we saw FMCL just do one just previously. So that's 1 down. Hopefully we get to see another couple more.
Yeah, hopefully. There we saw an absorption come on through. She does actually manage to pick up the Doctor Strange shield, though. Yeah, this is why Rogue, I think, is still relatively, like, she's new to the game, right? So this is why I think that the most teams haven't really figured her out yet. And I'm not 100% sure if it's a locked ability that you absorb every time or it's a different ability. Still haven't gotten that far, but we will find out, I'm sure, at some stage. Luna Snow has the Fate of both worlds. You can see that being utilized on the point, and the Bubble Guppies don't really have an answer for that. Or do they, though? They managed to take down 1 member. I believe that was Invisible Woman taken off the board there. Fate of both worlds now, this time from the Bubble Guppies, healing everybody up onto this point. We did see the Giganto being thrown out from the Namor, but still this point in favor of our current leaders in this series, the Blibby Blobbers.
Blibby Blobbers, Donald was trying to use the Eye of Agamotto, and I think the key moment there, yes, they took down Lick, but Zikrik also was able to get that freeze on the Eye of Agamotto, meaning that Donald didn't quite lose the entire ultimate, went down to 50%, but that was phenomenal work from Zik. And I'm sure Zikrik will want to be able to do that again and again and again, but massive impact coming out from FMCL, able to take down Lick, is going to get traded out by Weevo, but that was massive damage done, especially on a strategist.
Yeah, Wolverine he causes nightmares in both strategists and vanguards alike, doesn't he? Good freeze coming through here, though we do have Angela being frozen in place after using her ult, I believe, so no one really able to follow that one off. Kind of I would go as far to say that was a slightly wasted ult there. Wish they would have had it for the point here. Meanwhile, speaking of ults on the point, we almost have the Eye of Agamotto. We're going to have the invisibility barrier as well. Rogue still slicing through this point here, just throwing out haymakers. The point has been flipped in all that confusion towards the Bubble Guppies, but there are 4 players here for the Blibby Blobbers, just pushing everybody off it. It is slowly but surely going to be flipped over in their favor, but there's one menace that they cannot seem to get rid of. It is that Rogue. Finally, they remove the threat, but that's the sustainability of Rogue, able to cause, you know, just be a menace in the minds of the opposition. We saw her 1v4 there, 1v5 even, and hold on for a good 20-30 seconds.
Blibby Blobbers are back in control, 76% and counting. They do also have 3 ultimates to their name. Bubbles do not have that same situation for themselves, only having 2 ultimates, but one of them is, of course, Fate of Both Worlds. Lick has that invisible boundary available, so it is going to be the battle of strategists, but never mind. In this meantime, Duep has taken down Daxu. That's 1 player advantage towards the Bubble Guppies. Now, it's now back to even as FMCO has been taken out by Weevo. on Hella, and so Potato bringing out the Inzone Inferno is holding, looking for someone, gets quite a bit of damage on the backline onto Citrus, but they still live as Licknout brings out the invisible boundary. It is overtime right now. Bubble Guppies have not been able to flip the point just yet, as Blibby Bobbers are sitting at 99%. FMCL is back, and so is Duep. They've taken down 2, but FMCL gets traded. It's back and forth trades here and forth, as now also Donald goes to the Bubble Guppies.
He's just being a pest here at the moment on this point. Is that Angela? The Blibby Blobbers unable to secure it. Like you said, the point going in favor of the Bubble Guppies. They've still got a little bit of time to play with here. As this Namor, special shout out to the Namor and the Hella actually sniping at the Skylord mid-dash there in the air. Big Eye of Agamotto now coming through here, back through the portal now. So interesting play there, going to switch it off and then utilize that portal to run back through, you would think. We can see now, there it is, coming back on through. Doctor Strange here for the Bubble Guppies. Trying to make something happen here. This point still in favor of the Blibby Blobbers, who managed to flip it back through all that confusion, but overtime is still ticking down. The Bubble Guppies are not down and out yet. There is one frag going over the way to the blue team, but now what have Blibby Blobbers got left? They've got a couple ults in the bank, so this fight could still go on for a little while here. We do see the Brainiac bounce coming across the line from FNCL on the Reed Richards. We have got Doctor Strange here with the Eye of Agamotto ready to use. Also that Fate of Both Worlds, and speaking of the Fate, there it was, just used by the Blibby Blobbers. There's another one being now utilized by the Bubble Guppies. Speak of that Eye, there it is being thrown out now. Everybody's stunned up on the side of the Blibby Blobbers, but no one being taken down here. The sustain is just so strong. Good Spider-Man pulling Doctor Strange off the edge there, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Again, you cannot split these two teams. What happened there? I thought Bubble Guppies were on that point, but it must have been millimeters in it. Maybe a bit of displacement coming out from the Blibby Bloppers, maybe a psionic surge or something like that, pushes them off the point, and Super Soldier Factory going over to Blibby Blobbers.
Yeah, amazing work from Blibby Blobbers in this map. We got to see quite a few potential environmental picks there. Hella did survive, but of course, once the ultimate ends, she goes back to where she was and falls straight down into the lava. But multiple...
Oh, we just missed it.
Ooh, just missed, yeah. Multiple environmental kills in this game has been so fun to watch. And yeah, I'm excited to see what happens here in this next round. We may be getting still the Mr. Fantastic.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you've spoken about how flexible FNCL is. And playing Mr. Fantastic, he's quite literally that. So it looks like he will be rolling out with Reed Richards. And we do have a Namor on the side of the Blibby Blobbers as well. They're going to meet up in the train carriage just to the left-hand side or right-hand side of the point. And Jeff taking a lot of damage, taken out nice and early. That is big, big news. That harpoon finds its fish.
It does, you're right. The fish has been speared and taken back to the spawn for some fish and chips, I guess, as now Tini Valkyrie is going in for more aggression. FMCL has been using the Baniac bounce on the point. Potato has taken out Dax in the meantime, but the bounce is able to find Lick. Frozen for a little bit, but still, that is not going to be enough. Tini does take out Potato, but it's still a bit too little too late, as Blibby Blobbers have all been but eliminated.
Nice work there from the Bubble Guppies. They are still in this game. After a shaky first map and a shaky first start to this map, they look like, well, they start to look a little bit stronger, look a bit more gelled together here. They look a bit more cohesed. But Angela, not if she has anything to say about it. What has Tini got left up the sleeve? Just being a nuisance to a couple players, just displacing them off their high ground locations. Meanwhile, old man Reed Richards thinking about coming through to the point. Meanwhile, Angela with the ultimate. There it is. Throws it down and catches two members. The heavens fall in, and that's going to be a lot of damage going the way of the Blibby Bloppers. Nicely done. 3 members of the Bubble Guppies, in fact, being taken out here. So this could be their point if they want to take it. Yep, it looks like the Bubble Guppies are forced back. They lose FNCL, and now it is firmly in control of our current leaders on the red team.
Citrus was forced to use the Fate of Both Worlds in that fight, but it's not the end of the world as Bubble Guppies don't have a Strategist Ultimate currently online. Once Blibby Blobbers lost the Lick, they Citrus was kind of forced to keep the rest of the team alive by themselves. But Lick is so close to getting their invisible boundary very shortly at 77, 78, 80% now. As while Bubble Guppies still don't have that strategist ultimate available. Down comes the Phoenix, as well as the Dance of the Butterflies, and the members of Bubble Guppies are just following one by one. Duep did use that Freedom Charge in that fight, but it all led to nothing.
The Blibby Blobbers are looking really good here, Rice. I mean, they look like a completely different team to what we've just seen. This is their game at the moment. What have the Bubble Guppies got left? That was a nice swing there from Venom, managing to get all the way from spawn basically to the point in one fell swoop. Very, very nice indeed, but this is where Venom is annoying. He crawls along the walls, he's, you know, out of sight, out of mind until he slams down upon you and then causes you all kinds of problems. Landing those tendrils, especially in headshots, can cause a lot of problems. Does have the ult available. There it is, Feast of the Abyss. Who's he going to go for here? Who's he going to hunt? There are a couple players inside that invisibility barrier who get chunked down to about half HP. So not a bad effort there. They were the strategists, but Fate of Both Worlds now comes out from Zikrik on the side of Bubble Guppies. We are on our way towards a Groot strangling prison. Invisible barrier rather, on the side of Bubble Guppies should they decide to use it. This point now about 20% away for the Blibby Bloppers, but it looks like Bubble Guppies may actually wipe them. They will, and flip it in their favor.
87% is what Blibby Blobbers has on the board right now, and that could be basically one fight territory at the moment. They currently have essentially 5 ultimates available, with Citrus and Daxu being above 80%, while Bubble Guppies, they used so much to try and capture this point because they needed to. They had to try and get back into this because Blibby Blobbers, they already have that first round under their belt, and they will of course have that first game as well. Bubble Guppies, maybe the hour-and-a-half break did them no favors, as Bubblecar has now started off this fight with this invisible boundary, Wuvo as well with that Inzone Inferno, but Duep with a massive Strengthening Prison is going to be cancelled, as everyone from Bubble Guppies has in fact been stunned, as Daxter goes in with the Dance of the Butterflies and eliminates multiple members of Bubble Guppies.
This could be a Blibby Bloppers map here from this push. We're seeing it unfold right in front of our eyes. All they need to do now is just mop up here. Venom trying to be a pest, but it's not to be. Will they be able to trigger overtime? I don't know if they will be. We haven't got the portal. We haven't got any swinging. We haven't got anybody able to touch this point, or do we? Captain just manages to get back onto the point. And now this is, talk about the bottom of the barrel here from Bubble Guppies. They just got a big toe on that point, and now the Blibby Blobbers, without ults in the bank, have to deal with the Feast of the Abyss. They have to deal with the Fate of Both Worlds, and it is a blue kill feed. Bubble Guppies, maybe they're going to clutch this one out. I think they might.
They might indeed. They're able to flip the point, 86%. But Daxu has switched over to the Doctor Strange.
Okay.
Don't speak too soon. There is going to be a portal coming out, and they have the time to do so. 92%, 93%. They're easily going to be able to do it, but Bubble Guppies is ready and waiting. They know this portal's going to have to have the shield in front of them as well, so no freeze possible to stop this. And here comes overtime.
I like that shield as well to just block off the majority of the point. So it will allow the Bubble Guppies to both touch the point and be shielded from any damage that's coming from the majority of that site. So not a bad effort at all. Thing is just right-clicking his way through here. There's not really a whole lot that the Bubble Guppies can do about this until that portal disappears. There it is. We see Cloak and Dagger now in there, but it's clobbering time. Actually catches up all members of the Bubble Guppies who came through that portal. They all get stunned, but none go down. In fact, the only one to fall is from the Blibby Bloppers. It's a 5v6 situation. Somehow, Bubble Guppies are holding on. FNCL with the Galactic Legend up in the air. There's no answer for him. He's just lining them up and knocking them down. Now we see a Dance of the Butterfly. Oh, it picks up 1 kill, 2 kills. The Galactic Legend is still going. FNCL up in the skies. It's going to come down to the Vanguards. Thing, Venom, and Angela all duking it out. Bubble Guppies, they've got nothing left in the tank. They've got 2 players remaining on 0 HP. And this should go the way of the Blibby Bloppers, but I'm running out of breath.
It's still going on. This overtime situation keeps going on for a long, long time, as Lick is back now and about to have Jeff available. Is going to be using it for themselves, of course. They want to keep the team alive, going in for Big 8, going into the backline, trying to get any of the strategists able to get 1 or 2 here, actually make that just for Luno Snow, but that is enough. They're going to be taking them over towards their spawn side, away from the fight, as Blibby Bloppers, though, have lost 2 members. Maybe Jeff has gone too far, and with that, Bubble Guppies has taken this round's victory.
No way. No way that just happened. Okay. All right. Okay, we've got a game here. Okay, Frozen Airfield going the way of the Bubble Guppies. But that was the furthest thing from easy, right? That was the yin and yang. That was more than hard. That was overly difficult there for the Bubble Guppies. They still somehow managed to stay alive. This was the first map that we saw. We'll have our second round momentarily. But as we go into the third round, I tell you what, you could cut the tension in the air like a hot knife through butter. It is that dense here at the moment. You cannot pick a winner, and this is what we were talking about. This is the round that we just saw. FNCL just flexing up the heroes. He was on Reed. He was on, I believe, Cap. He was on a couple others as well. This is... I don't know where to go from here, because normally we have a storyline to tell. Normally it's what one team can do better. Normally it's, how much dominant one team's been. These two teams are leaving it all out there. It has to be said. As we head into the last final point of this map, will the Bubble Guppies bring it back, or will the Blibby Bloppers go up 2-0 in this best of 5?
Bubble Guppies does have a few ultimates, make that 4-3 ultimates available at the moment, including Jeff, including Galactic Legend, which is the first one to be popped, actually. FMCL goes in, Daxu, Ruvo, they both fall. Blibby Blobbers are going to have to regroup. They've already lost 3 members. Citrus and Tini also fall. They didn't use any ultimates, though, from the Blibby Blobbers to be able to contest this fight, but Bubble Guppies did invest, of course, the Galactic Legend, but I think that is worth, because Bubble Guppies still have 4 ultimates for this next fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Feast of the Abyss, Nom Nom from Jeff, Freedom Charge as well. I mean, very strong ult, and we just see the Kraken Impact coming online too. 1 ult for a point capture and 3-4 kills? Yeah, that's more than worth. That is a bargain. That's a steal. I'll take that any day of the week. Now we can hear Galactic Legend coming out, this time from Daxu on the side of Blibby Bloppers. Doesn't really manage to find anyone just yet. There's a lot of sustain coming through. The Nom Nom from Jeff, though, has actually caught 2 members. Now, there is an environmental hazard on this map, but they're not going to be bothered with it. Jeff's just going to spit them out towards the back, and Thing just clobbers him down and makes sushi out of our poor shark friend.
Otini then takes on Zik as well, so that's all the strategists from Bubble Guppies eliminated, as Blibby Blobbers is going to be heading in onto the point. Ruvo taking a potato. I mean, they're just fishing in a barrel at the moment without any strategists to back them up. Blibby Blobbers now able to flip the point to themselves. Bubble Guppies did manage to capture 43%, and Blibby Blobbers are looking to overtake that.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a close game. This is one of the closest games I think I've ever cast across any game title. This is delivering on all fronts. 2 ults up available on the side of both teams here. A little bit more value probably on the side of Bubble Guppy, just because of the sheer power that Kraken Impact has. If you manage to get resets on that, Feast of the Abyss now actually going to catch a couple members. That was big and allowed the Bubble Guppies to sort of open things up a bit and get 2 very quick frags. We do see the clobberin' time coming out here from Donald, but didn't get followed up though. Invisibility barrier now comes out as well. So you can see the pressure that's being applied there on both of the strategists, but he's got no support. Galactic Legend now up and available here for FNCL, but the Bubble Guppies, they're going to flip the point back without the need for that ult.
Amazing work from Bubble Guppies. As you mentioned, they were able to do so much. Yes, we did get to see the clobbering time coming out from Donald, but it wasn't enough, as, Bubble Guppies did have that invisible boundary available. They also have the freeze coming out from Bubble onto Donald as well, stopping Donald in that chat. And speaking of Ian, he just got frozen once more. The freezes coming out from Bubble Guppies have been on point and have been sort of key defining moments of these fights. But still, Blibby Blobbers were able to get that 57%, and Bubble Guppies now at 72%. They want to be able to keep this, of course, as Inzone Inferno comes out from Ruvo, does a lot of damage, able to take that potato, but FMCL is there to back up the team with the Galactic Legend. Daxu has fallen, looking for more, of course, but still, the Valkyrie, the Angela, is able to block most of that damage away.
Yeah, not bad at all. We do see the Freedom Charge now coming through just off the back of that Galactic Legend there from the Bubble Guppies. Remember, this is the last round of the map. Whoever takes this one will take the map itself. Will Bubble Guppies be able to level it up at one apiece, or will the Blibby Bloppers reign supreme? At the moment, I'll tell you what, they picked up 3 very, very quick kills. This could be going the way of the Blibby Bloppers. There's Captain America to deal with, who's being an absolute nuisance, finally gets taken down. There is going to be a point flip going to Blibby Bloppers. Do they have, well, they've still got a few seconds worth of capture time, so I was going to say and ask the question, do the Bubble Guppies have enough time to get back? The answer is yes, because they've dominated so much. I'm used to this being overtime constantly. I don't know about you. That's just where I'm at.
No, I totally feel that same vibe, honestly. Daxter does have the Galactic Legend, so this could be interesting. Let's see how Potato's going to be using this Kraken Impact. Of course, Zik with the Invisible Boundary available. Probably going to be answering. There we go, the Galactic Legend. So Lake is going to answer with their own Invisible Boundary. So both teams are protected from the other, but Potato still has that Kraken Impact. And here it comes out. So River answers with the Phoenix Ultimate. It's back and forth. FMCO gets taken out. Potato gets taken out from Daxter as well. From this moment, Blibbly Blobblery does have that one player make that 2-3 player advantage in this overtime situation. Bubble Guppies have switched over to the Doctor Strange. Is the portal going to be in time? I don't know. It's not. Blibby Blobbers take the second map in this best of 5.
I'll tell you what. This is by far from over. Even though Blibby Blobbers are now 1 map away from taking out this tournament, this is not done with by any stretch of the imagination. GG's come out from both of the teams. I mean, and why wouldn't they? Everybody stepping up yet again. I thought that the Bubble Guppies had woken up. Honestly, I thought that they had come to play in this particular map. You could argue in the first map they weren't quite there. They didn't look like the Bubble Guppies that we've come to know and love throughout this tournament so far. But this map, they really did turn it up, and I feel like they gave it their all. And if that was their all, the Blibby Blobbers were up to the challenge. They also gave it their all. We are seeing just peak rivals here, and I am all for it.
No, I am all for it as well. I mean, Blibby Blobbers looked phenomenal, but the games are just so close. As you mentioned, it felt like it was overtime every second of that map. Even at the beginning, even at 0%, it just felt like the same pressure that you would get in an overtime situation. These two teams are at each other's throats in game, and of course not in real life. They love each other in real life, but you know, it's just been so fantastic to see these two teams butt heads with such ferocity and such respect as well. They respect each other so much. They understand that all the players on the enemy team can be feared.
There was no relenting from any team, was there? There was absolutely, like, the pedal was on the gas the whole time. It did not come off from both teams, which is why it did legitimately feel like constant overtime. It did feel like every flip mattered, like, more than it did. But I would hate, that's just us. Like, I would hate to be in the minds of the players, right? Like, I would hate to be those guys there at the moment going, like, what do we do next? What do we do next? Like, and to make these split decisions on the fly and to actually, you know, execute it from head to keyboard to in-game together is something special. It really must be said. Now, the real question is, will we go the full 5 maps, or will the Bubble Guppies, the Blibby Blobbers, take this next map and round out the day's proceedings? That's the real question here. Normally, I have some kind of answer, but not right now.
Well, it has been 7 hours since the games have started this,
Wow.
so 7 p.m. now, started at 12 p.m. Our Melbourne time. And we know when we talked to Donald, he said, oh, it's just another day in the office, 8 hours, kind of whatever.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure he's also playing MRC after this as well, which means that's a lot of Marvel Rivals, and I'm sure he's very happy for a wonderful day in the office. But still, 7 hours is a long time. I'm wondering whether or not Blibby Blobbers is going to start feeling that fatigue coming through. While Donald, he's a veteran, but so are the others. But still, there might be some signs of cracks in the armor coming into this third map.
He's a veteran, but fatigue is inevitable, right? Even the best athletes suffer from fatigue, right? Even the best esports players suffer from fatigue. Every single person on this planet is not immune to fatigue. Donald, we love you, bro, but you are not immune to fatigue. Every person has their limit. Some have more than others. Having said that, though, like, this is a long day. This is a very long day. And then they've got MRC after this, some of them. That's 12 hours playing Rivals. I mean, hats off. Like, honestly, that would melt my brain.
Well, you know what else was melting? The damage and the heals. Look at Bubblecar with that 44.9 and Citrus with the 44,000. These Lunar Snows and Invisible Women were absolutely fantastic. I think I saw so many freezes coming out from Bubble in particular. Citrus, I think, did a couple, but it was absolutely amazing seeing Donald's two ultimates. To my knowledge, Ivagomoto got frozen once, and then Donald did get off the clobbering time, but then he got frozen immediately after, so couldn't follow up. So Bubble with two very key freezes, but still, it wasn't enough to win them the game.
No, but that comfort pick, Tinny on the Angela, on a map where, you know, it's often regarded as a mobility limited. Let's be real, like there is a roof to these stages on this map, and Tinny played Angela to perfection. There were a couple of those environmental kills that we saw, depending on what stage we were on, but still, I mean, I don't know who's going to win this game. Even though the scoreboard in front of me says 0-2, this very easily could be turned around and Bubble Guppies could come out all guns blazing here. Do Blibby Blobbers have anything left in the tank? That is the real question. We'd like to say that they do because we spoke to Donald about it. He said, look, no dramas, no problems, we got this. But I don't know. I really don't know because of how tight these games are. Yes, your team is 2-0 up at the moment, but is that your peak? You know, is that your final form? Do you have another stage to go to here? Do you have another map in ya with a win? That's the real question here, because we know that Bubble Guppies, even though they're not the team that they usually are, they are still damn strong.
They are strong, and remember, they did have that 1.5 hour break where they weren't playing any Marvel. Maybe they were playing some Big Player. I'm not quite sure if they were or not. Maybe to keep themselves warmed up, but you know, they weren't in the tournament. They weren't like super duper locked in, as of course Blibby. No, I was so close. Blibby Blobbies. You're not helping me, are you? You're just laughing.
Blibby Blobbers.
Blibby Blobbers has been, they've been locked in. They've been fighting for their lives in that lower bracket. And so without, I guess, warm-up, or I guess warm-up the entire time, really, they have been starting this series quite strong, 2-0. So maybe now, though, Bubble Guppies has started warming up. Maybe they are ready to take this next map. We'll have to see, of course.
Maybe that was it. Maybe that was their warm-up game, Maybe that was the one that... maybe that was the two that they needed. Some need one, some need two. Well, you can't really afford to have any more than that, because if you lose this map, you are done, you're down, you're out. Could it be the Fairy Tale reverse sweep? It'll be a long one if it is, but we've still got time. We've still got plenty of time. What, MRC starts at what, 9? It's pushing 7 now. Yeah, we're laughing. We're good.
It's 8.
Oh, I hope not. No, I think it's 9. I think it's 9. I think we're good. Fingers crossed. Don't want to jinx it. Don't want to, anything like that. But I think that look, if they can keep it up, Blibby Bloppers just might exhaust the Bubble Guppies a little bit. I don't know if they've got anything left, honestly. I don't know what they could have done different. I can't analyze it. I don't know if I would swap any picks or bans out. I'm stumped. I don't know. What about yourself?
I'm trying to remember what was banned in the first place. I'm wondering, depending on what the next map is, maybe Bubble Guppies are going to try and ban out that Angela coming through.
Yeah.
Because even on a map which isn't an Angela map, Tinny Valkyrie was still able to perform. But on a map that is Angela map, it's going to be quite dangerous. But of course, the first ban that we're probably going to be seeing once again is going to be the Gambit from Bubble Guppies. But also, Blibby Blubbers, they are very strong with the Hela and the Phoenix. So those are the ones that they need to be wary of. The thing of these two teams is I think Bubble Guppies is a very flexible team. So it's really hard to ban them out, really. Yeah. They have so many options. But while Blibby Blobbers, they have a few specialists. But they specialize in a few heroes, but those heroes are very special at. And with only 3 bans per team, it's going to be hard to ban out both of these two teams. Something is going to get through the cracks. Yeah. And it's really about what they think and can plan around to deal with, because both of these two teams are good at what they play.
We had the Gambit ban, we had the Loki ban, we had the Emma Frost ban, we had the Magneto ban in the previous games. Yeah. So I was thinking about it then. Normally I don't.
Wow.
I got really lucky there. But I was just thinking about it. Like, we didn't see Donald on the Magneto at all. That's what really threw me. I think we might have even had... I don't even know if we saw a Groot either. I'm not 100% sure. That's one that does throw me. But those, I do remember those 4 distinct bands. Gambit, in or out. There is no in between, right? Like, the Magneto, I think, was a really solid ban because both teams are really strong at that. Forcing someone like an FNCL to go on to the Reed Richards, for example, which, you know, doesn't really deal that much damage for a duelist, but he's awfully durable, right? So he's sort of like a pseudo third Vanguard there in that respect. We've seen games today where we've had 4 bans come out and be targeted at strategists, right? And then off the back of that, they try to implement the triple strategist combo.
Still, yep.
I mean, that's really the crumbs of what's left in the pool, right? Like, I don't know if there is anything that can be done. I think we saw it that game. I think we saw targeted bans. I think we saw the only one that could probably be different would be Angela, to take that away from someone like Chinny. But then again, you leave someone like Gambit, you leave someone like Magneto, you leave a Loki or something like that open, depending on what map we go to here as well. If we're going to go to Central Park, I would like to see an Adam Warlock ban. You know, things like that. Maps really do come into play as well. So, look, I'm not sure where we're going to go or how this game is going to unfold. It is an absolute mystery bag, and that's what I love about it. There's nothing scripted about this.
Nothing scripted at all, except against these 2 teams. Did say we'll see you again in the grand final. So
yes.
maybe they knew. Maybe they were speaking to the universe, and the universe, I mean, obviously it's not actually scripted, but they knew in their hearts who will be here in the grand finals, and it is going to be, of course, Blibby Blobbers and Bubble Guppies. And this match so far, 2-0 towards Blibby Blobbers, is not what we would have predicted. So we definitely didn't write the script.
No, I mean, I would have gone Bubble Guppies all the way, but I am proud to eat my words because these games have been off the charts good. Like, this is a grand final in every sense of the word, right? Like, this isn't, even though it's looking like the scoreboard reads 2-0 in a best of 5, right? It has been anything but a whitewash. Like, these rounds have had, you know, millimeters left on carts. You know, points have gone into overtime, which has gone down to the wire with 99% on each side. Like, you can't squeeze out any more rivals out of the games that we've had. Like,
well, you can.
Well, if we go 2 more games, yes, we could. But in the games that we've had, you couldn't squeeze any more out.
Yeah.
Like, they went the whole way, the maximum capacity. I mean, I love it. Absolutely love it.
No, I agree. You know, it's been great. And it's good to also see the different strategies come out, like being able to see these teams be able to play different compositions and everything. We got to see the triple. We got to see some more dive, you know, with the Valkyrie, the Angela, sorry. The Angela coming through, and also the Venom and everything as well. But we also got to see some other more Broly type ones as well. But it's I'm curious to see if they'll be cooking up next, because they're gonna have to cook up something.
Yeah.
If they wanna, you know, if Bubble Guppies want to try and turn this around and bring this back to a 2-1.
I mean, will it be a 3-course meal, or will it be the whole shebang? Will it be the 5? Will it have the, you know, the dessert and the aperitif? You know, will we continue the night on, or will we just end it right here at the main course? We are going to be going to Asgard for the first time this tournament. Now, Yggdrasil Path is a map that can be over at the first point. Right? Like, it really can. Like, you got to get around that sneaky S-bend. With Hella banned out, though, that's going to be a little bit more difficult here. Hella very strong on that first point. There was once upon a time where Iron Man was meta on this map with the Hulk back when you got that synergy. Unfortunately, we don't have that anymore, but there once was a time, you know? Things like that.
I think the Hella ban coming up from Bubble Guppies does force maybe a Phoenix Protect, you know, to make sure that Ruvo does have one of the extremely strong heroes available, which does mean there's not going to be a Gambit Protect coming out from Blibby Blobbers. Yeah,
Good
there we
call.
go.
Yeah.
Phoenix Protect coming through. They're going to be banning out the Loki, but then that does mean Bubble Guppies is going to be able to ban the Angela. Still not targeting the Gambit. Maybe they're both playing chicken. They're like, oh, you ban him. No, you ban him.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see whether or not now it's going to be a Gambit Protect or if it's going to be something different, because this is Blibby Blobber's time to shine on the Gambit. They've lost to the Angela. Okay, I called it. I mean, it was either that one was either going to be a Gambit ban or, I mean, an Angela ban, and it was just up to Bubble Guppies which they would rather verse.
I mean, could you imagine if we were almost there, and I was about to say we are at the stage where we don't care about what's meta, we don't care about how strong Gambit is, we're just going to target people's niche picks, you know, we're going to target the Wuvo Hella, we're going to target the Tinny Angela, you know, we're going to target the FNCL, Daredevil, you know, like we're just going to target players, right? Because that's where we're at, right? It's no longer a meta game, it's a personal, you know, strengths game. But I think the Blibby Blobbers will be comfortable to say that they managed to get a Loki and a Daredevil ban off. And managed to secure a Gambit too. So I think that's big news for them. The draft's probably gone their way here, I'd say.
I don't want to count my eggs
Neither.
before they hatch either, but looking at these two bans and picks, I do feel somewhat similar as well. I think it's slightly towards Blibby Blobbers, especially the fact that they were able to get that Star-Lord ban. We got to see, you know, well, who was it? I think it was Potato play some pretty fun Star-Lord previously. And so forcing now, I guess, him onto now a strategist. They're bringing out here the triple strategist because when you play Gambit, if you have a triple strategist lineup, that means that Gambit can do some more anti-heals, can do some more damage. And so they want to force out this triple strategist because Blibby Blobbers, I think, are prepared.
It's a 3-3 as well from the Bubble Guppies, you know. There is not a duelist in sight. It is 3 Vanguards, 3 Strategists. Meanwhile, on the side of the Blippi Bloppers, they've got a Moon Knight. Now, this could be, again, pardon the pun, the ace up the sleeve here for the Blippi Bloppers. Combining that with the Gambit, you know, Hand of Khonshu goes down, that glaive just bounces around. It's a lot of damage that comes out here. We will be seeing the Storm as well as the Lunar Snow. I mean, this is a mixed bag here from the Blippi Blobbers. Which meta's going to come out on top? Will it be the triple or will it be the 2-2-2? Look at that Hand of Khonshu out already. We're what, 10 seconds into the game?
Yeah, amazing work coming out from Weaver, trying to get as much damage onto these Vanguards as possible, but that does result in, of course, a lot of heals coming out as Bubbleco from Bubble Guppies has decided to bring out the Amplifier, and with that Donald foes, so does Tinny. Both the Vanguards are gone, so Blibby Blobbers have to go back into spawn. We do see the, what do you call him again? Moon Knight and, of course, the Storm coming out when we verse the Vanguard triple strategist on other maps, and it's here on this map as well. So to try and get as much damage as possible onto these Vanguards and then bring out the Hand of Khonshu. But now Daxu does have this Hurricane available. Let's see what happens with it.
You need to be able to dish out a lot of damage in a very, very short space of time, and that's what Moon Knight and Storm can do. Moon Knight already has another Hand of Khonshu. We've got an Omega Hurricane that's being wound up as well. Psionic Seduction coming out here from the defensive Bubble Guppies, and it's all a blue kill feed off the back of that. They use one ult and get an entire team wipe. Where has this team been for the first 2 maps? The Blibby Blobbers, this is what I'm talking about. This first point here on Yggdrasil, nightmare.
Absolute nightmare, but it's going to get even more nightmarish with 11 ultimates in the lobby. First one to start off is going to be the Hurricane, Omega Hurricane in the backline, going after the strategist. So Zik is going to bring out the Magneto Meteor M, goes wide though, as FMCL also brings out the cards to play ultimate live right now with Donald as well, bringing out the Meteor. Doesn't land, both Meteors going wide, but still more ultimates coming out, of course, with the Zenstari Strangling Prison. River also, Tinny, everything is being used. I don't think I'm trying to keep track. The only one left is, of course, the Karmic Revival in the hands of Potato, waiting for the moment. Gubble Buppies hasn't lost anyone just yet. Tinny is the one to follow.
Thank you, Rap God. As we get back over here, the Emma Frost just pushing them back. I tell you what, the Blippi Blobbers tried everything that they had there. And there's a minute and a half remaining on the clock, but the Bubble Guppies looking very, very strong. This triple lineup seems to be the play at the moment. Spades in play now here from Citrus. So a bit of anti-heal going their way, but not a whole lot Ooh, Moon Knight taking a fair chunk of damage there. Needs to be very, very careful. Hand of Khonshu up yet again.
Of course.
I swear God, he's a merchant at the moment. And we can see another Psionic Surge coming out, Psionic Seduction rather. This time it's boosted by the Rage and Royal Flush. And the Bubble Guppies just way too strong here on Yggdrasil.
You mentioned the Hand of Khonshu being available, but my eyes was going towards the 6 ultimates that Bubble Guppies had at hand. They used 2 of them, and they exchanged that with 1 ultimate from Blibby Blobbers, which is not the worst, considering Blibby Blobbers don't have all 6 available right now. They do have potentially 5, but these 5 could, of course, spell disaster if they're able to use it effectively. They have 30 seconds left on the clock, and Bubble Guppies do have... Actually, they've managed to lose one of their strategists. Make that multiple. They are going to go use this revival right now as up comes Donald looking and searching for this revival, but not able to land it as Daxter is going in. Still, Potato is reviving the team.
Potato gets a team up. We did see a Kraken impact now coming out here. He's still going across. Who is it? It's Daxu. Still trying to hunt them down. The Seer comes out. Will the Bubble Guppies be able to hold on? I think they might be. The kill feed is entirely blue. And the Blibby Blobbers, even though they're 2 maps up in this series, get absolutely humbled here on the first point of Yggdrasil Path. That is over before it even started there. Less than a 5-minute game.
Yeah. Well, not yet.
Well, round, sorry.
Because they are switching sides. I know it looks dire situation, though, currently for Blibby Blobbers. They weren't able to travel very far. They weren't even able to get that first checkpoint. As you said when we first started this map, you know, this is a map where you might not even be able to make it around that first bend. Well, Blibby Blobbers were able to get a tiny little bit around that bench, but that was really it. It's such a hard choke point. And you know, we can see the ultimate management the Bubble Guppies was able to do. They were able to get the ultimate so fast and keep themselves in the advantage.
I mean, it's a brutal choke point to get around, right? It's an S-bend, it's up a slight hill, which means the defending team has the high ground advantage. It's easier to land abilities. You see more. Like, it's a very defender-sided point. Very defender-sided point. And you know what? Credit to the Blibby Blobbers. They did pretty well to get where they did, I'd say.
Well, let's see if it's enough.
Yeah, that's the real question here.
Yeah.
How good is their defense?
Well, they are running the triple Vanguard, triple strategist as well. Stereotypical, and we can see Bubble Guppies. They're running the, you know, Moon Knight and Storm. You know, once again, they're kind of doing the exact same things to each other. You know, you play that, I play this. It's all fair and square in this game. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this ends up unfolding. Remember, Tinny is playing Emperor's Daxu, is the one playing Magneto actually, and Donald is the one playing Penny Parker.
Penny's an interesting pick. I do like the Adam Warlock. I don't know about this positioning though on the right-hand side there. This could be the do or die for the Blibby Bloppers. Do they hold or do they fall? Valuable meterage being gained here now from the Bubble Guppies. They have to push out here, do the Blibby Bloppers. They lose Penny in the process. BRB Beacon going to bring her back online, so only lose one. Another Hand of Khonshu coming out here. Will it be able to pick up a kill though? That's the real question here. No, it won't. In fact, it will be Magneto from downtown, and I believe that's the right click on the Magneto picking up that frag as well. So the Blibby Bloppers, hang on. They just say, hold my hat. They are holding firm here on defense.
Lick did use the Amplifier to secure their position to make sure they aren't pushed back further, but that does mean one strategist ultimate is down. Bubble does have, of course, their own Amplifier available, so now they did trade 1 ult for 1 ult, but still, the Hand of Khonshu comes back so fast. Potato now with a Mega Hurricane going in for the backline, looking for something, looking for a strategist in particular, but doing a fair bit of damage, but still not enough to take anybody out. They will, Potato will have to get back into safety, as now Tinny is going to be using Psionic Seduction alongside the Spiders run around, as Daxter is also going to be using Meteor M.
Yeah, we did see the Cajun Royal Flush coming out there on top. It looks like the Blibby Boppers, though, they may get a couple of kills here. They recover one member. Yeah, the Warlocks have got that Karmic Revival up as well too, so keep your eye on that, but it seems to be going their way regardless here. You've got Rocket just throwing these healing orbs from the back line. Will they be able to hold here? The Bubble Guppies, rather. They don't have far to go. We do see the Karmic Revival now coming out big, but in top of the hand of Conchu, this is going to be massive. One frag comes through courtesy of Bubble Guppies. Where are the Blippi Blobbers? They've got to get themselves onto this point. They have to hold firm. They lose one, they lose two, and all of a sudden, it looks very grim here for the Blippi Bloppers. And the Bubble Guppies keep their hopes and dreams alive in this tournament. They take map number 3. It's a 1-2 series.
It is. We've got a series here, 1-2 currently in favor still of Blippi Blobbers, but Bubble Guppies, they are here. They are proving that they are previous champions of tournaments, and they are not going down easily. If this was a best-of-3 situation, it'd be entirely different, but this is the grand finals. Bubble Guppies have worked so hard to get themselves into this grand finals, not dropping a single series previously, and as a reward, it is a best-of-5.
That's right. And they've earned that lifeline. Let's be honest. This is the first 2 rounds the first 2 losses that they've been dished up since this tournament started. Unfortunately for them, it's in the grand final. They'll have to pull up one hell of a reverse sweep in order to take down to take the trophy home with them. But I tell you what, that's a pretty good start to their recovery. You know, they've checked into the hospital. They just need to wrap themselves up and then come out and throw a few more punches and get over the line in the next 2 matches. I mean, like, they struggled in the first couple, and now they're sort of recovered a little bit. Maybe that's woken them up a little bit. You know, when you sort of slap yourself in the face when you start falling asleep? Like, that's kind of what I think has happened to them.
I'm just still hung on the fact that you're like, come out of the hospital, wrap yourself up, and then start punching.
Yeah,
again.
why not? That's what they've done.
And then, yeah, I'm like, okay, so apparently,
no fear.
No fear, come straight out of the hospital, you know, with a broken arm, still and just start running through some punches. But they've done it.
I could do this all day.
Well,
right? Yeah.
Let's see if, of course, these 2 teams can do it all day. They've been going so far for 7 hours, and they still have at least 1 map to go. And so far, I am excited to see what Bubble Guppies bring to us in this next map. Are they going to be able to bring us to a 2-2?
It's very likely. I mean, I thought that with Yggdrasil Path being chosen as the 3rd map there, I thought that one of these teams kind of wanted this to be over pretty quickly. You know, I thought that they were like, you know what, let's just kick back and recline before MRC starts or something like that. You know, it is a Sunday night. Even though it's Christmas break, some people haven't knocked off work yet, so unfortunately they're working tomorrow. It do be what it do be, but I'll tell you what it definitely is right now, and this is the grand final of the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals tournament. It's been one hell of a show so far. I mean, we thought that before this game started, we thought that it was going to be the Bubble Guppies, no questions asked. And then all of a sudden, we had ourselves checked when the Blippi Boppers came out and took the first 2 matches, and it was tough. Don't get me wrong, it was very tough. Those games were tooth and nail the entire way. But that one, a little bit more convincing there from the first map there from the Bubble Guppies. They're back. The Gup is back.
The Gup is back.
They're in. Let's do it. Where are we going to go next, you reckon?
Well, we just had a mission vehicle convoy coming through. We've
had a domination.
We've had a domination. That was the previous one just then. So it must be convergence next. I don't know if we're going through like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, but I feel like convergence probably. Which convergence? I'm not entirely sure, but I hope it's a pretty one. I hope it's got color in it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I'm just trying to think. I think we went to. Did we had Clintar in this map so far?
In this series?
In this series, in the grand final. I don't think we've
yet.
had Clintar. We could be going to Clintar.
We could be.
Maybe. We'll have to wait and see as we have a look at the scoreboard here. Bubble Guppies, 1 versus 2. That is, I think that's actually total maps that we've got there. So in this grand final, it is first to 3. The Blippi Blobbers thought that they would come out on top there, but the Bubble Guppies were standing in their way, and well done to them. Let's be real, it's a map that can really go either way. Very minimal deaths on the side of the Bubble Guppies too, and the ones that did die, I believe they were brought back by the Karmic Revival too. So, well played.
Yeah, in particular, Potato with 0 deaths. I think that is a very standout stat that I want to point out. Potato, absolutely fantastic work coming out from them. You know, being one of the 3 newer players to this team that has played for I want to say years, but Marvel Rivals hasn't been out for years. So
We had the 1-year anniversary just the other day.
did.
Yeah,
for
so
most of the year, you know, being able to join this team and perform so well. 0 deaths. Of course, the rest of the team have very minimal deaths, and as you mentioned, you know, able to be brought back occasionally as well. It's such a good cohesion and synergy coming out from Bubble Guppies in this map.
Yeah, as we start to get towards the sun going down here in the daylight savings time, Melbourne. So that's how you know it's been a pretty long day so far, but a fun day nevertheless. And I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. We've still got at least one more map to go, but if the Bubble Guppies have anything to say about it, they'll be looking to make it 2 maps and complete the reverse sweep here in the grand final. They've started off on the right foot on that journey after going down 2 maps. They take Yggdrasil Path away from their opponents. Now we'll just have to wait and see where we go next. I cannot wait. Because we called that we would like a 5-game grand final. We love that.
Maybe that's what they're doing for me, you know? They're you know, letting them give me that 5 map. I don't think that's actually. They wanna they wanna make sure they can, as you mentioned, maybe kick their feet back and get some food before MRC starts. But 2-1 currently in these grand finals.
And the Bleepy Blobbers thought they were home free. Look, I want to say that they probably should have there, but let's be honest, it's Yggdrasil Path. It can really go either way. Defending team does have the advantage. Whoever defends the best wins the game. It's that simple. There are a few other maps in this game which are very even. You know, this is now Halls of Dajalia, so this will be our convergence map.
It will. It will be a convergence map, and it will be so pretty. Look at that scenery. It's
I do like it.
absolutely gorgeous. Daredevil and Hella going to be the first ones banned. Bubble Guppies respecting once again that Hella ban, going for the Hella first up. And of course, Bleepy Blobbers is going to have to answer with the Phoenix Protect. These are basically must responses from Bleepy Blobbers.
Yeah, you don't want to have a team ban out Hella and you know, basically just control the board is what I'm trying to say. You need to be able to say, hey, we're going to take Phoenix too. You're not going to be able to ban her out. You only get one. It's again, a game of mental chess, right? This is what we're doing here. But the Daredevil ban is something that we've seen Bleepy Blobbers do quite a bit. Obviously targeted at someone, probably FNCL. Again, this very similar bans to what we've seen in the previous games, although Bubble Guppies actually banning out the Angela, that could change things a little bit.
Yeah, choosing to ban out the Angela again here, especially on this map where there is a little bit of high ground, a little bit of verticality. It does change things, and Bubble Guppies is going to be protecting the Gambit here. Wait, that's different.
I mean, not really. I mean, we've seen Gambit either be locked or banned. I think we saw this in the last game, although it was Bleepy Blobbers that did it. But this was the second time we've actually seen Gambit be protected on the second protect. Which, again, we were going to talk about it and sort of speculate a little bit before we started Yggdrasil, is that we were at the point where Gambit doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter how strong he is, what the meta is. We're just going to target people's comfort picks, right? But looks like the Thing, for the first time today, is going to be banned out here for the Bubble Guppies. I mean, look, we saw Bleepy Blobbers. I think we did see the Thing come out a couple maps ago.
On Donald, he did very well on that Thing. So I do respect that sort of ban coming through. Not sure if there was a better one to come through, maybe to target maybe somebody else as well, because Donald has been showing off quite a few different vanguards today. I do like the Emma Frost ban coming through from Bleepy Blobbers. The team of Bleepy Blobbers can play Emma Frost, but I do think Bubble Guppies plays an Emma Frost better.
Yeah, fair shout. But you've got Donald on that Magneto that came through too, so he'll be more than happy with that. You know, he we interviewed him earlier in the day, and he said, "Look, my stats look like I'm a Magneto one trick. That's not the case, but you know, there's a reason he plays Magneto a lot because he loves the character, right? Like he excels at it. It's one of his strengths. Emma Frost is sort of like his second go-to, but if you're comfortable on Magneto, in a game like this, you want to be playing it. That's what's happening here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fence, the Bubble Guppies, they've gone for something a little bit different. They've gone for the Captain America and the Venom as their vanguards.
Very aggressive vanguards, and you can see Potato on the Star-Lord and Zikrik on the Psylocke to help with that. It's going to be a very aggressive dive-centric composition. Bubblecar on the rocket to help support that, be able to kill from afar. And FMCL is going to be the one actually on the Gambit to deal the damage and the heals, of course, for the team, as Blibby Blobbers are kind of sort of forced to respect this situation, respect the dive. Donald takes down Web. The revive on Zikrik is massive as well for Bubble Guppies, but it's still they are one player down.
Yeah, Star-Lord just leaping on through. That one player from Bubble Guppies could be all that the Blibby Blobbers needed here on defense. You only need to take down one or two, especially on a convergence map, to just sort of stem the tide that will be about to come your way. So there it is. The brakes have been pushed. Bubble Guppies have to sit back. Blibby Blobbers starting to look very, very strong here. They are on defense. We've got this Valentine's Day Venom with the cards around him too, I believe. There it is. The Phoenix now coming down with the ult. Doesn't collect anybody. 2 quick frags though here for the Bubble Guppies. And Blibby Blobbers just reeling from that assault. They lose 3 members, in fact. Make it 4. This point, I dare say, will be going over to our attackers. The team looking to complete the reverse sweep, the Bubble Guppies.
Potentially Lick is thinking about this portal, but I don't know how quickly they can get it. They are going to be able to get it. They are touching, not body blocks. Bubble Guppies were looking for that portal, but they weren't able to find it. And now out comes multiple Ultimate. So many. Make that 3, 2 from each. 1 and 2 from each team. As Daxu with the Galactic Legend is looking for one. Oh, they escaped with just barely their life. And Daxu's the one that's going to be taken out. He's going to get revived with a beacon. As Potato is now bringing Legends with themselves. Bubble with the Amplifier is able to help back them up and deal so much extra damage as FMCO takes down Daxu. Teeny Citrus, they also fold. Yes, Blibby Bubble was able to get a little bit of extra time away from Bubble Guppies, but still, Bubble Guppies able to get that point.
There were 2 strategists that probably should have died there off the back of that Galactic Legend that came out from the Blibby Bloppers. They'll be spewing that they didn't get that because 100%. They were guaranteed kills. And if they got those kills, that fight could have probably gone a different way. So unfortunately for Daxu, he'll be left wondering about what could have been. But we will be talking about what is happening right now. And that is Bubble Guppies looking awoken, looking very strong, and looking very eager to turn the tide in this game. The Blibby Bloppers, they can't seem to put their own 2 feet on the ground at the moment. They can't compose themselves, and they don't look as strong as they did in the first 2 matches. That's for sure, because the Bubble Guppies are abusing this pressure that they're applying. They're turning a snowball into an avalanche, and they are looking to bury their opponent.
Definitely, indeed, and they're trying to do it in such a strong, aggressive, fast fashion. Bubble Guppies do have a couple of ultimates, but Duev is going in quite aggressively, but FMCL is the one that's going to be taken out, who dives with them. In the meantime, Zikrik has done to the Butterflies, going in the back line. Then, he's able to take down Daxu, but Duev falls in a response. These 2 teams are neck and neck, currently losing 1 member each. Make that another as Zikrik has fallen, and so Zenstari going in has the Venom with the Feast of the Abyss, trying to get into the back line. Lick falls. That was the Invisible Woman, who did have the invisible boundary available, and so that does give them a little bit of a disadvantage, but still they have that players on the point right now. They have control of the mission vehicle as Bubble Guppies are trying to figure out where do they want to approach, what sort of angle do they want to go. They have the high ground a little bit here, and they have the dive heroes. Let's see what they do in this fight.
The Raging Royal Flush goes out onto Daxu, looking to make amends for that unfortunate whiff last time. There it is, finally gets one, gets a second one. Can he find a third? The invisibility barrier is going to come up and lock them all down in place. The damage has been done. Potato on the ground to Star-Lord, and it's not a place that you want to be in, although he does have Galactic Legend himself. 52 HP is not where you want to be. Oh, gets sniped from the Magneto. So here come the Blibby Blobbers. Even though they're up here, they're currently on the back foot. And look at the pressure being applied on the back line here from the Bubble Guppies. Zenstari on that Venom, looking very ooh-woo with the pink Valentine's Day Venom, just causing a lot of damage, a lot of concern, and sucking out a lot of resources as well. You can see 3 players trying to take him down there.
Absolutely, indeed. And, well, only 4 meters left of Bubble Guppies, and they're going to be using a lot of the ultimates trying to get this over the meters, get this over the edge, as Blibby Bubbles also use all their ultimates to prevent that from happening. Donald just used Meteor, but not able to find anything as Zenstari takes them down. That's 3 members of Blippi Bloppers back in the spawn. And Bubble Guppies clean up and get this point over the line.
Nicely done to the Bubble Guppies. This statue of Bast coming in to the final point into the throne room. What have Blippi Blobbers got left? The advantage that they've got going their way here on this point is that the spawn point is very, very short. We didn't think we would see a Hulk, but here we are. He's ready. He's got a lot of HP, but, you know, if you're on the attacking side and you see Hulk, you just think yum yum free ult charge.
Potentially, or another stagger as well, as, you know, when Hulk turns into a little Bruce Banner, it does give you that stagger as Zigrick is going in with the Dance of the Butterfly onto the backline, not able to find anyone in particular. Blippi Bloppers are able to keep the team alive and healthy. Tini getting dangerously low will be able to get out safely, but Citrus does have that Gambit ultimate available. It's such a strong ultimate. It's going to be using it immediately, using it on every single member of their team, of course, to try and give them as much advantage as possible. Donald going in, takes down Bubble. River flows in return as well. It's a back and forth, trade for trade, and Duep is going to bring this Freedom Charge to their team to bring them to the enemies.
We could see the Hearts deck was trying to be pulled out there for a long time by FNCL, but Zenstari on this Venom, I'll tell you what, he's a nuisance at the moment. There's not really an answer that the Blippi Blobbers have for him. Speaking of Freedom Charge, now we see one come out here from Tinny. With no Angela available, he doesn't really care. He's still going extremely deep here into this throne room and dealing a lot of damage in the process, letting him just run around here. Meanwhile, Tinny again jumps back onto the point there with the assistance of Hulk. So that's a lot of frontline sustain there, but where are the heals coming from? That's the real question, because they're being taken out on the backline. Captain America gets 3 on the backline here for the Bubble Guppies, and even though it's a short spawn, that is a lot of time gathered. Look at this cart being pushed in. Psylocke here onto this point, just waiting for this cart to troll in. I think there's going to be one more roll of the dice. There's no portal play available, no Doctor Strange. Do they have enough? The cart's actually been flipped by the Blippi Blobbers. The Bubble Guppies have been too concerned with trying to take down their opponent. They forgot about the cart. This could be it here. If Blippi Blobbers, though, they aren't able to hold onto it for long. It looks like the Bubble Guppies take it back. And now we can hear the Kraken Impact coming on through. We hear the Raging Cajun Royal Flush being thrown out. One on Psylocke, one on top of Venom. The kill feed is lighting up red. It's going to be the Bubble Guppies. They're pushed down the Blippi Blobbers, and they have firmly come back with a vengeance here. 3-0. Now it's the time for the Blippi Bloppers to attack. The Bubble Guppies have arrived in the server.
Yep, they have indeed. Able to get it to the end, and now things are flipping over. Curious to see how they're going to be changing up their heroes, their picks and everything like that, because it's going to be important for these two teams to be able to either make it to the end or stop them potentially on this first point. I mean, this first point was kind of feeling a little bit desperate from the side of Blippi Blobbies, you know, trying to be able to stop them, bringing out that portal so early as well. But still, Bubble Guppies were able to make it all the way to the end. And amazing work from both of these two teams, being able to, you know, balance and juggle all the ultimates from both, you know, tracking the other ultimates teams, as well, of course, as using it correctly for themselves.
I really liked Zenstari's Venom there. I liked it a lot. You know, he was up on the walls. He had full health at the whole time. I mean, I was looking at these gambits. You know, some of them were stuck in Spade deck when they didn't really want to be. They were using their sleight of hands, because you really need to on the gambit. You know, the situation calls for you to switch it up like that. You kind of have to invest. Unfortunately, once that's exhausted, Gambit, even though he does have a long battle time, can sort of be exhausted. You can see there on screen only the 4 sleights of hand. Every time you switch a deck, that gets consumed. You know, you got to be very, very careful. I'm liking what I'm seeing though here. Rogue is a good pick.
Yeah, Rogue coming out from Tinny. We saw Rogue, Tinny hover the Rogue previously, thinking about using it. But of course, I think we got to actually see Bubble Guppies, Zenstari, I think, also bring out the Rogue as well. Of the two people, you know, see that I would think to bring out Rogue early, it would definitely be those two. Those two love playing really aggressive sort of vanguards. But yeah, Tinny bringing out the Rogue is going to be kind of exciting. I want to see how Tinny decides to approach the situation.
Meanwhile, all eyes are on Potato here on this Star-Lord. Just building up that ult charge already, 35% of the way there. And it is going to be a very close game, I would suspect here. I don't think that the Blibby Blobbers will go down without a fight, but I think the Bubble Guppies, at the moment, I think the wind is firmly in their sails. They definitely have the momentum. They do pick up a frag off the back of that BRB revival as well. It's looking pretty good at the moment here for Bubble Guppies on red. I mean, just look at this. I mean, that's not a bad position there from Wuvo on the Phoenix. We know why Phoenix has been banned out purely because of Wuvo in some of these games. And every time we see him, he has the Inzone Inferno ready to go. Now is no different.
Yep, Inzone Inferno is available right now, and so is a couple other ultimates, but it is the Inzone Inferno that we are currently, like, very curious about how they're going to be using it. Ooh. It is currently available. Ruvo is going to get dived instead by the Venom, and so going in with the Inzone Inferno, kind of to reset, but also to take down Potato. Absolutely fantastic ultimate coming out from Ruvo, but can the rest of Blibby Blobbers capitalize on this? Can they go in and take this first tick or even multiple ticks as Ruvo takes down Zikrik? It's going to be answered by Daxu. Out comes the Amplify from the leg to give more damage for Blibby Blobbers, but still FMCL is alive and kicking, able to take down quite a few members, as Gambit, in fact, as well. And still, Bubble Guppies are still in somewhat control of this defensive situation.
Spade's hurt, I'm telling ya. Anti-heal is a big deal. And we can see Galactic Legend coming out now. Will be the Eye of Agamotto. Didn't actually catch the ulting Star-Lord, so he'll be really disappointed with that. And now it's just free reign in the sky for Potato, managing to get 3 kills with that Galactic Legend. And that was very unlucky there from Donald. I don't know how that missed. He was right up in his grill too.
Yeah, that was such kind of devastating fights coming out from the Blibby Blobbers. I'm sure they wanted that to go differently, as, you know, with only 1 minute 16 on the clock, they want to be able to capture this with as much time as possible. Yes, this positioning from Bubble Guppies is quite entertaining. We've got 3 members all on top, and they're going to go diving. They're trying to find someone. They were able to do a lot of damage, but not able to capture their life. Zikrik with the Dance of the Butterflies trying to find someone, but it's going to be Duep that falls, gets revived by the BRB beacon, and still, but Blibby Blobbers are pushing forward. They're able to touch the point, trying to get this first tick. Dexter going in with the Dance of the Butterflies on the backline, getting two strategists. Make that all the strategists for Bubble Guppies. And with that, all Blibby Blobbers need to do is just take them out one by one while capturing the point.
Yeah, no heals, no hope, no dream, no chance here for the Bubble Guppies. They just fall over so slowly. It just goes to show you how important the strategists are for teams at a level like this. We do see the Pentagram of Ferala coming through now, which means Portal back onto the point, but immediately stunned. Back through the Portal now, so they're sort of playing that, dipping their big toe into the sight sort of game. Inzone Inferno comes crashing down. We do see the Cajun Royal Flush coming out here from the Gambit on the side of the Bubble Guppies. That's FMCL. Has to reset, has got no sleight of hand available. Needs to be very careful. Double KO, though, coming through here from the slashing and dashing Gambit. They're into overtime now. Do the Blibby Blobbers have what it takes here? I don't think so. It looks like Bubble Guppies looking very strong. It's still a 5-on-5 situation. Where is this going to unfold? We do see another kill coming through here for the Bubble Guppies. They're on defense, Portal of their own now coming through, but Cap just stands there, shield up, and says, if you want to get here, you got to come through me first. Freedom Charge used as well. There is nothing else left in the tank here for the Blibby Blobbers. They have to run onto the point. Galactic Legend in the air. There's no answer for it. Potato says, yum, 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 and the Bubble Guppies level it up to 2 apiece. 1 game to go. Reverse sweep is on the cards.
It is on the cards. Bubble Guppies are eyeing the Sony Inzone headsets, and I don't blame them. The Sony Sony Inzone headsets are absolutely phenomenal. And first place will be able to get 1 headset each, 6 for the entire team, as well, of course, that $750 prize pool.
Oh, yes.
They are fighting a lot on the line right now, but of course, whoever comes second will still walk away with those mice.
That's big true. There is, you know, both of these teams that we see on screen here are not going home empty-handed. Even the team that we saw on screen beforehand, Daxu Wolves, they didn't go home empty-handed. They walked away with 6 TGX passes, and there's just a lot to be played for here. It is, like you mentioned, that cash prize with the headsets, also cash prize and the mice for second place. I mean, that's a good day if you ask me for just playing some Marvel Rivals, but I tell you what, the Blibby Blobbers, considering the way that they started this series, 2-0, yes, they fought hard and the games were a lot tougher than what they would probably be used to. They got the wins, you know. David defeated Goliath on multiple occasions. They got those 2 maps on the board, right? And now we are here in the 5th map of the series, which, correct me if I'm wrong, should be Domination, right? So because we did have the...
yes,
we did have
if we're
the...
going 1, 2, 3, it would be Domination.
Yep, so we're going to be having a Domination map here for the final. I don't know where we're going to go. I don't know what we're going to see. All I know is that last time we played a Domination, the Blippy Bloppers won. But also last time we played Convergence, apart from that game, they also won too. So I don't know. Let's throw history out the wind here, like to the wind here. Let's throw the books out and just enjoy it. Just enjoy the ride.
Yeah.
Strap in.
It's essentially down to a best of 1 now.
Yeah.
It's 2-0 situation.
Yeah.
Back to a domination, potentially, if we're correct. I don't want to bet my money on this one. But yeah, potentially back to a domination. So it's really just down to good team fights.
Yeah. And you're not wrong. And you said it so well there. I think that's the way that these teams need to look at it. It's not a 2-2 situation now. It is a best of 1. Okay? Forget about the games you've just played. Forget about all the fatigue. Forget about the history. Wipe it clean. You are coming into this game. Treat it as a best of 1. Throw everything at the wall. Hopefully something sticks. And at the end of the day, you're walking away with that big, juicy first place prize courtesy of Sony. I mean, it sounds simple on paper, Rice. It's anything but that. It's been a long day for everybody here in studio. It's been a long day for the players. Shout out to you guys watching at home as well. It's been a long day for us, but we've been thoroughly enjoying ourselves here. It's been, like we said, best seats in the house here, next to each other, watching the screens, watching all the play unfold, and getting paid to call the action. I mean... the dream, right? The players as well, they're hoping to live the dream too. Now I ask you that we have arrived here, who would you pick to take out this game?
I think that Bubble Guppies feel a little bit, I wouldn't say angry. Angry is not the word. Determined maybe more so. Or maybe here to prove a point. They went 0-2. I think they kind of thought it was a best of 3, and they're like, oh, I guess it's over now. But then they're like, wait, no, it's a best of 5. We are here to win it. We're going to come back. And they came back really strong in that first win for themselves. And then the second game, also pretty strong. Not as fast, but still extremely strong. And so now they definitely want to try and win this next round, and they want to win it fast.
Yeah, I mean, Domination is the map for it. I mean, it can be over in the blink of an eye if you're not careful, but when we were on the previous Domination map, it was anything but. It was literally drawn out to the max, right? The points were 99 either way. The overtime timer was exhausted. So I don't think this is going to be a stomp by any stretch of the imagination. I didn't think this game would be a stomp, although I did think it would be over a little bit quicker than this. I didn't think we'd go to 5. I thought that maybe perhaps we'd get like a 3-1 or something like that. But, you know, I'm so happy to be wrong. I'm so happy that we are here and we are going to the 5th game to decide it between these two teams, because honestly, at the moment, I don't know. Like, if they look like... It looks like 4 different teams have been playing out there, right? Like on 2 maps, a team didn't wake up, and then on the next couple of maps, they look like a completely different team again. You know, it's different each time. But at the moment, if we're talking momentum, I do think the Bubble Guppies have that momentum, and I do think that Donald does actually feel fatigue after all.
FMCL with 38,000 healing is absolutely insane. Though we have mentioned multiple times, you know, Gambit, do you want to play the hearts or the spades? And FMCL, I would have thought he would have gone more spades as, you know, somebody who plays a lot of duelists and everything like that. But no, they went full hearts. Yeah, 38,000 heals and 9,000 damage. Citrus, though, as well, also trying to lean towards the heart deck as well. This probably is a reflection of the fact that there were only 2 strategists rather than a triple strategist backline. So I understand, of course, why that FMCL and Citrus are both forced into using the heals, but I wanted to see more damage coming out from them personally. I want to see those anti-heals coming out. But also Potato, once again, absolutely shining with 44 kills and 3 deaths.
Yeah, he was a hand grenade, wasn't he? You throw Potato up into the air and everyone else just falls over. Like with the Galactic Legend, every single use of that ultimate had impact. You know, every time you heard Legendary screamed out in the sky, you either ran for the hills or you stacked up and popped every defensive ult that you had. It didn't matter because, look, Potato's a star. there's a reason that he's in here at this level, putting on a show for us here, and getting 44 kills. I mean, get out of here. That's crazy. And we didn't even go, like, the entirety of that map either. Like, the second convergence point, like, we didn't even see the statue. We didn't even see the push phase. Like, there was so much more for Potato to actually shine. There's so much more for everybody. But, you know, credit to the Bubble Guppies. They got the full push, and they kept out the Blibby Boppies. And, yeah, unfortunately for the latter team, now they find themselves staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep. But not if they have anything to say about it. I just need to know, does Donald and co have that sort of... Do they have that second wind? You know, do they have anything left in the tank? You know, they pride themselves on their stamina, but you can see it in the gameplay. They're feeling it, you know. The Blippi Boppers are starting to fall off. Meanwhile, the Bubble Guppies just... They're growing wings. They're continuing to fly.
Yeah, they've definitely warmed up the Bubble Guppies after those first 2 games. Now 4 games, 2 of them going, of course, their way. And yeah, as you mentioned, can the Bleepy Blobbers get their foot back into this game? Because they've been playing for 7 hours. Yes, so have 7.5 hours now. But so have, you know, Bubble Guppies as well, but they did get that 1.5 hour break when they did secure themselves into that grand final. And maybe that 1.5 hour break, it did get them a little bit, you know, slow at the beginning, but it did give them less fatigue that potentially that Blibby Blobbers is feeling.
Yeah, when you play back-to-back games, when some of them are best of 3 as well, you're essentially playing multiple games at once. You know, it does, when you sort of get down to, you know, the meat and potatoes of it, it really does start to stack up, and you think about it and you go, oh wow, this is actually a lot worse than we actually thought it might have been. You know, you'll be cruising at high gear for the longest time, and then all of a sudden it takes just that small patch, that one team wipe, you know, that pops the balloon, you know, deflates the tires, and then all of a sudden you lose that sort of gusto that you were having through those initial matches. And I think that's kind of what's happened here to the Blippi Blobbers. You know, we don't want to speculate. Maybe later on we can ask them. But at the moment, it is all the Bubble Guppies. They have stepped up to the plate, and they're knocking it out of the park when they need to.
Yeah, no, they definitely have been stepping up to the plate, and well, this is where it all comes down. You know, 1 game left here in this best of 5 series. Both of these 2 teams, 2 apiece, and well, if we are going to a domination map, I'm pretty excited to see, you know, how these 2 teams verse in a very neutral setting.
Yeah, bring it on. I think we've got the picks and bans coming through very, very shortly, or should we say the ban saves. It's a little bit different here. They change it every time. I think it's actually coming along very, very shortly. It is the final game, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in to us. Thank you if you've been here the whole day as well. We appreciate you. And it looks like we will be going to Bjorn T'Challa, to Wakanda again, to decide the victors of this tournament. Rice, Bjorn and T'Challa, domination. It looks like we're going to be starting... Yep, there it is with the Gambit ban.
Yeah, okay. Blibby Blobber is going to be changing things up and starting off with that Gambit. Curious to see whether, you know, what made them change their mind, because previously they were wanting to protect the Gambit, but here they want to ban it.
Which is, it is interesting. They've sort of played to their strength of the Gambit a little bit here, the Blippi Bobbers. But that also means that the opposition can use it if you do go for the save. Now, they're securing the Thing here, which I like the Thing as a Vanguard on a domination map just because of his longevity, to hang around, to deal massive chunks of damage, to take very little of it. Bubble Guppies banning away, the Angela securing the Groot, also the Hela off the table here for the Blibby Blobbers as well.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating to see, you know, both of these 2 come through. Of course, that does mean Blibby Blobbers is going to have to protect the Phoenix. I'm surprised that they didn't want to protect the Phoenix second. I'm going for the Thing instead, because Bubble Guppies, they were betting on the fact that Bubble Guppies was going to ban like maybe an Angela, or maybe go for the double ban, the double target, and get Phoenix and Hela. But they took the gamble, and now they're going to be protecting the Phoenix. Of course, Blibby Blobbers is going to be banning out the Daredevil as well. They don't want to see Bubble Guppies on that Daredevil and harassing their strategists.
Emma Frost ban, Protect coming through here from the Bubble Guppies. So 3 Vanguards being locked in with Protects out of the 4 available. The other one being the Phoenix and Ultron. Now, I like that. Ultron actually not bad on this map at all, especially on the waterfall stage of this map. Ultron can cause a lot of problems. I think that's a good ban there from the Bubble Guppies. But yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty similar to what we've seen so far throughout the day. The only main differences really being will probably be Thing. We've only seen him once or twice in the pick ban phase, but Ultron we've also only seen once or twice as well. So I think Bubble Guppies know something that maybe the Blibby Blobbers don't when it comes to that particular character, but this is it. It all comes down to this. Best of one, basically. The winner takes it all.
Yep, the winner takes the 750 cash, the headset, the Inzone Sony headset, and of course, both these teams will be walking away with those 6 TGX tickets and the 1,000 credits each. So fantastic prizes for the first place team. For the second place team, they do walk away with the mice, the Sony mice, as well as 250 cash.
Which ain't bad. I mean, this is a free game after all, and here we are commentating it at a professional level for cash and peripheral prizes. You love to see it. As we tick down, ladies and gentlemen, it is, without a doubt, the final map of the day. It's Birnin T'Challa, Blibby Blobbers going up against the Bubble Guppies. Winner takes the chocolates home with them. Who will it be? Let us know who you're rooting for. Will it be the Blibby Blobbers, the undoubtedly underdogs, or will it be the Bubble Guppies, the respected favourites who started off shaky and are looking to pull off the reverse sweep?
Well, Wivo is going to get collapsed upon. It does manage to get away into safety as Bubble Guppies are aware of Wivo's position. Playing Phoenix, of course, and Dax is going to be playing the buck. He gets taken out by FMCL quite early. FMCL are going in as a Starlord, looking for more. Following, of course, Zenstar, who's playing the Venom, but Venom was not able to get that shield off in time. Tini claiming their life as Blibby Blobbers are looking to try and take this control back into their hands. Bubble Guppies were so close to turning it into their favor, but still nobody has claimed it just yet. But Blibby Blobbers looking like they could right here, right now.
Yeah, nobody taking this point just yet, as you said. It needs to flip, right? We have to get somebody ticking up. There it is. Finally, the Bubble Guppies. They lose all but one member, and a bit of ground being covered here. But as I say that, no, commentator's curse strikes. Back come the Bubble Guppies. Nobody has capped this point just yet. I mean, this is grand final rivals right here, isn't it, Rice? Nobody's touched the point, capped the point just yet, and we're seeing our ults finally come out there. We see the Seer come on through. We see the Inzone Inferno. We've got the invisible barrier. There it is. It comes up, and a nice frag on the board there from the Blibby Blobbers. The Bubble Guppies just reeling from that one a little bit. Now they lose 3 members to the favourites, and the point finally, after all that, goes in favour of Blue Blibby Blobbers.
Blibby Blobbers. That was a definite tongue twister, but yeah, Blibby Blobbers were able to capture this point. It took them a fairly long time, but they were able to finally do it. They also still have 3, maybe 4, with Tini being at 80% ultimates for this next fight. So Bubble Guppies, you have to fight quite hard to be able to take this point back with only 3 ultimates. Out comes the dance to the butterfly from Daxter though. Taedan are going to meet this in return and taking down a Weevo. So Citrus is forced to use the fate of both worlds to keep the team alive, and so does Duep. Out comes the Freedom Charge and the Galactic Legend. So much damage coming through, and Donald with of course clobbering time going in, but FMCO able to take down Citrus is quite devastating for Blibby Blobbers. They're still holding on though. They want to get that percentage. They're currently at 40% and they're still going upwards.
I mean, that Starlord so lucky to get away with his life there, and FNCL actually manages to get a retaliatory kill on his way out, so not bad at all. The Bubble Guppies now, they are looking pretty good here. 2 members down for the Blibby Blobbers, and you can just see Starlord carving them up here. They flip the point back into their favor, so Bubble Guppies start to gain a little bit of ground here. And ults, though, that's the real talk of the town here. We're 20% away from the Inzone Inferno, so close to another invisible boundary. We do have Strangling Prison, but I think the Thing getting a frag there is exactly what was needed. Now we can see them trying to dive into each other. That Groot ult was utilized to pick up a kill as, you know, it's hard on this map if you decide to come around the left-hand side. You have to fully commit. That's not what happened there, and they got cut off have a look at how the Bubble Guppies just assert their dominance in this game after that.
Yeah, they're still going forward. They're still pushing. They're nearly at the spawn where they've got a little bit more, one more room to go through. And they're forcing Blippi Bloppers so far back, but still they are very respectful. These two teams do respect each other quite a lot. And so they are going to give them a little bit more space. They have quite a few ultimates if they want to use them. And Potatoes going in with the Knights of the Butterflies. Lick answers with the invisible boundary to keep the team alive quite successfully. But of course, that is one strategist ultimate down. And still Bubble Guppies has theirs available. 2 of them available for this next fight. So this advantage is still in the favor of Bubble Guppies as they are still collecting percentage on the control point, 70% and counting, while Blippi Bloppers have still not been able to even touch.
So we can see Dance of the Butterflies now coming through. Invisible Woman down underneath. Not really going to have much effect down there. Invisible Boundary does come out. We did see the Inzone Inferno. Fate of Both Worlds now coming across the line as well. It's just an alt soup on the point here at the moment. Bubble Guppies now strangling Prison comes out courtesy of their Groot. And now Donald, well, he falls. So 2 quick frags going the way of the Bubble Guppies. One of them was a Vanguard. In fact, there were 2 Vanguards. We are going to see Lick try and utilize the portal here, one would think. The Pentagram of Ferala. No, not to be. Just a little bit too late. That's maybe a slight miscalculation there.
First round does go towards Bubble Guppies. Warrior Foes is next. 1 round separates Bubble Guppies from $750.
Oh, the reverse sweet dream is alive and well here. It is definitely on the cards. I mean, there's no Gambit in this game, so we will not be having any further mention of cards. Thank you very much. But I tell you what, I'm liking what I'm seeing here. Groot, Thing, the Vanguards combining, you know, Emma Snow in there as well. At the end here, I think the Blibby Blobbers of 4 games ago would have landed that Pentagram and got that portal out. Lick was up for quite some time. I don't know what happened. We didn't see his POV, but whatever happened, whatever should have happened, didn't happen, and the Bubble Guppies managed to take the point. Just a slight miscalculation. Maybe that's that fatigue setting in that we spoke about earlier.
But now, no portals for quick math. I can't remember if it was 100 and something seconds. And
it's like 3 minutes, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 180 or something. So Bubble Guppies, though, they do have it available for themselves. They want to be able to use it in this next round to secure themselves this victory. Duep going in hard. Same with the FMCL. They're able to take down 2 members of Blippi Blobbers. And this may secure themselves the mission area for the early percentage.
Yeah, not bad at all. Interesting dueling point, I would say, here, because considering that the Warrior Falls are on the polar opposite side of the map. We will actually, that's the first time I've actually noticed the Black Panther mask in the sky there. That's awesome. The Bubble Guppies now take control of this point. This is the last roll of the dice here for Blippi Blobbers in this game. Like, they have to make something happen here. They need to control the point. They need to assert their dominance. You can see Galactic Legend coming out already, and FNCL just doing it himself here. Gets 3 on the board here for the Bubble Guppies. And now Blippi Blobbers, they've got the Wolverine out, they've got the Emma Frost, they've got no support to keep Emma Frost or the Thing alive. Should fall down momentarily. They're going for the stagger kill. They're being very, very cheeky about it. They finally take him down, and that is just such good rivals to watch. That's how you do it, especially in a game of this value.
37, 38, 40% now for Bubble Guppies. They're basically at halfway. Blippi Blobbers are trying to retouch the point, of course, but they only have a couple of ultimates to work with. And so Potato, who does have the Baton to the Butterfly, goes in first. And once again, 2 members of Blippi Blobbers have been taken out before they could even touch the point. 50% achieved by Bubble Guppies, and they want more. They want to go from 0 to 100%.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to end the game, right? Like, it's a reverse sweep, too. They've won the last 2 maps on the trot after going down to, on the first domination, on the first convergence. Here they are. What a way to end it if this goes 100-0. The Blippi Blobbers just look like a completely different team. They've got no gas left in the tank. They are running on fumes here at the moment. You can see just the difference in play. At the start of this series, both of these teams were neck and neck. Now, all of a sudden, Bubble Guppies are just outclassing the Blippi Blobbers. There's not really as much cohesion to their play either. You can actually see the Psionic Seduction now coming out here. We do hear the Freedom Charge as well. All the ults being thrown out here from the Blippi Blobbers. What have they got? What have they got?
They don't have much as now out comes the Amplify from Mizik, who is using it to buff all the team members. Oh yes, Blue was able to get 13%. Bubble Guppies are back in control, 93%, 94. Lick may have the ultimate, the portal back, and they may be able to touch, but I don't know if they're able to, 99%. This is game.
That is one way to end it, that's for sure. The Bubble Guppies complete the reverse sweep, a feat that has only been achieved a few times in esports history, in grand finals especially as well. This is a historical moment, especially for this region. Well done to the Bubble Guppies, but I tell you what, you cannot discount their opponents here. The Blippy Bloppers, who we thought wouldn't have put up as much of a fight as they did. They definitely turned up to play today. It just was, I think, those games that they had to play, that lack of a break, you know, being forced to go back to back to back to back in the games really just got to them. And the Bubble Guppies, they still had gas, and they basically, that's what they used to get themselves over the line here. It was just sheer aggression.
Sheer aggression indeed. I mean, these fights themselves were extremely aggressive too. I mean, this dagger was sort of a little bit aggressive as well. Amazing gameplay coming out from Bubble Guppies to be able to secure themselves the victory of this entire tournament.
Yeah, congratulations to them. They're going to be walking away with the big cash prize. It is $750 and 6 Sony Inzone headsets. And not to mention second place prize, our friends, the Blippy Bloppers. They're not going home empty-handed. 250 shekels, as well as the mice as well, the Inzone mice. But all teams featured on the stream just then will also be getting 1,000 Rivals credits, as well as 6 passes to TGX. So not a bad little goodie bag at all for being the final 2 teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been fantastic to see the community come together in this fantastically fun tournament. And of course, also the sponsors coming through together as well to be able to support this region and this off-season event as well. I mean, as you mentioned, amazing prizes coming through from our sponsors, Sony, of course, Netties as well contributing, and the Game Expo bringing these passes in to these players to be able to enjoy some gaming expos.
And for those of you that are watching locally from Australia, I highly recommend you do come out and see TGX. For those of you that are watching from interstate, I don't know about you, Rice, but I'm knackered. That's Australian for exhausted. It's been one hell of a day. It's been a long day, but it's been an extremely fun day. We're getting the whispers coming through our lovely Sony headsets now that we are actually cooking up a winner's interview for you. We don't exactly know who that's going to be yet, if it will be Zen Starry or someone along those lines, but we'll just have to wait and see. Or Potato, potentially as well. But again, just hold tight. I know it's been an exhausting day for everybody involved, but we are nearly there, and we deserve, well, the winners deserve to have their podium, have their say, and say their piece, because you know what? That's what winning gets you.
Yeah, no, they definitely deserve the spotlight from all the hard work they have done in this tournament. They didn't drop a series. Yes, they did drop 2 games in these grand finals, but they made it through the upper bracket only. They didn't drop down to the lower bracket. And here they are at being victors, being proven that they are the best in the Sony Inzone ANZ Marvel Rivals tournament. And yeah, I'm excited to see what they have got to say about their journey throughout today.
Yeah, I mean, the runner-ups, Blippy Bloppers, can hold their heads held high. And, you know, even if they are going to play MRC after this, good news is they get about an hour's break. So good for them. They actually get to rest up and relax. But it is all about the winners. It is all about the champions of this tournament. Potato and his friends, they deserve every bit of praise. The Bubble Guppies, I mean, shocking name from us casters to wrap our tongues around. But you know what? It's part of the fun. But the plays were nothing short of spectacular. Every single hero that was picked from every single player in not even just the last game, but every game today throughout the tournament, they knew what they were doing. It wasn't like, oh, you know, let me try this out. I think I know what I'm doing sort of thing. It was, you know, the little 1%ers that they knew what to do. Like when we saw Wolverine throw Hela off the edge there, you know, just the sheer game sense to be able to push Q and go up into that ult form. just to buy yourself a bit of time, throw out a bit of damage, get a kill or two, take them down with you sort of thing. Things like that. The portals were on point apart from one that I can think of so far today. This Yggdrasil path was just brutal, and then we head over here to the halls of Dajalia from what was one hell of a game, and then as soon as Potato was unlocked on that Star-Lord, I think that's when the mood sort of shifted for the Blippy Bloppers.
Yeah, I do agree. The Potato Star-Lord did have quite a few shining moments in this series. And I think, one of the moments that did shine out to me was the fact that he had no deaths in one of these games and so many kills. Well, of course, though, it isn't a one-man army. There are, of course, other people in the team. So I'm excited to hear from Bubble Guppies what the game plan was. Especially after them seeing them switch up their hands quite a bit, and that kind of maybe helps them secure this reverse sweep.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think it starts in the ban save phase, right? It all comes down to what are you comfortable playing with and what are you comfortable taking away from your opponent. But that's enough waffling from us. We've been doing it for what, eight straight hours now here. Let's hear from our champion. I do believe that we are joined by Potato. There he is from the Bubble Guppies. My man, congratulations. You are the winner of today's Sony Inzone tournament. Well done, man. But I do have to ask you, you went down those first two maps. What was going through the mind there? Were you shaking a little bit?
Yeah, well, Wuvo's that guy. We had to ban every hit scan because, anytime I try to do anything, Wuvo's just, already dinked me. He's already stunned me every time. I think on the domination map on Hydra, I was 16 and 14 because anytime I try to do anything, I'm already I get pre-fighted by Wuvo. So we just had to figure out the ban phase so we could play our dive and not get pre-fighted before we could do anything. But yeah, I'm feeling good now. We were in the gutter after the first two losses though. It was very depressing.
Yeah, I did unfortunately notice the deaths. We didn't try to bring too much attention to it on broadcast, but we did sort of mention that. But we did give you the shining spotlight in the next map when you had 0 deaths completely. You completely shone. And I think, as you mentioned, the ban pick really did change things up. And so what was your strategy then? Was it mostly to try and lock out Wuvo from the Hela and then also maybe prevent the Angela? Or I noticed it was sort of coming to a pattern and we were kind of seeing your thoughts from our perspective, but I'd love to hear your perspective in particular.
Yeah, so we're trying to force dive every game because we're a very dive-centric team. But it's really hard when they just have the OP poker characters on the new map Kunlun. They have Ultron, they have Phoenix, they have all these really strong poke characters. It's just too hard to do anything. Anytime you try to get active, you just blow up and die before you can do anything, right? So then we go back to the drawing board. We ban out everything, or we pick tanks, or we picked Gambit one game. The game that I had no deaths, it's because I have Gambit. So he can facilitate the dive, so I just don't instantly die, and then also I have the ult enabling me. It's I can't just go and dive by myself, or I'm just gonna get shot at and die because Wuvo has aimbot. So the thought process is doing everything by yourself is too hard because you just get shot at. So we have to enable the dive and ban out the stuff that's gonna kill you when you try. So,
I mean, we spoke a little bit about that. Every time we brought Wuvo up on stream, he had the Phoenix ult. He had the, whatever he was playing, he had the ult ready to go. He had the Moon Knight ult. He had whatever it was, So I feel for you. Wuvo was it was sort of
I got Thanos.
Yeah, exactly. It was Iron Man and Thanos, actually just those pure nemesis, going at each other. And it was great to see that play out. But man, to pull off a reverse sweep, we talk about it a lot, but in grand finals, especially in the OCE region, that's not something that happens very often. So you've made history. How does that make you feel?
Made history? That's tough. But no, it's because these teams are well, I think at least the DPS players are close in skill, and when you're playing these comps, it's DPS player versus DPS player. So I think it's these kind of 20s are really interesting because the players are close in skill level. It's not one-siding roles,
Yeah.
But you mentioned, you want to play dive. How do you feel the current meta is? Do you think it's suited to what your current Bubble Guppies team is playing? And you know, with MRC coming up, how do you feel confident in this dive meta that you guys are playing? Do you think it's going to get you quite far? Or do you think the poke meta that, you know, Wivo and his team are playing is slightly stronger in this current meta?
No, dive is like OP, but it's just like you need the comp. What you used to be able to do in like the past seasons of this game is you could just like solo jump in on a dive character and kill things. But now it's like the whole team has to dive. Like you need like a tank diving with you. You need a Gambit ult, or you need like perma invis shield, perma flake. Like you need resources to do things. I think like exactly that's like the exact problem that we had was I would just try to do things by myself. I didn't have resources. I didn't have well, I wasn't going with my tank enough, and like you just blow up and die. That's where the poke is strong. The poke is strong when the dive isn't enabled. But if the dive is super enabled, it's way better than the poke. But I also think the dive is like way harder to play. It takes like way more effort and communication.
Yeah,
Like
we
hardcore meta is probably dive, but the poke is just like really strong.
We actually picked up on that. You know, we were speaking about how long gone are the days of like the 5-player Meteor M's. You know, we were speaking about how like long gone are the days of like being able to literally just jump on a strategist and blow them up. Like you need to be able like. If Phoenix came out at the start of the game, that ultimate would be dominating everybody in one hit, but it doesn't now, right? So, like, you are spot on the money, my man. The brain you've got is massive. You realize that the game has changed. You realize that, you know, you can't do things by yourself, that it is a team game. What's on for the cards for you for the rest of the day? You playing MRC after this?
I think either MRC or I'll just go, like, play ranked or something, yeah.
Back onto the grind, straight up.
I mean, yeah, I've only been streaming for 10 hours. I got to get my 12 hours in, you know?
Look, fair enough. Rice, you got anything for our champion before we let him go?
Well, firstly, congratulations. And I think the other question I've got is, are you excited about getting these Inzone headsets from Sony?
Oh, absolutely.
Amazing headsets.
This headset I've had is scuffed. It's like half broken. I've had it for 3 years, and now I get an upgrade. Let's go. We need that.
Thank you to Sony for making it happen, but thank you for Potato and crew for putting on one hell of a show. I mean, a reverse sweep, it really is something special. Don't discount it. You've got a special bunch of players there. Go shake hands. Yeah, that's it. Big dubs all around. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. Enjoy your victory.
No problem.
Catch up. Well, that is, I believe that's going to be it here from us today, Rise. Have you, before we round it out and throw it to the credits, have you got anything you'd like to say?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's been great, honestly, casting alongside you, and as well, thank you to, of course, the broadcast team behind the scenes. They've been putting on a wonderful show. Thank you to all the players as well. I think they've been fantastic to watch, and of course, the sponsors. But I'll let you wrap up, of course. I'm just really thankful to be here. It's been so fantastic to be able to watch all of these games. It's been an absolute joy for me.
It is really... I say it every time, best seats in the house, like box seats, premium tickets. We get them. We are so thankful for them. But yes, there's nothing other to do than thank yous. You know, thank you to our sponsors, NetEase. Thank you to our sponsors, Sony. Thank you to the production crew here in Melbourne. Thank you to you guys, the viewers, for tuning in. Thank you to TGX as well. If you do find yourself looking for a convention to head to early stages of the year, make sure you head out to TGX in Melbourne. I believe we're both going to be there. It's going to be insane. We'll see you there. But for now, we're going to sign off. It's going to be GG's. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. My name is Kit Fox. I've been joined by Profound Rice. This has been the Sony Inzone Marvel Rivals Tournament, and we look forward to the pleasure of your company next time. See ya.